Apakah sudah live ini? Halo? Lagunya lagu Terraria, bodo amat tuh. Yo halo guys. Kali ini nontonnya match beneran ya, bukan nonton technical difficulty ya. Halo bang, halo, nah udah oke. Dua kali kena PHP. Enggak, yang ini beneran guys. Yang ini gas match beneran deh. Siang. 1 map 8 jam. Enggak, ini 9 jam lah. Gimana kabarnya? Oh, kesulitan teknis. Kemarin pause lama kenapa? Panitianya ke warteg dulu makan, terus ke Indomaret, terus ketiduran. Schedule jam 1 ya. Jam 1 baru mulai guys, sudah santuy aja, kita nyantai aja. Jam 1 baru mulai. Bang kapan Rerek juara? Nggak akan juara Rerek. Nggak main game CS2 lagi. CS2 game apa? Aku nggak tahu. Lagu Terraria cuy, berasa lagi lawan Moonlord. Cocok guys, cocok lagunya lagu Terraria. Ya kan lah, coba lagu Stardew Valley. Ya, lebih nyantai deh. Nah lagu ini aja bagus. Dapat izinnya gimana? Ya, orang dalam, nepotisme. Ini kapan mulainya sih? Oh udah di panggung guys. Guys udah di panggung, kabar streamer magang ganti sini gimana? Nah ini. Ini suara spek cuy. Oh ini matiin, nah. Oke udah mulai guys. Anjay. Nah, dikecilin dikit. Sip.
It's global esports.
Namanya aja global tapi India timnya. Lagunya lagu copyright ah, males ah. Males ah lagunya lagu copyright ah. Kira-kira Riot nih. Event organizer terbaik ya. Technical difficulty ketiduran deh. Tunggu guys, lagunya masih copyright guys. Ini walkout. Walkoutnya kayak ini apa? Fashion show. Makasih Happy udah join member. Semoga mendapat hidayah. Sama Eben Tarigan juga udah join member, makasih. Semoga mendapat hidayah. Lagunya udah belum? Ah masih. Minimal masang lagu tuh no copyright lah, kayak lagu Stardew Valley nih kayak gini. Ya ini lagi cocok nih guys. Seru kemarin match, iya seru banget sampai tidur gue. Cocok ya guys lagunya, ini lagi epic itu tim meeting. Lagunya lagu Stardew Valley. VCT basement. Iya cuy, ini setupnya kayak setup basement sumpah, di basement parkiran ini. Dipasangin layar, dipasangin lampu-lampu udah.
For map picks. Let's see what these two teams have got.
Global's going to be taking away Lotus. I think this makes a lot of sense. In the
Nggak berani main Breeze, kalah aim ya.
one of the best maps that we've seen for Chamber and one of the ones that's been talked about the most. And you know, when you're going up against last, that's not one that you want to find yourself on. So I think it makes a lot of sense. Breeze with some of the changes seems like Zeta
main Ascent ya.
but we get binded and actually Icebox picked from Zeta.
Wih,
I can only
Ascent.
anticipate that there's something with
Oh,
the
Ascent di
Sentinel
ban.
lineups or Sentinel setups that Laz has that as to why we're looking at Icebox here. Bind, I'm not entirely sure. This is the interesting one though. that I'm looking
Parkiran
at here.
Mangga
The
2.
split ban on Zeta Division. This was the map that last year they had a lot of success on. So
Zeta will play defense. Zeta picks Icebox.
that's on.
He plays attack.
I'm very flabbergasted by that.
I think that for the bind pick here, I actually really like this for Global because Zeta has always had a really rough time on this map. They either barely scrape by with a win in overtime on bind, or they get absolutely rolled on that map.
Itu orang yang brewok tinggi banget dah. Orang Eropa kelihatan guys. Katanya pengangguran di Eropa itu lebih tinggi sekitar 10 sampai 15 cm dibanding orang Indonesia ya.
Win that they got was T1, and like I mentioned, it was again in overtime. It was 14-12 for them to be able to get a win in the regular season on this map. So this is not what.
Lagunya lupa gue, ini lagu copyright cuy. Yang kanan kayak Trevor GTA. Enggak lah, Trevor GTA rambutnya masih lebih adaan. Lampunya banyak ya. Nyoloknya ke stop kontak tetangga jadi nggak bayar. Wih, ada yang bisa baca guys. Wih, ada cosplay guys, ada wibu. Sekitar berapa bang? 185. Yang sampai 2 meter juga ada. Tunggu lagunya udah. Masih. Bro, minimal muter lagu no copyright lah. Bang, kenapa nggak kesana terus baru live? Anda mau patungan? Saya butuh duit 1 triliun.
I still gonna remain.
Bro, udah lah bro, putar lagunya bro, udah bro. Copyright bro. Di basement nggak pengap, nggak pakai kipas angin. Kayak di SEA Games, nggak modal AC, pakai kipas angin di permeja dikasih 1. Udah main-main woi. Ya elah masih muter lagu, main woi di jam 1. Kemarin nggak lanjut live, nggak, mending gua tidur. Terus gua bangun, gua main Pal World. Terus gua tidur lagi. Udah. Main woi. Astaga, muter lagu aja terus. Udah wah, capek ya. Sambil nunggu guys. BTW guys. Nambah 1 guys ini sponsornya guys nih. Ini sponsor gelap ya, ini sponsor gelap. Ada 1 lagi nambah guys, nih sponsor gelap 1 lagi. Kebalik. Ya, sponsor gelap 1 lagi nambah guys ya. Nggak tahu ada yang order kemarin ini sponsor gelap 1 lagi, sponsor gelap guys ya. Di aturan dari Riot ya, tidak boleh ada sponsor sama sekali. Jadi nggak boleh taruh logo, nggak boleh taruh apa. Tapi nggak ada aturan yang mengatur nggak boleh taruh barangnya. Jadi gue taruh barangnya nih tuh. Ya, sponsor gelap. Ya udah tuh kan. Riot nggak ngatur gini ya, jadi nggak apa-apa. Gue taruh sini nggak apa-apa. Bagus sih guys. G502X plus ya kan, plus. Tidak melanggar aturan ini. Mulai kayak ini. Oh mulai guys, mulai. Gas review. Belum dibuka, ini masih ada plastiknya, lihat masih mengkilap gini bro. Masih ada plastiknya. Biar kelihatan, nah udah gini. Kan ada namanya, ya nggak apa-apa. Ini kan kebetulan ada di sini, bukan salah gua ininya ada di sini. Tiba-tiba ada gitu, bukan salah gua nggak bisa apa-apa. Pengen pulsar. Nah kalau pulsar beda, pulsar boleh. Soalnya pulsar sponsor VCT Pasifik ini. Sponsor official. Zoe boleh, pulsar boleh. Ini gua ada nih pulsar nih. Pulsar guys. Mas pulsar guys, lumayan bagus. Cuma kayaknya udah mulai ketinggalan zaman deh. Sponsor hanya ilusi ya, ini sponsor gelap nih. Lalu pakai mouse apa? Banyak mouse gua. Ini ada G502 ya. Ada ini WL mouse, ada pulsar, ada mouse budget 400 ribuan. Banyak lah, ganti-ganti gua biar nggak bosen. Bang pernah ngerti brand mouse bisa custom? Nggak ngerti. Ini kapan main udah agen select cuy. Lah masih putar lagu mereka. Jajang Supratman gimana kabarnya? Jajang Supratman siapa? G502 sama pulsar bagus mana? G502 tombolnya lebih banyak. Cuy udah agen select lama banget mainnya cuy. Agen selectnya 2 minggu sumpah. Ini malah komentator kalau ngomong. Masih putar lagu guys, masih putar lagu mereka. Jadi kita pakai Stardew Valley aja. Yang kemarin soalnya mereka muter lagu ya, bukan dolar kuning, dolar merah. Video cannot be monetized. Ya main guys. Udah main masih putar lagu aja, udah matiin dong lagunya dong.
That space and get that information on the pistol.
Oke.
Like
Sip. Nice. Akhirnya guys kita menonton match beneran guys setelah kemarin nungguin lama. Ini emang metanya dual controller ya sini. Tuh mainnya Viper sama Brimstone di main. Kadang-kadang Harbor.
Definitely one that's welcome. I think Global Esports on the other hand though, maybe just gonna take things slow for the time being. They
ini solo A player nih beneran, mereka gamble B aja.
As well. Now Benkai coming in. They are starting things off, pushing deep into A, using Poison Cloud just to obscure vision. The Gecko getting the plant in.
Nah ini kerjaan tinggal tidur aja nih orang di Heavennya, tidur aja nunggu yang belakang dulu.
The big question is no opposition. Global Esports should have an inkling that either they need to push out or be very wary of the
perkiraan siapa yang menang? Nggak tahu. GS sih kayaknya ini ZETA mainnya terlalu pasif coy. Oh ketahuan dia ya.
That's a good start now. Laz got the info, but not quite the tags. Russ holding up by Dice, getting a double kill now.
Weh dapet tuh defuse coy.
Thanks to the Sky Smoke, 8 seconds left, and ZETA picks up the round.
I mean, I was about to comment. All right, Russ wanted to talk about firepower.
Nggak di cover, spike-nya ditinggalin. Mereka maju Heaven karena ngeliat sniper doang.
I know some people like to rant about shooting guns in Valor, but there's also an objective.
Unlucky round sumpah.
Distracted in that moment. It was so odd, but it is what it is. And I mean,
itu WTW 2 orang yang majuin Heaven itu.
I think it's a very good new look to them.
pemuda
Yeah,
tersesat.
definitely. And for any of you who have been waiting for ZETA to have this evolution, at the very least, they are committing to this color change. And with the rookies, too. Let's talk about that. They touched upon it on the desk, but two members who started as Academy players under that ZETA banner, now both getting the shot onto Tier 1. And a great triple from Uran.
He does drop
Farming
to
sih,
Rust,
Echo Cobra,
but
Echo
still
Cobra.
damage felt and done, and the force from Global Esports just kind of falls apart. What is this? It's so strong. Atarashi ZETA division, and they are still ringing true.
Enak ya kalau musuh udah kena vulnerable double damage, lu tembak badan 2 kali mati deh.
I mean, what do you do here? Like you mentioned, Quack, they
Jadi
forced
musuhnya low semua, padahal health-nya penuh.
in this round, saving on a force with a stinger and a specter. Not something you ever want to have to choose to do, but it's also like it's a 2v4 with the Cypher and Viper on attack.
Gebay. Gebay cuma half armor doang cuy, pakai specter kena pala 2 kali mati, kena badan 5 kali mati. Terus kena vulnerable, udah lah. Anggap aja health-nya 1.
What are some other hard places? I can't really think of anything.
Well, I mean, this entire map is just
Kalau
walls
dapat
everywhere.
plan bisa
It's
beli
not
next
looking
round
like
deh.
any of them are about to budge. Don't find the bait out.
Just gotta walk through. I mean, 30 seconds left.
Ditungguin pelurunya habis, gue juga suka gitu.
Okay, the first step is there, a weapon upgrade, and they have control.
Kalau ada smoke gitu guys, kalian tungguin musuhnya nge-spam, pelurunya dia habis, dia reload, lu majuin. Dia gak usah apa-apa.
They are thinking that he's probably up around showers, but he's actually wrapping back around to rendezvous with lightning fast.
Yeah, and you have the double snake bite as well. The post plants are available too. I mean, Global Esports,
ZETA.
they don't have as much time as they think they do. Or ZETA.
Ini GE menang rezeki bonus sih. Mereka tujuan cuma ngeplan doang. Kayak karena ngeplan next round langsung beli. Kalau tadi nggak dapet plan next round kurang 300 perak.
I mean, I
Bisa
love
beli.
the fact that they're still counting the options for that post plant, right? They were already pushing out, already wanting to make sure because they have the numbers advantage, we want to get contact and then we can have someone stick onto it once all that lineups come through.
Nih lihat nih, kena vulnerable semua, udah lu tembakin badannya mati semua tuh.
And we were mentioning Uran and Huron, both these guys. Uran's the one with actually much less experience coming straight up from the Academy roster, not even having a chance to go through Tier 2 and Challengers Japan.
Wih, ada
And
night
this is a
bot.
start you want to
Mantap,
build
night
up
bot.
that confidence for some of these younger players.
Definitely. I mean, experience is one thing, but confidence is
Oh,
such
mereka
a big
nge-save
factor.
dulu nunggu
You can tell that he actually
ability sama
started to
ulti.
feel a little bit of it. The
Biar
timing on that
pasti
snake bite was
menangnya.
perfect, and then just spraying things
Nge-save
down
dulu,
as well.
guys.
Huron, though, for the time being, that stack that you mentioned from before, still up and prevalent towards the B site. They definitely have a little bit of information, but now just playing it safe, backing off.
Yeah, I mean, you know with the Force, the opponents aren't going to be on an eco here, so just don't greed, right?
Turnamen apa? Oh ini adu antar komplek ini. RT 01 lawan RT 02.
I mean, sure, with the sky changes, we talk about the timings, but you don't even need to worry about timings. You should be able to hold. You have the Cypher setups on a short. You're holding on to showers. You have backup from Sugar Zero.
Lumayan Nikonya beneran bareng ya, ini nempel semua orang-orangnya.
Timings as well. Sky Smoke well timed by Sugar Zero. Now popping over with the Incendiary.
Can't plan.
Just blocks off the plant. Lance is having a field day with these shots. Dep coming through from Heaven as well. There's the second one. Last is going to be Russ, and he's pretty much pinned down up by Lamps.
I mean, so many people around the world used to dream of days like these with ZETA. Quick decisions, fast rotates, the backup from Dep, the trade angles being held.
RT 03 main kapan? Nggak ikut.
The first map.
But we like what we're seeing.
But we like what we're seeing because it was so rare to see this from the old ZETA, and it's great to see that even with
Nah, ini ZETA sekarang bonus round ya.
and utilize the new forces that they've upgraded with.
Heck yeah. I feel like they're not showing off too much in their books just yet. I mean, they're randomizing some of these positions as well. This time, Laz back into
Ngeplan dapat 300 ya.
Yeah, and
Lu kalau rondenya udah menang gitu, masih ada waktu, ngeplan aja. Kan habis rondenya menang kan dikasih waktu 10 detikan. Dapat duit cuy.
If they don't, though, that's going to be hell to pay. And I think that's why there's this switch up in positioning from ZETA as well. They recognize that full buy coming through. Uran trying to play defensive, but without the information, just gets swung on pawn by Rush.
Tidak siap orangnya.
Sugar Zero's the only one left, and he's only got a sheriff, so gonna have to back off and just kind of give them the sight.
Global Esports should keep in mind that this is, in essence, the bonus for ZETA, right? So GE shouldn't be losing too many weapons. I would say one at best if you want to make sure that you can kind of catch back up in the
Ini
long haul.
mainnya belakang banget nih. Mereka saking gak mau ngasih vandal.
Wow. Still though, I mean you're absolutely right. They don't want to lose the weapons. They
Main
want to take
sendiri.
them away from ZETA, pushing into the sky. Smoke Polvi. The finished gun is shooting all over the place.
And he's rotated. This is
Wih,
so hard
dikejar
to
lagi
read
di
from
belakangnya di
Laz.
pisau deh. Ya.
I mean, Lightning Fast is going to get it at the end, but there was no way Laz was ready for that wraparound from Polvi. Oh, you love to see it.
Itu mereka mainnya belakang, gak mau ngasih vandal, cuma ngandelin race di starternya. Kalau race-nya mati udah main line up gitu.
Kept their eye on this guy, but such an unknown factor, especially in Pacific. I mean, not many people would have been keeping their eyes on there as there's such a wide pool. But he's proving this is why my teammates, my coaches,
Tuh, mereka cuma ngandelin race sendiri, di sisanya di belakang main line up semua.
And then the postman's still there, so the round is all but guaranteed.
I mean, precisely, that's kind of what Coach Spin was talking about.
Ada 3 lah gitu, line up lama banget berarti. Bisa pertama Gecko dulu, Gecko udah Viper, habis Viper Brimstone. Sampai meledak spike itu line up semua full.
Next round though, ZETA gets the buyback up in full. Laz has the Neural Theft available. Yuron and Depp actually really close to their ultimates as well.
Yeah, and I'm keeping my eye on Huron's movement as well. The whole jump peek over on B long, yeah, that's pretty standard. But the thing is you used to be able to play it a lot more lax.
Ini streamnya 30 FPS atau gimana nih? PC-nya VCT apa? FPS drop.
And now, yeah, you can see Huron's like, I don't want to use
Ini gue quality mentok kan? Iya udah mentok. PC-nya FPS drop cuy. Dari sononya 30 FPS. Kemarin tactical difficulty lama ngapain aja.
He baits out that important utility with the Dizzy, which he gets back in 10 seconds. I mean, Blaze King is utilizing the counteracting from Gecko to Sky so well.
Might be the difference though, but still.
Ini nge-piss A-nya agak susah nih, mereka nungguin smoke dulu paling. Nggak oke itu sumpah. Karena udah satu mati ketahuan jadi udah majuin aja gitu mereka. Reload, kejar. Alah, buat dia.
Polvi going in for the chase. Benkai wreaks a bit of havoc from Lamps instead, and still, here comes Polvi!
Just no fear! It doesn't matter if it's a smoke or a molly, he'll just run right through it and frag you out.
Itu si Polvi mainnya nggak peduli nyawa sendiri ya, beneran mainnya beneran dia maju. Ngarepin timnya bakal trade dia.
Oh boy, I think a lot of us are gonna have to get ready to eat.
Bagus sih duelis yang gitu, bagus beneran musuhnya jadi, itu ratio maju mati semua langsung.
I am loving this. I mean, yes, we had ZETA Division and we are hyping them up, but at the same time, I mean, it's just so much going on for Global Esports. I think we had quite a bit of doubt. A lot of the GE fans are still supporting them, and it's just really lovely to see. You know, we are very familiar with Benkai.
Last konsisten vandalnya itu mulu. Gue juga konsisten vandal gue hitam mulu. Paling cuma mungut dari lantai doang kalau ada gitu. Vandal hitam tuh bagus guys, sumpah itu tuh vandal paling natural, paling tuh kan. Si Polvi mainnya fearless sih, tapi fearlessnya agak stupid. Maju ke Viper, kena vulnerable, kena badan sekali mati. Minimal kalau maju tuh teammate-nya di belakang nge-trade gitu, itu maju sendiri mati udah aja. Kasih vandal ke musuh.
Listen, I don't want to run out of all of our storylines too early, but a fragging IGL, that's a rare breed right there from Russ. So, looking good so far for Global Esports.
Oh, udah ada triple lineup ya. Ya triple lineup gaming nih, ada Viper, ada Kayo. Majuin bang, Sheriff doang bang, majuin lah. Ya lineup pertama keluar, nggak kena, bagus. Ente nge-plan di depan, lineup ke belakang gimana? Oh, tiga-tiganya udah keluar tuh lineup itu.
Okay, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if a timeout came through, right? You just got done with that eco round.
Dia nge-plannya depan ya, bukan ditempelin ke truknya, plannya agak depan, line-up-nya ke truknya nggak kena. Menyesal.
And it even helps that there was a force buy from Global Esports. So I think you really want to kind of reset and say, okay, what is it that we noted once they bought up the rifles? How are they playing? Where are we making these mistakes? And it's kind of hard to tell because a lot of the
mereka mainnya takut banget deh kalau ada sheriff gitu, gak berani di pick lebar. Kayaknya lu pick lebar pecah malah lu. Jadi mereka wallbang aja biar aman.
Get a little bit
Gak berani ngambil resiko. Kanan bang, belakang bang. Kena.
Sees the corner and then commits the showstopper, but Laz goes in for the trade. Cybercage keeps him alive for another second. He's caught in a duel against him and Benkai too. He is doing a pretty good job at keeping himself alive.
Dikerek dua sisi.
Tries to go around the trip, but shot down by Benkai in the back instead. Dev is still here though, up above by Heaven. He's got
tadi kalau dia diam di pojokan kanan bisa dapat yang di side dulu. Bunuh yang di side baru bunuh yang kiri.
But BlazKing's buying time for Russ. Russ is so low, but if he can get the double from behind, that'd be huge. The pit comes up.
There's the first Viper's pit from Euron though. I don't know how effective that's going to be given Dep's position, but Euron shows that he can hold his own. Russ at 2 HP gets swung upon by Dep and blows up as ZETA picks up the fourth.
Credit where credit is due, he still did get Dep before that rocket actually gets fired off in completion, so just a trade there. But of course the numbers
itu yang jaga side-nya kasihan banget sih dipajuin di ulti.
If he doesn't get the kill right away when he's starting to get corralled around, he says, I'm just buying time until backup arrives. Dep got that kill as they were trying to all rush into showers to take out Laz, and that keeps the numbers advantage for ZETA Division. Really good comms and awareness of what my mission is as that lurker.
Tadi orang U-Haul padahal nunggu line up-nya Kayo, pas mulai Kayonya ngebakar gitu dia muterin U-Haul, bisa nge-flank dari belakang.
Euron though is, I think, someone who's really impressing me right now. I don't know if it was the Viper's pit and then he kind of knew that it would bait the push in and he would just be in time to...
Depan banget main operator cuy.
There's a chance here. Lightning fast.
Dapat lagi.
It's always risky for that second jump peak. I mean, you almost have to take it, but Dep doesn't miss those.
Not something that Global Esports anticipated whatsoever.
Mereka call-nya kayaknya operator yang majuin barengan gitu. Iya, dimajuin barengan beneran. Ada operator majuin barengan, dimajuin barengan, mati semua.
Dep was putting up crazy numbers last year in Pacific too, right? In terms of individual stats, in terms of
operator tadi kills. Enak sih lu shower dan dapat posisi depan gitu, dapat info ini nggak ke A ini maksudnya nggak ke shower udah guys. Bisa agak agresif gitu.
It's
like a nice reunion.
Yeah, for sure for Dep. I mean, he's been waiting for this in the offseason. Didn't play in every event either. Took a bit of a break. But what I wanted to mention as we were going into this
round, live streaming kayak nggak niat. Ya coba aja Anda live streaming kayak nggak ada yang nonton.
I think they're utilizing that a bit more, pressuring ZETA in terms of comp to comp.
Langsung timeout.
Moments from Laz, these moments from Uran actually as well, and then now here with the operator.
Ketika operator sudah keluar, timeout dulu.
So I don't mind this timeout at all. I actually like it from Global Esports. If you can even make this up to like a 5-7 and things like that, I think they should look somewhat
dari Twitch nontonnya lebih bagus. Gak mau Twitch-nya yang jelek.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
Bukannya Twitch bentar lagi bangkrut tuh.
I mean, not to discredit Lightning Fast whatsoever.
Twitch tuh nggak balik ke modal guys. Kalian nge-stream di Twitch, misal kualitas full 80p 60 fps, bitrate-nya 8000 lah. Ya lah, kamera gue mati. Kamera overheat guys, kamera overheat. Woi nyala woi, udah. Kamera overheat. Nah itu di Twitch kalian nge-stream, itu tuh makan bandwidth-nya dari Amazon ya kan. Server Amazon kemakan bandwidth-nya gede. Terus misalkan kalian nggak ada subscribe ke channel kalian, nggak pasang iklan, dapat duitnya dari mana, balik modal dari mana Twitch-nya? Jadi dengan kalian nge-stream di Twitch, Amazon hilang duit gitu. Ngerental servernya.
Okay, not unless Laz comes out though. Swings, gets a double, then backs off. Lightning fast.
Mainnya diperangin di hookah ya mereka.
Push through Blaze King as well. Here comes the toxic screen, and with the positioning, Blaze King is up
Oh,
behind.
hanya dapat tapi.
I like that.
Hanya dapat Vipernya terkepung di sini.
There's a potential backup coming in from defender spawn, but it's a matter of timing. Blaze King, he's trying to pick his battles. His teammates will be planting on A. If he can just buy time and
dari
get
belakang nggak sih dia?
information of when that rotate goes over
Lihatnya
exactly.
30 FPS nih, PC-nya orangnya 30 FPS.
He's got so much util too.
Benkai already here. This is way too close for Dep to
my
suspect. He's not scoped in. Oh no! God, Dep!
Bro,
What a punish! Here comes Blaze though, takes out
nggak
Euron.
ditembak dibiarin dulu
Of course,
Viper.
with that, the Viper Spit deployed as well. Spike still taking away. Dep has a chance, but it's not gonna be easy with nothing but an op.
I mean, yeah, you have creds. Yeah, the showstopper's coming up soon, but this is just Mount Everest to
Oh my
climb here
god,
for
look at
Dep.
Lightning Fast though. Yeah, that's the thing. He's cleared out the
He
front
suspects
side.
it.
Lightning Fast has gone out behind. Dep still lands a
Dilawan
shot. This
cuy
is not
pakai
over yet.
operator
No,
cuy.
but that I think this is where he backs off because
Spike.
yeah, it's already economic damage done. Sure, they'll be able to buy back up, but you still have the lead. Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind it trying to go for at least one more kill. If it came earlier, I absolutely think Dep tries for this, which is
Jadi
insane.
miskin GE.
But I like that he
Cuma
holds up
kasihan
with
banget
the last
diantemin
Not to mention
operator
he forced
miskin
that
langsung.
Viper Spit as well.
Yes.
You know, extra investment for Global Esports just to secure the round win. Dep definitely showing us that he's picking up right where he
Nemo
left off,
bangkrut.
and even with
Ya
new
Nemo
colors as well.
beneran gak balik modal gitu. Dapat duitnya dari mana mereka? Wih, makasih Tejo udah join member. Semoga mendapat hidayah. Lihat gak ditembak dulu karena dia mau ngincer operator ya. Ternyata gak dapet.
Wait for that, and I actually think G might have been ready to eventually all push into B because they haven't been targeting that site too hard here in the first half.
Just chilling for the time being. They've sensed some.
Kedengeran tuh masang trip.
Now just trying to be careful. Thrash confirms information. Euron has held hookah before, so they're just trying to be careful. They suss out some positions as well.
This is them just trying to see if they can get one pick. If they can get confirmation that rotates coming out from A, then Benkai is on that.
Ini infonya B sih.
Okay, but oh my goodness, here comes Euron. Despite what we were talking
Main
about,
sendiri
despite
udah
the
nggak usah
numbers coming in
dibantuin
from
deh.
Global Esports, somehow with perfect timing on the utility, Euron guns them down. Now Laz takes out Benkai, and with that, you've lost all your.
Ini orang kayak gue suka lompat-lompat situ nginfo. Emang OP cuy, lompat situ dapat infonya langsung. Tahu berapa orang, bisa dipikiri, bisa pikir kanan.
A little bit too much of the pie, right? You wanted your lurk, but you still wanted the double initiator for these set plays to go in, for these distractions to set up Polvi to go in and entry and get that early frag. But that means you're sacrificing that.
Ya, mereka udah nungguin 15 detik terakhir maju. Di flash ketahuan.
For an execute is to check at some point. One of these corners has to be checked with contact, and at that point, if you're not winning every single duel, it's going to be rough.
It is.
I mean, this is free, right? Because it's just off of the refresh cooldown, so might as well use it. See if you get anything.
Nge-stream di mana yang untung? Ya di mana aja selalu ada yang nonton.
On the last second, Laz is going to start shooting.
Yang rugi itu platform yang menyediakan server buat lo streaming ya.
It is a throwable.
Wow, that opens up the door.
Oh ya, lempar steamit tadi dari B cuy. Dari B dilempar steam beacon, kebuka pintu, dihantam.
No freaking way. Oh my god, Global Esports thought, Blaze King thought he was sick.
Oh, man.
Kalau gue sih pakai shock dart ya, shock dart juga bisa juga itu. Steam beacon pinter sih, ngebukanya lebih lama itu. Karena kan steam beaconnya taruh di lantai itu pintunya tetap kebuka selama ada steam beaconnya.
Meanwhile, GE, I mean, if you watch some of their comms from Convergence, they had hype going. I mean, Blaze King was that guy. So was Russ. He was really riling up the entire team to keep the momentum up. And they've proven at Convergence that they will never let go of their focus. So it's not over yet.
That's why we're keeping the score close. However, with
yang dapat yang itu.
ZETA still continues to decimate. So Sugar Zero now picking off a frag. Polvi for the trade. But at this
Itu
point,
Gekkonya gue kalau main itu. Bro, gue lewat doang bro, gue yang mati, nggak em juga kagak orangnya.
Benkai with the neural theft now coming in, so ZETA has to take things a little bit slow.
I mean, they have to push out one way or another. Just waiting for it. They're always going to be outdueled.
You're on depth.
Hovi got the info. Menkai on the
Has
flank.
to back
Oh,
up.
dapat info tiga-tiganya situ. Iya.
Rings true, so accurate, so sharp. A tap to the
Nggak ada yang bisa bunuh operatornya ya, sumpah. Kenceng banget nih orang. Kayak pakai monitor 1000 Hz.
You look at the ideas that G's trying to execute. Obviously, this one is just kind of Laz getting the first kill and just spraying down through the cyber cage. But some of these other rounds,
Ini orang reaction time 100 milisecond deh. Bukan manusia itu.
just barely get shut down, or they can't actually finish the entire execute, right? Someone like Laz stays alive.
Lihat nggak M juga kagak itu. Ditembak doang, mati.
And it just makes you wonder, is it one of those cases where at the end of the day, you still have to get the kills? Ooh, the knights are back.
Sebenarnya dendam pribadi. Ada magnetnya di kepalanya tuh.
Growly or nice, you know?
Ada magnetnya di kepala Gecko-nya.
Yeah.
Pelurunya
He's, like,
belok
thrown up
kali.
into the next stage, right?
Whoa. All right, Dev's still here. I mean, this is what we saw from Global.
Ini res lompat
They
juga
wanted
dapat
to
kayaknya
execute
orang.
it. Yeah, you were thinking about, do they just
Nggak
get those
di-smoke.
kills? They do.
Untung
because
di-smoke.
when they peek out sometimes, it's those tiny gaps. They leave themselves a little bit open.
Ada dendam kayaknya, dia ada dendam. Mati apa operator terus dibasok ke.
But I mean, G at this point, whether the damage was done or not, they know that they're
this is
waiting
like
for a
round
retake.
one.
Yeah, they know it's coming, but it's a matter of can they get the kills? Because if they have to wait, if they even just buy time here for ZETA, the site's gonna get taken over.
At the very least, they
Lawan dua
are
orang
very
ya dong.
aware of what ZETA are trying to do.
Love the fake out. Buys him a little bit more space.
Oh, it allows
Ya.
them to see through, but not quite enough because he
Mau
was down
ngecek
too
U-Haul,
low. Russ
kirinya
makes quick
dateng.
work. Poldy picks up one.
Unlucky.
Blaze King with the third. And then with that, just A short is completely blocked off. Not unless they can shoot their way out of this one. Huron surely will try.
Oh, bisa sih itu kayaknya ditinggalin sih.
But timer is ticking. Sugar Zero tries to push forward. The fragment is out. Russ puts a
Ya.
roadblock right in front of them. And with the triple kill, Global Esports ends this first
Tadi
half
ZETA kalau misalkan orang belakangnya majunya lebih cepat, orang shield gak akan ngepick. Orang shield gak ngepick, orang heaven dapat yang di U-Haul, menang harusnya. Oh, timeout. Timeout lagi guys. Udah ada lagu gini timeout ini.
But outside of that, once they're able to kind of get into that position, the ideas they had were good, right? Once they kind of fire off that first shot, once they're able to get
Bang,
there,
The Kingdom kapan main? Nggak tahu.
it's good. It was just a matter of getting there, but they don't have to worry about that
Oh,
for now.
halftime bukan timeout, emang halftime-nya lama. Kita timeout lagi. Ada lagu gini. Biasa ada lagu itu timeout ya. Ternyata ada lagu sekarang halftime gitu. Ya, kita pasang ini lagu Stardew Valley. Copyright. Ya udah, ini lagu Stardew Valley no copyright nih. Bang, beda VCT sama kompe, nggak asal. Ya emang kan lu ada komunikasi, lu tuh dikasih mikrofon ke tim ngomong, guys kita mainnya kayak begini ya guys gitu. Lu kompe mana bisa kayak gitu, itu orangnya tuh main tuh tidak pakai headset atau emang nggak punya kuping. Gue masih 30 detik, masih lama guys. Trauma lagu, enggak trauma lagu, trauma copyright. Channel gue di copyright strike sama Riot. Nah, udah oke gas.
that too, and we know that he's capable of it. He has taken
Terima kasih Ryu Uichi kan udah join member, semoga mendapat hidayah.
Relaxed look up and you know try to go a little bit.
Oh mereka gambelan nih, yang tadi gamenya bagus smoke-nya. Bagus smoke-nya, 2 kali gagal.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, we're gonna have to wait for that one.
Slight errors, I think.
Okay, we're going
Hah?
through.
Okay.
Yeah, just a bit of a.
There we go.
Panitia yang kompeten. Panitianya kompeten. Itu dia lemparnya bener, line up-nya bener, cuma masih ada barrier yang ngebug.
Shows their game.
Tadi timernya 0 nge-freeze.
Unprepared for that hit, but yeah, I mean you saw that Dizzy come out. You saw it go.
G-nya jadi gak siap.
And that's just the combo that they wanted to go for.
I mean, GE, they are well aware that the forces could come through A short at any time. I mean, 5v3, you just have to hold your angles, go for these peaks. That's a deep jump.
Wow.
Counting his lucky stars.
Good hit from ZETA, but a little bit of damage.
Bang, classic laser to all in goes.
Now just trying to suss out their positions
Beli
again.
Minimal yang inisiator, yang controller gitu, beli ability lah. Sisanya terserah.
Yeah, and that's you just had to be ready for trades, because even if the plant did happen in some weird universe, it's not like they had all the post-plant lineups ready to go.
Kasian banget itu tadi 2 kali smoke-nya mantul barrier ngebug.
Another sky smoke had been used over by U-Haul on lamps, so I mean GE, the pistol
dapat kebe, dapat plan coy.
seemed pristine. Should be able to maybe get the plant.
Iya,
Actually,
dapat.
Russ is pretty quick on this one, especially
Yeah.
with the trap wire. Can't find it.
Found it at the end.
Yeah, I mean Cypher's no Cypher's best. Oh, he wants kills.
Wih,
Might as well, right? Take what you can get. A bit
Dikasih.
more credits, a bit more damage, or just, you know, mental fortitude. But still, it's a
dia kalau
7-6
lompatnya nempel kanan atau kiri nggak kena tripwire itu.
One thing we
Tripwire-nya
may
miring.
see come into fruition in this match, because this is one of those matches that a lot of people thought could very well go not only to 3 maps, but very close maps across the board. But at that point, then you start to look at things like
Main tuh nge-gamble ya berarti ya. Kalau defendernya antara majuin A atau B. Ntar kalau udah dapet side musuhnya, lu dari belakang langsung.
Tense situations, yeah. I mean, even Polvi, right? He's been playing in challengers out in EMEA, so.
But that's the difference. I mean, like ZETA.
Lu Vipernya tujuan nge-smoke tuh buat support si Polvi ini doang. Kalau misalkan dia gagal nggak kena tembakannya, langsung nyalain smoke gitu.
It does show that, you know, while some of the ZETA's players lack a little bit of experience, like Huron and Huron, for example, global esports have enough experience and enough coordination that they can come into this match swinging.
I don't mind this so far.
Yang bang telat nggak ya, kamu telat, jangan dibiasain gitu ya. Tidak baik kebiasaan telat itu.
They're creeping up faster than G's ready for it.
Not quite. Good timing on the
dikasih aja lawan Iko soalnya mereka. Kalau lawan Iko jangan dipick sendiri, lu cuma ngasih musuhnya senjata gitu.
Safe enough for global esports to come into this retake with the full might and force. They're swinging together. Russ with the spray down. Blaze King with a ghost kill at the end. Minimal damage sustained. Yes, Polvi died, but you know we got 4 guns alive. That's good.
And you love to see that from their interviews. I think it was in the Merge video as well, all those team intros that VCT Pacific had.
Kalau HP mending Spectre episode Bulldog Light Shield.
He's not in it for the scoreboard,
Mending beli
he's not in
seri.
it for the kill feed, but he's in it to create space, whether it's on attack or defense. He's in it to play for the team. He understands
Lu lihat dia nggak nge-pick, dia nggak mau ngasih musuh
the
senjata.
question is in certain compositions,
Tunggu
you have to be
maju
more than
barengan, jadi
entry, you have to
kalau
be an entry
satu
frag.
mati di trade
However,
langsung.
So far, I'm liking the color that I'm seeing from Polvi working alongside his teammates.
On this retake, yeah. No ego. He's like, you know, I don't care if I get kills. I create space for my team. That's all I want.
Just be that distraction. I mean, with the way that Russ is
Yang kapan lu
kind
ikut
of fragging out so
VCT?
far, leading
Kemarin.
forward as the IGL, leading by example, and then you've got, of course, other trustworthy members like Blaze King. I don't blame Polvi at all.
That's it, though. This should be a ZETA round. Polvi with the Vandal now.
Mereka ngehantam Cypher ya. Kalau ketahuan tuh Cypher B gitu.
Got all these trap wires. They're trying to just buy time on B side.
Okay, what is your game plan? Good flash in from Russ. Gets enough
Di
info.
Polvi ini depan nih main deh. Infonya dapet ya langsung.
I mean, that's enough to shove them back. It's a double member, but oh!
Just a good pickup and response from Lightning Fast. Death getting the opening pick, but then shut down.
Ada
so
kelinci
quickly.
lompat-lompat
Delays
sih.
for just a second longer. Benkai has made it in time onto site, so this could be the linchpin for global esports.
They're aware of this, though, because they never quite cleared it.
Oh, good check, but Les now getting gunned down by Benkai. With that, the spike will go down, however. Benkai tries to pick up the rifle. Takes a little bit of damage, but not too bad.
Ya ini
Still
mereka
tough, though.
nyari
Russ
exit frag
trying to
ini.
wrap back around from A short. Only has a sheriff. The
Kalah
spike is
senjata
down, and
tidak
ZETA
mungkin
is
menang.
holding fast.
Yeah,
Look
this is
at
all
how
they
20
need to take
FPS.
out a
Dari
potential
sononya
weapon.
20 FPS
That's
emang
all
PC-nya
GE
kentang
wants
nih.
from this.
Panitianya
It's
tidak
just more
kompeten.
damage done. They've already caught up with the pistol round win.
Okay. That
Oh,
fragment.
info tiga-tiganya dapat.
I think they're just going to wait for kills. The fragment saving for another round. Whoa. Oh, okay, using it to clear that out.
Tap from Russ was pretty good, but still the round win over the ZETA.
Bonus round sih tadi nggak
I
apa-apa
think
kalah juga.
honestly, GE going to be
Masih
quite happy with that one. Take away 3 of the
bisa
weapons,
beli.
right? You got the pistol, and then you went on to the anti-eco. You won that out. course, you did have the one Vandal onto Polvi this time. That will be lost, but overall, everyone carrying over those Spectres from the previous round and the Sheriff. So, all things considered, GE, not too bad. Now, the question I had
Pede loh, dia 6 peluru nggak reload sama sekali tuh.
the trap wires on B. It's not like Showers was very
6
well
peluru
defended,
tidak
so-
reload langsung hantem.
speed up from depth, but you know the whole kind of like funnel them into the other side.
Wow.
Oh, dibalas dia mencoba
Not
jadi
amazingly
Polvi.
defended. I love Lightning Fast's utility, but this look from depth, I mean, just rushing in again. I mean, it's the
Itu tuh definisi senjata makan tuan ya. Tadi GE mainnya race-nya maju-maju, fearless, sekarang dibales. Mereka nggak tahu cara counter, cara main sendiri.
Goes back in for another swing, but then shut down by Sugar Zero.
Yeah, this might have to be a save situation. I mean, I guess not.
Apa attacker atau defender? Attacker sih ini majunya gampang, rotate-nya gampang. Kalau udah dapat set, retake-nya agak susah map ini.
And the positions held by ZETA still good, still sharp. Up around Lamps, up around Cubby, and then last from Showers. They managed to take them all.
I like the early wingman.
Ya ini GE tuh dipakai strategi diri sendiri. Ketika musuhnya mainnya fearless, race-nya cepat maju, mereka nggak tahu cara counter ya. Lihat tidak siap Cypher ya, terculik.
Having a chance to turn back around.
That's like such a good point, Will, because I feel like ZETA's new system as it is.
Bangku rata-rata orang VCT 43. Kebiasaan sejak zaman CS:GO.
And if they can stay alive well enough, and they make sure that they don't expose themselves to anything, they are able to take these fights very favorably. So now they force Global onto an eco. Yes, there are some ultimates, but that's not
di
the round
absen.
they want to use them. And Yuron
Absen.
shoots them down. I mean, is this a firing range or what? 3 kills already. We saw that before. He's doing it again. And the entire side belongs
emang
to
gitu
ZETA.
sih kalau main eco kalian 3 orang barengan gitu, di pick barengan. Kalau musuhnya hoki kayak gitu udah. Menyesal.
Obviously, you know, kills like that, it was a lineup, sure, both of them kind of peeking out at the same time. He was holding the right angle. But at the end of the day, I mean, he's putting up the numbers that he needs to and more for ZETA Division.
With those numbers, picks up the Viper's Pit. You know, it's a very useful piece of utility for the next round. But apart from that, just Global Esports' game plan, I guess you can say there was a bit of lineup. They were trying to just pick up whatever gun they could. But if Yuron can actually hold
Itu mereka rencananya 3 orang berjajar depan belakang gitu. Jadi kalau dia nge-pick, paling cuma bunuh 1 paling depan, yang 2 belakang bisa trade gitu. Ternyata orangnya headshot mati.
They're able to come up to that operator. Gonna be a huge round because we know how important that is on bind.
And it's Polvi on the operator too. He peeks out, Belong doesn't see
Wih, si Tejo nge-give 5 membership. Thank you bro, semoga mendapat hidayah 5 kali. Congrats yang dapat membership guys. Dijamin kalian langsung menyesal.
Now just trying to put a little bit more pressure on towards Lamps, and it forces
Ya 5 kali lah gue.
They can't get the spike down. They have to think about the teleporter.
GG.
Yeah, but even if they do, they don't know exactly how many people rotated here, how many people are still on B.
Oh. Well, Huron just tries to press W, push forward, picks up another 2 kills.
Kayaknya nge-whiff.
And then with that tries to bait out a peek with the
Sirus Z nge-whiff cuy, tadi dia udah jongkok, udah nembak gak kena.
50 HP and he's trying to do it all.
Polvi's already here.
Paint shells.
Wallbang. Ya.
Oh, he goes for the
Main aman deh.
tube. Nades out. He knows Polvi is right around the corner. What are you going to do, Huron?
Ya, mereka tuh kasih aja plannya, kasih.
And jumps up again, trying to play with timing off of this.
They know he's
but
weak.
It's way too risky. Yep, he is weak, and it's going to be a bit of a whisper that just takes down Huron.
Main di turnamen gini mereka sama sekali nggak berani ngambil resiko ya. Maksud tinggal 1 dalau, tungguin, majuin barengan.
Just kind of keeps that raise locked up in the sky, almost stationary at a certain point as he rubber bands back.
Sini nge-whiff ya. Tuh.
Yeah, love the Cypher buffs personally.
Jongkok kena badan kanan.
Oh, look at this viewing party as well. Love to see it. I mean, great to see so many fans.
Viewing party belakangnya.
You know, apologies to all the fans as they did have to wait until.
Belakangnya ini minuman apa ya tadi? Jus apel kali.
And so far, it is delivering.
Such a close score line. I mean, both teams really neck and neck.
Timeout.
And Global, although they are catching up a little
Mereka tuh
bit,
timeout bukan ngomongin strategi, bilang, guys santai dulu guys, santai dulu. Ntar lagi menang gitu. Tuh lihat, nggak ada yang ngomong, nggak ada yang apa, bilang santai aja dulu guys.
Are performing a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to go back and look at things much more step by step.
Timeoutnya beneran bukan strategi, timeoutnya santai dulu nggak sih? Santai dulu nggak sih? Minum, oh iya makasih Nightfoot udah ngingetin. Nightfootnya baik guys. Coachnya 2 orang nggak salah.
The benefits that I saw from this roster during off-season at Convergence are still delivering. The ideas are good, the setups are good, but it's can you get up to that starting line?
Coachnya 2 orang cuy, kalau misalkan salah strategi yang berantem coachnya. Itu yang kira, oh lu yang bener.
That's when things look like they're trying to just go for one more duel to equal things out, buy a little more space, and ZETA's not backing down from those firefights.
Oh, ZETA does not. This new ZETA does not.
Full ults on the side of GE.
Yeah. That's something they could
Aduh galon ya, minum tuh biar sehat segitu guys.
One of those rounds I think you absolutely have to. You want to catch up. It's not about trading ults one way or another.
There.
And some good ults to get rid of that operator on the other side as well if they're able to just get up to it and then pit into the site, something like that for ZETA.
Ini bete dari tadi Brimstone-nya cuma kepake pas post plan doang ya. Kalau buat masuk set Brimstone-nya gak ngapa-ngapain. Ngandelin Smoke Viper kalau buat maju. Brimstone-nya buat post plan doang. Kalau nggak dapat plan udah Brimstone-nya gak guna.
The mistake here is ZETA, if anything, ZETA was actually prepared for more people to be pushing out. You saw that it wasn't just Huron waiting to check for that. It was multiple people, and there wasn't the backup from GE.
That's the protocols from
buat
ZETA
info
now.
doang.
Oh, you can't pick that back up now.
They know to watch, but Blaze King still true. Able to reposition just in time to get the shot, but then not
Tapi pinter sih tadi, ultinya buat nginfo, dapet balik aja jadi gue sambil lagi. Tapi baliknya kurang jauh. Baliknya cuma belok kiri udah hancur.
Look at Uran.
Blocks off Benkai.
On the minimap, Uran is coming all the way back around as well. I mean, ZETA just has to stay out. There is no way Benkai's ready for this.
No, sir. He's trying to find that opening. He's trying to
bisa sih lawan chatnya dulu.
It's not gonna happen. Oh my god, Zyphon from Uran. It's just depth in his movement and clean mechanics. One clean tap. And then lightning fast to spray through with the Phantom.
Kalau kalian dalam tubs itu lawan chatnya dulu lebih dalam soalnya enggak ya. Enggak kelihatan dari hookah kalian. Kecuali di wallbang kayak tadi.
The hold from Uran is great because if you think that they might have somehow regrouped in defender spawn, I don't know if they had all the right ideas that lightning fast was still over by hookah, but then you just wait for the exits, right? Because you've already spent enough time. So I like the comms, but man, that push out from Polvi, I don't mind it as an individual move, but because ZETA was ready for it, it starts to look a little sloppy just because the backup wasn't there for trade. It wasn't a hard commit.
Ya nonton 800 yang like 100. Gak apa-apa nonton gua bot kok. Zaman sekarang tuh kalau kalian nge-stream pakai bot guys. Kalau nggak pakai bot kalian persaingan kalian.
So maybe they were anticipating for ZETA to do something a little bit different and they wanted just to check, but face check is a little bit too risky.
ZETA setelah nyantai udah guys menang guys, easy.
Peeking out is always going to be risky. What I want to say is the idea is good, right? It's an off timing. You got the 0 point on hookah. You got multiple members. I don't mind it. It's just that, right? It's an operator.
Right.
It's not a jet. Sure, Raze can escape, but it takes a little bit more time.
Dia nggak cek kanan karena timingnya tahu deh. Gak mungkin orang bisa maju secepat itu nggak ada step.
But honestly, the idea you had to throw something out there to shake things up.
It is true. Meanwhile, I mean, again, ZETA, Carlisle and Junior, they're doing a lot for this team. Trying to poke and prod this time towards hookah. I mean, not hookah, towards showers, but not quite finding all too much. So
trapnya tinggi, yaitu buat race. Lompat ente kena.
I mean, either way, they know they put some pressure down.
Dia suka FPS drop, dan streamnya kenapa ya nih? Panitianya PC-nya kentang cuy, nggak pakai Nvidia.
But how ready are they going to be? Trailblazers are traded for that. Now a Dizzy and a Wingman still available. For time, Russ is arriving. No command at
Dia
the
off
ready.
angle dapat satu doang langsung mundur. Kalau udah langsung mundur.
Good shot from Blaze King. What
Pemerannya
an angle.
dua aja.
But you still have
Diantem.
Blaze looking around A short. So
TP
the
langsung.
teleporter play is available and it does go through. However, it's a bit of a gamble. If Benkai can hold his ground, this is going to be tough for Zeta. They've got 20 seconds left.
I mean, Laz didn't actually have control of the site. They have to push through and fight, and now with their smokes down, the mollies are coming out. They have no way to come out, and the dizzy as well.
Oh, 10 seconds.
Masih ada trap lagi.
Is it? Orbital strike though, still committed. They want to push through. Sugar Zero getting the frag off of it. A second one in. Hero Run sticking
Ah,
the
dapat
plant.
plan.
And with that, 2 players
Dapat
left.
plan, cuy.
He's got the showstopper though. But here come the Seekers. Blaze King, we know where you are. Polvi, we know where you are. Are you going to commit? He's got the judge.
They heard the classic too, so they know something's up.
Oh boy, here it comes. Opens up lamps and
Ah,
transfer.
malah lihat kanan dia.
What the heck is that movement? The timing on the peaks and then Sugar Zero to hold from showers. This is Zeta Division.
I almost would have
Nge-throw.
thought that the orbital strike felt
Ya,
late.
dia
at
tinggal
that
nunggu
point,
padahal
but
jangan main
wait
terlalu
for
depan,
all
cuy.
the utility to come out. And guess what? This is.
Nah,
I
di sini,
wanna
ini
put this
Cypher
round. These are the rounds that make a difference between a team
tersesat.
looking too slow
Dia
to
ngandelin
lose
one
and a
way-nya,
team
terus
just
one way-nya
looking like
hilang.
they know their
Waduh.
exact timings, right? You wait for the
Tidak ada
rotate,
cover.
and then you say that you're going to draw out all this utility, and then when it ends, you still have your ultimate, and you know that you can force it through, because that ult kind of acts like a
Cypher
wall that's
malah
going to protect you
Enggak, dia
on
masih
that
ada one
spike
way.
land.
That is true.
Timeout lagi ya?
I mean,
Ayolah.
you'll have your
Ini guys.
team looking. Guess what? This
Ya di
is,
sini
I
one
wanna
way-nya
point this
habis,
out.
dia nggak
These are
keburu
the
mundur
rounds that make a
udah.
difference between a
Itu
team
kalau
looking
mundur
too
pun
slow
kena
to
ulti
lose
Brim gitu.
and a team just looking like they know their exact timings, right? You wait for the rotate, and then you say that you're going to draw out all this utility.
Ya, unlucky
and then
sih
when
one
it
way-nya
ends, you
habis.
still have your ultimate, and you know that you can force it through because that ult kind of acts.
Kalau misalkan
Knowing exactly
one
what
way-nya
the
masih
game
ada,
was,
dia
sticking
nyantai di
to
situ
it
nggak
and making
apa-apa.
it work.
Kalau mau mundur dia
So I don't know what
ke depan gitu,
Global
ke
Esports can
truk,
pull off with this time. They
muter
need
ke
4
kanan
more
nggak ke
rounds
kiri situ.
to tie things up. And I mean, just thinking about them playing on the defense, you know, with a composition like this, double initiator, clearly retakes were meant to be strong, but it's not quite happening just yet.
Emang retake-nya susah map ini cuy. Kalau mau retake minimal ada Brimstone buat nge-smoke, ada Viper bisa, Viper nge-molin, jadi nggak ada yang nge-pick saat kalian defuse. Kalau nggak ada itu susah kalian nge-retake-nya, banyak angle-nya.
They did it in the first round. It kind of
ente.
works for the time being. Oh, but the trade's just as good from Zeta. Russ still deep in position.
Kalau Vandalnya dikasih ke si Polvi, dapat 2, yang belakang pakai Guardian dapat 1 tuh.
But it's not in time. Benkai all the way from the back of Halls. Now backside.
Tadi kalau orang depan pakai Vandal dapat 2 tadi.
So this was the entire idea, and Zeta is aware of this, right? They know they spent way too much time trapped up in a short. Oh, he gets one. Now he knows that they were potentially looking for the rotate. He just has to hold.
Oh no! He did hold,
Ya 1v1 kan.
but then got swung upon by Sugar Zero.
But look at how close Benkai is. I don't know if Sugar Hero would have hurt him.
The timings though. And he just goes so close to it. Benkai a little bit more prepared, a little bit better.
Ya
and
mainnya
sharper.
fearless.
Keeps Global Esports alive for one more round.
Nggak dikasih plan, majuin aja udah.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, Benkai just creeping up right close enough that it's so hard to tell. And that's good timings, right?
Ini
On
match
the flanks,
pertama ya.
one way or another, ping-ponging
Ini
back
last
and
round
forth.
coy.
Coming out from GE.
Nah, dia kalau pakai Vandal
This
dapat
round
2
just
itu.
came down to all these micro timings. I mean, it was an all-out brawl to start. You can feel the tension and the
Lihat orang
pressure,
frame
the
depan,
fans
no reaction
wanting
gitu.
to watch Global Esports win.
No reaction game gitu nontonnya.
And with Blaze King holding up from Market, it actually happened. Now back into the next round though, and Zeta tries to pick up the pace. A little bit more control in the showers, but congestion coming out from Global Esports as well. The teleporter play.
Wah.
Polvi with the double kill.
Spike down.
Kecuali 2 orang situ.
A great read from GE. A lot of people said they're absolutely going to have the brains for VCT Pacific. And this is one of those rounds. The mollies are going to hurt.
Iya.
It does flush Lightning out of position, but the main thing still is that the spike is down.
Oh udah mulai ngebaca nih GN nih. Oh Zeta itu mainnya mereka diam dulu bentar di shower atau nggak di shower, kita majuin aja situnya. Dapat spike udah menang gitu.
Well, now they're spotted as well.
Ooh, whoa, okay. I guess mechanics are still just as good. Orbital flush him out of the corner. Sugar Zero picks up the quad, but
Dari tadi jadi 1v1 dah
what it comes
akhirnya.
down to is Laz and Benkai 1-on-1.
And Laz wanted to find a timing. He eats his own teammate's orbital strike to try to come through.
Benkai is just playing this so safe.
Is he gonna wrap all the way around? Because that
Oh,
would be
udah
one way to play this
tadi
round.
kebaca dia terakhir kali one-one gini dia majuin. Karena dia coba yang berbeda.
Benkai.
Laz is ready for this. How is he ready for this?
Iyalah di kanannya udah nggak ada.
Whoever fires that trigger first, whoever spots each other out first, they know what each other is thinking.
He has the cam to check, but he has to stick the plan.
Pressure is on last. 10 seconds and the timer is counting
Ya dia sembunyi aja juga nggak apa-apa sih.
5, 4,
Ya udah sini dia diam dulu.
3, and here comes Benkai with the swing, a tap to the head, a swift kill, and 12-10 global esports, 2 rounds away from overtime.
The craziest part is Laz suspected it, but Benkai waits so long. He
Dia
creeps the
readnya
entire time,
itu
so Laz says, well, I have
last
to
round
plant
gue
at
nge-push
some
dia,
point.
berarti dia bakal
So
expect
Laz
gue
did
nge-push
have a
dia,
read,
jadi
but
gue main
what a
belakangnya muter
1v1.
jauh.
Benkai back in his own natural habitat.
Look at him too. Oh my god. It's nice to see Benedict back in action. Now, timeout being called
Timeout
by
lagi.
ZETA Division. How do we right the ship? How do we secure that last round?
Nah ini main game sih, kelebihan sih kalian tuh last round ngapain? Oh berarti musuh bakal ngira gue mainnya kayak gitu. Jadi kali ini gue coba yang berbeda. Diputerin jauh, waktunya habis udah nyantai aja.
Now, that may funnel them back into their old habits, because if you're spending the first 20 seconds to not take any positions, then you're going to have to start to creep up. And because Laz is a Cypher, it's not like he can really just dig all the way into a site and clear it out all on his own, especially when there's a Cypher on the other
yang
side.
badannya gede itu bodyguard atau gimana? Ente coach juga.
It's Benkai playing it as well. So, I mean, sure, they
Emang
have that
coachnya
one
dua,
rotate with
tiap
the
tim
orbital
coachnya
strike and it
dua.
worked out, but I don't remember the exact ult situation, but
Kira
orbital
ada
strike
bodyguard
was
tuh
just
sih.
used. So they're not going to have that for a last-minute execute.
Not to mention economy as well.
Wih apa itu
You're
ada
always thinking,
support
you know,
chat
you
tuh.
only have Euron to help
Timeout
you
buat pecah
initiate.
konsen
So,
strategi mantap,
with
patut
this bit
dicontoh.
of a
Nggak bisa
half
di
buy,
follow biasa, nggak ada timeout.
really just gotta scrounge up or get as much info as you can for that last
Riot
round.
nggak mau nambah fitur yang berguna gitu. Kalau misalkan kalian disconnect, ya udah nggak ada timeout, nggak ada pause apa, lanjut aja match.
Wouldn't mind if Zeta plays a little bit more
Di CS2 kalian disconnect otomatis timeout 2 menit. Ngasih waktu buat reconnect dulu. Oh, dapat info lo nggak clear. Buka semua. Ya, ente.
The retakes at this point are too slow, too late. It cannot happen on time. 5 per spin as well. Are you kidding me? Depth with the showstopper. Benkai
Ya padahal dapat infonya mereka, wih beloknya clear lewat hookah semua, bisa di funnel lewat hookah. Ternyata Rasha lompat duluan, kaget mereka.
GE just wanted to check a little too much. You had entire B main control, and you wanted to check in front of showers as well.
Well, Benkai's still gonna try though. Timer is ticking. HP is slowly draining and running away. And then just
ZETA rapi sih mainnya, mereka majunya beneran koordinasi barengan banget.
But at the end, Zeta Division still and Dep still up around and
rapi, orang Jepang rapi-rapi ya.
I mean, Dep, he's playing just as well as he always has. And some people might have forgotten. A lot of people seem to go back into their memory bank during the offseason and remember that he was fragging out
easy juga
in
sih.
2023. So it's great to see
Agak
upgrades
hard
across the
match.
board for Zeta Division.
Cuma nggak terlalu
I will
hard.
say, GE, I mean, I think they showed enough for people to at least stop doubting them. But it's also that Zeta looks just as strong, if not better, upgraded.
GG tim
and now
Wibu.
going over
Bukannya
to
tim
Zeta's pick on
Wibu itu ya
Icebox
yang
next,
namanya aneh ya.
another map
Ya
where
katanya
you're gonna have to have some good ideas on how
The
to
Firm.
utilize it, because it's very
Tim
tough to
Wibu
utilize
ya.
all parts of it, especially mid, even with the map changes. So
lagu copyright cuy.
another map where you're gonna
Lagunya copyright. Tapi last round sumpah ini unlucky banget sih, lihat. Ini awal mereka, longnya clear. Ini si Polvi padahal bisa kesini. Dia kesini cuy, maju. Tapi dia, kagak mundur lah, gue bantu side aja gitu. Andaikan Polvi lewat hookah cuy. Polvi lewat hookah, ini si Rus ngultinya harusnya sekarang aja dia mencegah Resha lompat. Ya cuma telat ngultinya. Ya dia ngultinya telat, jadi Resha keburu lompat. Unlucky. Sabar guys.
At each other with lads.
Berapa menit lagi next
For a
match?
moment.
They kept clashing. They were always playing around the same spot. We saw.
Next match berapa menit lagi guys? Kita nunggu dulu. Katanya kemarin tim Wibu mainnya cupu. Tim Wibu yang satu lagi yang the firm gitu. Tim Wibu itu. Udah ada aja nggak copyright. Copyright kemarin aja kagak ada match copyright cuy. Copyrightnya bukan dari Riot, dari pembuat musiknya. Riot tuh pakai musik. Merekanya ada lisensi. Yang Watchparty gini kagak ada, jadi kena copyright. Nggak bertanggung jawab, Riot tuh pakai musik tuh seenaknya gitu. India mainnya berantakan. Language barrier sih, language barrier. Ada orang Indo, ada orang Singapura, ada orang India ngomongnya pakai bahasa Inggris. Sementara itu tim ZETA Jepun, udah. Language barrier cuy. Kalian tuh kalau ngomong Inggris kan di otak kalian misal one mid, satu mid, oke satu mid gitu kan agak lama. Kalau orang Jepang langsung gitu satu mid, ya udah satu mid. Lebih cepat diproses di otak informasinya. BNK dari Indo, Singapura. Ada 3 IGL. Mana ada IGL 1 di mana-mana sih. BNK dari Malaysia, Singapura. Enggak ada musik. Oh iya lupa. Yang dari ini copyright ya, itu Stardew Valley lah. Nah, very good musik. Berapa menit next match? Paling jam 2. Jam 2 guys, kita tungguin lah bentar lah. Yang penting gak nunggu 7 jam ya. Turnamen delay 7 jam itu lebih parah daripada delay airport ya. Kalau di airport masih disediain tempat tidur, sediain cafe gitu, ini enggak cuy. Stadiumnya di basement parkiran, panas, suruh nunggu 7 jam, mending pulang gue. Live Palworld enggak. Gue main Palworld difficulty-nya yang hard ya. Susah bener kayak main Elden Ring gue. Mau nangkep bos gagal terus. Bosnya one hit gue lagi. Mau bos apapun yang levelnya rendah juga one hit cuy kalau difficulty-nya hard. Udah pakai armornya hancur langsung. Nggak jelas Palworld tuh. Orang lain pada main difficulty easy, normal, cupu, main tuh hard lah, susah beneran. Penantang maut. Bang, kalau Valo suka stuck pas pre-match harus upgrade RAM atau ganti SSD? Ganti SSD coba. Kayaknya hard disk lu udah terlalu tua jadi lemot. Anjay, Stardew Valley. Itu ya Stardew Valley game terbaik sepanjang masa sih. Yang bikinnya cuma satu orang lagi. Gak perlu tim developer, gak perlu ya. Satu orang aja yang coding, yang gambar, yang bikin musik, satu orang semua itu sama dia dikerjain. Bagus lagi hasilnya. Dewa sih itu skillnya. Setuju bang, kapan push rank Stardew Valley? Mana ada rank. Real full stack. Ya full stack developer lebih dari full stack developer. Ya ikut VCT, gue ikut tim lu nanti. Dari mana duitnya? Lu kira yang turnamen gini terbang ke Koreanya dibayarin? Kagak, bayar sendiri. Gue aja nggak pernah keluar negeri. Ya mulai guys, mulai. Lebar streamer magang ganti CD lemot. Nah, mulai guys, mulai. Alah lagu copyright. Nggak jadi lagu copyright. Karang Taruna join VCT, enggak itu tim RT doang. Mainnya cuma se-RT. Tunggu masih lagu copyright guys. Transisinya kece, yoi lah. Streamer magang profesional deh. Mana nggak ada agen pick berarti masih lama ya nih. Apa sih tadi? Kan apa Lotus ya? G bisa menang nggak? Bisa, map ini kayaknya bisa. Map tadi dekat sih 13-10. Masih nggak terlalu jauh skornya, berarti masih ada kesempatan. Nah, kagak mulai-mulai udah agen pick tadi di layar satu orang pemainnya udah agen pick. Berisnya udah di banned ya, nggak mungkin main berisnya di veto. Mana ini? Tidak ada agen pick, tidak ada apa, malah muter lagu copyright. Iya. Teteh Korea cakep. Enggak. Orang Korea tuh tidak ada genetik yang menyebabkan dia jadi ada bulu ketek atau bau ketek. Jadi kan di sono deodoran nggak laku, terus alat cukur bulu ketek nggak laku. Mapnya apa? Nggak tahu, gue juga lupa tadi mapnya apa sih. Biar kita recap. Oh ini apa? Oh icebox cuy. Yang di band tadi apa aja sih? Lihat map pick mana sih? Nah ini Icebox, terus terakhir tuh, oh terakhir Sunset deh. Iya. Kalau GE kalah sudah mereka main Sunset. Enggak, kalau GE menang mereka main Sunset. Kalau GE kalah sudah pulang langsung. Bulu ketek lu dipotong, nggak kuat itu, cukurannya langsung tumpul. Gue pernah nyoba. Masih muter lagu ini copyright cuy. Ya mulai.
Thank you very much.
Lagunya stop please, lagunya stop.
I have no idea what it's gonna be. It does feel a little bit chilly though because ZETA is looking cold today. But yeah, I am wondering about that KO.
Nah ini ZETA suka mainnya double controller ya. Viper Harbor. Di map apapun kayaknya mereka gitu mainnya. Viper terus satu lagi antara Brim, Harbor gitu.
That's a nice idea, but if everyone else is still going for double controllers on some of these maps, and especially a map like Icebox, curious how this attack's gonna be. Because at the end of the
Tapi nggak ada Gecko mereka. Buat apa main Harbor? Harbor tuh kalau Gecko nge-plan jadi bisa di cover.
So going in on the defense now. Already.
Tapi nggak ada Gecko mereka, gimana ini? Nggak ada yang main Gecko ya dulu. Nggak ada Gecko sama sekali.
Is kind of hiding and waiting. The turret is up and ready. Russ is kind of tagged up by the decay of the toxic screen.
Ya A-nya jaganya susah sih, mending dikasih aja. Retake A lebih gampang daripada jagain A.
Okay, Povey's always good for some shots. Gets the first one, now wraps back around screens. He wants to hold this position.
Entah dari mana bisa dapat terus si Polvi nih.
Then it holds ZETA off for just another second. Laz though up around the Raptors side. He goes back down and picks off Russ.
Oh, what?
Fearless player cuy, 2 orang dilompatin. Di kirinya ada 2 orang dilompatin.
Blaze King able to get one, but not for long until Laz takes him out.
Nah itu kan retake-nya lebih gampang daripada jagain A, pinter ini ZETA nih. Kasih aja udah kita retake gampang.
Obviously, the back out of A side. Once the flank is up, then Laz suddenly says, "You know what? We don't want to push in from Rasters."
Itu IM-nya kaset itu, kabel kaset.
Especially once Povey gets the first kill, so he just wants to stay alive.
Itu 2 orang kiri itu jadi fokus atas ya. 2 orang di kiri lagi liatin atas, udah tupai lompat ya, datang itu depan mati aja mereka.
Very
outlaw.
nice and tempered kind of aggression. But Polvi with the
Oh, outlaw bagusnya cuma di icebox doang ya, soalnya jauh-jauh ya.
let's see what
Paling
he
kalau
can
mau main
do.
outlaw, icebox,
I
breeze
don't
gitu.
mind a force if it works,
Yang pakai
right?
sniper enak. Kalau main
Got the plant.
bind gitu pakai outlaw agak susah, banyak cover
That's another
soalnya.
weapon you have to consider for force buys now. Doesn't want to show that he has it. And
Well, a bit of noise
Wait,
just makes
pecah
Laz
kepalanya,
think for a
bro.
second. Did they go under the two? But well, guess not. It's gonna be Polvi with a shot into Laz instead. Clean head tap, and that weakens mid. With that now, a rotation pulled over from Hiroran, and it's going to be global.
Ini si Dep ini berat sih bebannya, dia jaga A
yeah, the
sendiri
thing
nih.
is now you don't have the killjoy
Dia
either,
langsung
so
mundur
a
deh.
lot of that retake
Kayak udah retake lagi udah.
borders with something like a
Mending
nanosword
retake
for
kata dia.
longer. An availability.
Oh tadi yang ngambil senjata dulu, dia ngambil senjata yang di mid tadi.
Trying to spray, but still spike plant goes down.
Nah tuh retake kan pada mundur semua, mereka
It's a force
tahu
buy
tuh, jadi
Zeta
ntar
knows that, so the weaponry
majunya
not
gampang nih langsung ke
necessarily in
side.
their favor.
Although Polvi is still favoring this outlaw.
Wih.
Third shot forward.
Dapet
Goes in
4
for the
coy.
reload. A blinded Dep tries to hop over to stay alive, but then
Enak
Russ
banget main
just
outlaw ya,
guns
berarti
it down
udah
with
lah.
the stinger.
Gue main icebox ntar gue beli
4
outlaw,
kills.
sumpah enak banget itu.
Foley with the new weapon, the outlaw doesn't need to fire twice to get a shot if it's always a headshot. Great showing from the duelist pickup for Global Esports.
Dude, that's crazy. Oh my god.
Enak cuy mainnya cuy,
Has
jedor
the
pala
echo from the
pecah.
window.
Oh, that was okay. He was already damaged
Sure.
up. And that's, again, one of the strengths of the Outlaw as well. Good pot flash from Russ, too.
Can re-peek just as quick.
Kayak operator cuma
That
nembaknya
is
cepet gitu.
Lovely.
Kayak Marcel cuma nembaknya bisa cepet, tapi pelurunya cuma 2.
Forward into the next round now. Of course, economy for Zeta not going to look too great. Polvi just looking to sound off even more shots. A bit of information being retrieved.
Nah dia berani nge-pick soalnya tahu musuh nggak ada armor, one hit.
Zeta back.
Jadi anggap ini Marcel
This
gitu.
is the best gun to give off warning shots in
Tries to throw
Valorant.
traps.
It's very loud. The base is very deep.
And it just instills fear. I
Yeah.
mean, look at how much space they got off of that warning shot.
It's almost scarier than an
Udah
operator when
ngeplan
you just
mereka.
listen to it.
Welcome to the Wild West, buddy. Anyong Haseo. Astra is going to appreciate that one. Anyway, toxic screen
Enggak.
down, and
Takut.
it's going to be Global Esports.
Nggak
trying to
ada
play safe because
Gecko
they
sih,
know
mereka
that
kalau
any of
pakai
these
Gecko enak,
pistols
keplannya
could be
gampang.
lurking right around the corner. Benkai getting caught out by Dep. Not what you want to have happen as Dep picks up that Spectre.
Yeah, with that snake bite down, they know that Russ not
Ya mau nggak mau maju sih mereka udah
position.
dikepung.
Laz a great shot, and so is Uran. I
Yeah.
mean, they're all peeking out at the same time. One shot,
Karena
one
tidak ada
kill.
Gecko ini guys. Kalau mereka pakai Gecko udah ngeplan dari tadi.
POV on that one. Now it's going to be lightning fast.
Gecko
with
Harbor.
nothing But a stinger, 4 barrels staring down right at him.
30 seconds left.
Goes in for a big of a quick peek, takes down the first player.
Ngapain dia?
Tucks back
Dia
around 20
mau
seconds
nge-flank
remaining,
ceritanya.
and has to kind of either go in for, well, at this point you just kind of got going for all the kills.
And this is one of those situations where, I mean, sure, you had one outlaw, but you've got these stingers in hand. And when it comes to the
Mati
B
aja
site,
bang, dapat duit bang.
I mean, you're not the one with the armor.
Yeah.
Those sheriffs are going to be just as strong, if not stronger. The problem being, Benkai, I believe, was also picked off in the middle
Echo
of the
Gaming.
round, so not much of a chance
Echo
to rotate
Cobra
to
aja.
A. And things fall
Echo
apart. They already have to
Cobra.
commit to the plant. They fake it off the snake bite, try to draw them out into close
Dan dia
range.
matanya gimana? Oh ini.
And they're just prepared. Wow.
Oh dia lompat-lompat situ bikin suara. Jadi dia bingung, oh dikira di atas gitu, atas kiri.
The peaks
Itu udah
right
di
as the
bawah.
screens go down. Very well done from Zeta Division.
Does give you an idea of what both teams are capable of.
Gaya
Benkai sometimes
cupu.
looking for these
Baru
lurks, but
3
at the same
round.
time, my goodness, those peaks from Zeta
Ronde
Division.
4 ini bro.
So Eco
Langsung
off of
bilang
Eco,
cupu.
we got the thrifty win right
Bagaimana
back
ya?
in. And now
Mental
Zeta's got
tempe. Anda kalau main biasanya di kompe kalah 2 round surrender.
A full buy from Global Esports though, but some have armor.
Yeah, so Zeta's trying to make this back into their bonus, right? Picking up the weapons that their opponents dropped in that last round. We'll see.
Wih dapat timing. Ya ada alarm bot.
Abilities. Oh,
Masih dapat lagi.
Just a bit of a swing though.
tagged up.
Even
Whoosh.
more tags, and now lightning fast, proving that he is that dreamer from
Enak tuh
South
dapat
Asia.
timing drone maju. Oh lah alarm
Picks
bot
up the
bodo
triple,
amat
and
tuh.
all of a sudden Zeta Division are left wanting more.
And this type of turning up the tempo.
Intinya
this is
adalah
going to
pede
benefit
aja
the
gitu.
team
Ada
a
alarm
lot,
bot,
right?
hantem
Because
aja
given
nggak
their
apa-apa.
compositions, given their tendencies, a lot of people are going to start to assume, okay, you're going to wait to creep up, go for a set play. It's things like these deep lurks, and these other ideas, the different tempos that really start to play a macro game of Valorant against your opponents.
Yeah, because it's just like you had a bit of pressure towards B from earlier on, and then you also always thinking Benkai might lurk around corners sometimes, and we can't just always leave.
Ngebait doang biar siapa tahu dia mati sama Spike
off
gitu.
of the next round, Global Esports just goes in for that mid play, and that's something that ZETA, hasn't really defended all too well. Remember the previous round where Polvi picked up that quad
Langsung
kill.
dikasih unjuk.
So,
Ya midnya enak sih, dia nyelinap situ gak ada yang tahu, drone-nya lewat, hantam langsung.
Towards screens as well, right? Because you can't really lurk as
Kena alarm bot dikit gak ngaruh, gak ada yang nembakin dia.
His team already creeping up into the site. They make the call, of course, as they're jumping in with the drone that okay, site is empty. So Lightning Fast knows
that was
that
John
means
Big behavior, okay? That was John Big behavior.
John Wick. Oh right.
Yeah,
I mean, it
very
wasn't Vandal, it wasn't quite
perindapan
a
action.
pistol that we're looking at, but it was a great lurk there. Gets the 444 himself.
very nicely done. Now we've got Polvi on the Blade Storm. And they're looking to open things up towards A. ZETA definitely wants to
Dapat tuh sih flank dapat 2 dia. 1, 2 kanan.
Is Lightning Fast with this lurk up around Hut.
Oke, nggak peduli udah tinggalin aja itu.
Benkai with the backup comes out from the other side of the map.
Things just start to fall apart for ZETA Division. Not getting the right reads, peeking into
Ente.
lurks. And at the same time, not quite able to make this retake happen just yet. I think they're opting for that save.
Paripurna.
Lightning Fast is trying to hunt you down. Wow, okay, that's John Wick behavior.
I mean, he's
Cepet
going
banget Viper.
He's going on a solo mission.
Kan dia emang awal ronde di situ.
Frags. He needs 2 more. If he gets 1 and dies, he still gets a Viper's Pit as well. It's not a bad
It's
shout.
a good pick.
It's 1. I mean,
Now-
eco damage already done.
Just falls back.
Yeah.
Allows for Polvi, who is on the Blade Storm, to go for a little bit more. Just now playing off of the teammate to check. They want to take those guns
Bro,
away.
miskin jadinya, bro.
We've lost a plot. It's time to save.
Yeah, we got
Ya,
Mike
guys, miskin si Polvi
to
doang.
that lockdown here from Laz as well. But hey, damage done to the economy a little bit.
Mereka
Viper's
tujuan
Pit
pengen
also
memiskinkan
picked up
musuh,
by
tapi malah
Lightning
mereka
Fast.
yang jadi
And you
miskin.
can see it on his face like, okay, maybe that was a little bit too much, right? Once we didn't get the counter peak, but you know,
Jadi
the
dia
teammates are
satu
there as
ada
well,
jet
and
situ
that's
udah
something
tinggalin
we
aja.
noticed with Global
Terus si
Esports.
Benkai
Is that
datang, weh
obviously
bantuin
the
belakang
team
weh,
with
dia
bombs
mah.
are good.
Mati aja tuh
They're all
langsung.
players who are used to calling and sharing ideas, leading the team in one way or another. Lighting Fast, enjoying the time on the stage. He talked
Timeout.
about how he wanted to be part of the main roster. He wanted his chance on the stage
Disiplin
consistently. The
dapan.
team has now put the trust in him to be that representative here for Global Esports, for South Asia. You're going to be part of the main roster. You're on stage every single
Sepertinya
time.
Sunset main.
How long can you
Baru
step
5
into
round.
life in a setting like kickoff?
I think he's gonna
Baru
extend it
pistol,
pretty
baru
well.
Byron 3 kali,
Off of
udah
this
santai
map, off that
dulu.
performance from round 2 and so on and so forth, he is definitely
Risking boom,
showing
ya.
us that
Ya
he
enggak
is
udah global
back.
e-sport sekarang.
Well, at the same time, though, for ZETA, I mean, this was their map pick. The start is not great.
Kita tiap kalah kayak
It just feels
timeout.
as though, although
Ya
this is a
dikasih
different map,
kesempatan timeout ya lu
ideas
pakai
from
lah.
the previous one definitely stay intact.
Panitia
And
tuh
Global
menyediakan
Esports are
timeout, ya lu
really
pakai.
trying to figure out how to play off of that.
Kayak di mobil lu ada klaksonnya, ya lu
Global
pakai
Esports just getting a
klaksonnya.
good read on the first couple rounds and Zeta's tendencies, right? They leave A side open, then they go for the retake. It's a pretty heavy flank coming out from B side. GE
Timeout kebelet berak bisa. Enggak.
Kind of even out the rounds early on as well.
Pipis
So,
boleh,
I
dan
like
setahu
this
gue pipis
timeout,
boleh.
'cause now
Tapi
Zeta
kebanyakan
should
orang
have
ini
some
saking
other
keringetan
ideas
jadi nggak
for it. It's
pipis.
going to be a push out down 2.
Wow. Okay. That's something different. Bit of that Vandal play, but they gotta stay hidden well enough to make it
Kalau
happen.
pipis
Global
dihitungnya
Esports
tactical timeout kalau nggak
such a
salah.
push as well, so just creeping up onto A site.
Nah, udah ZETA kayak pistol rendahannya kasih deh.
Nobody's here. We get a free plant.
Yeah, now you know. Okay.
Hanya
sights
kasih
empty
terus
again. Surely
ngandelin
another
flank mereka.
retake coming
Dia
in from
nge-flank
both
dapet,
sides of the site.
yang
Only
orang
the
belakang nggak bisa
Zeta
line
get
up.
more than you wanted.
Still good for the time being. He manages to hold his position and crucially this angle on towards rafters because that's where last.
Monitor si Lobot sampai mukanya hijau gitu lihat. Mukanya hijau cuy. Mukanya hijau.
Oh, trying to switch things around, but
Udah
still
dapat dua.
Polvi holds his ground. Manages to gun down 2. A bit of a flank coming through, but not quite for long. Lightning Fast trades out depth. And then comes Europe from the front. Null Command sussed out
ZETA bisa
position.
menang nih, awas sih.
But then you still gotta deal with Benkai and Lightning
Oh, udah nggak ada
Fast.
waktu ding.
I don't know how how much the Cove can do because they haven't quite tapped the spike yet. Those lineups, they are making it work. Yuran able to pick up one more, but then that's
Line-up-nya datangnya tepat
Sugar
waktu.
running away, holding onto the rifle. It's Global Esports 4-2.
Yeah, and the KO utility coming in handy as
Prestasinya
well.
100
Obviously,
sih.
Zeta Division not able to activate their abilities for a long
Abis
time.
main match ini mata dia jadi hijau sih. Semuanya dia lihat apapun jadi ada agak hijau-hijau warnanya.
A little bit further against the attacking team. I mean, Polvi getting those first 2 kills as well. You love the energy from this team. I mean, surely they will continue to release some comms throughout the year, and it is great to listen. They've got such good energy across the
Ikut
board.
internasional turnamen bisa.
Really stand out right now.
Depan.
Lightning Fast and Polvi. The snake bite, the opening frags. What more could you want?
Wih,
Zeta
daun nggak
is the one
ketahuan.
that has to catch up to it, and right now they're trying to pull out
Wih,
the
langsung
roadblock up
dikepung.
around pipes. Laz able to get the first one, but not for long until Hiroron arrives. Guns down with a bit of a lineup on towards Russ, and then picks up the third onto Lightning Fast.
Di absen cuy dari tadi cuy.
Not do all too much now as he's up on top of Nest.
I mean, this crazy aggression from Zeta. Laz pushing out all the way up front, and then Deb just trying to bounce around and draw all eyes on him. He dashes out, and they just do not suspect yet another member like Huron hiding right around the corner. Able to hold his aim for a triple.
Dapat 1 aja dia ya.
Should stabilize things. That's a 4th kill as well for Huron.
Musuhnya udah miskin soalnya dia dapat 1 dan next round musuhnya force buy.
To counter out and
Tapi
maybe
tidak
push them
dapat.
back out in the next round too.
Now we can play retake. Still though.
Udah malas main retake. Enggak, mereka ketahuan tadi kan 3 ronde sebelumnya mah. Mereka ke A, ditinggalin aja. Jadi tahu A-nya agak cepet aja bisa nih. Ternyata ronde ini mereka kagetin, main agak depan gitu. Jadi nggak siap.
That's what we need to see from Zeta as well. I mean, you gotta fight fire with fire sometimes, and maybe the answer was just to really get a good read for where Global would push out, and then to peek off against that. But here it comes now, off of those wins from before, Global picks up the operator, Polvi's in a
tahu
damn
pada
good
rotate tuh.
position. Here's the Aldrin, wants to shoot it down, but nothing doing for the time being.
Yeah, Zeta heard the op too though, right? That's why they're not giving him the time of day. They just say, keep him trapped in mid. A, we've still got utility from Killjoy to get information to hold a little bit of time. B, you still got the double controllers.
Gacor pemain baru.
Coming in
Nggak
handy.
tahu sih pemain baru yang mana guys, gue nggak ngikutin e-sport tuh.
Retaken under tube or into tube. So this is something that Zeta will have to keep in mind of the entire time.
Just trying to stay hidden.
Yo, turret.
They don't want to give
Itu
out
buat
too
info,
much.
siapa tau ada yang naik, bener ada yang naik.
Global Esports. They've managed to get openings before because they always put a bit of pressure, and with mental conditioning, they pull some of these defenses away. But this time, without the opening,
Nah ini Dep solo hold. Kalau nggak ada Killjoy-nya sih. Killjoy-nya paling mundur terus.
They're gonna take a little bit of time. It's 30 seconds.
Retake lagi mereka.
Yeah, they have to go in. There's the alarm bot. Now you know it's coming through. The Nana Swarm does enough damage.
And a snake fire.
Back clear.
They have enough time to rotate if you go now, but they're not going to.
Gotta commit. And it is time, but Les just stops you in the nick of time as well.
Yeah.
Here comes Dep with an operator of his own. And guess what? The Reckoning committed.
Tidak jadi, mereka B-nya dapat padahal. Unlucky coordination men. Mereka pengennya B-nya bikin suara, terusnya rotate ke B. Orang A-nya diam di A. Kalah jadi. Sabar banget itu orang A itu.
This really comes down, I think, to Zeta also just saying, okay, we have no information, so instead of trying to creep back out, we have all these ultimates for the retake, right? You have the Reckoning, you have the Underfury. Let's actually group up and make sure we're not getting flanked.
Turnamen dari replay system. Itu replay system pakai aplikasi ketiga ya. Mereka pakai OBS di tiap PC-nya direkam. Jadi sambil main sambil direkam. Pas ada replay mereka ngambil dari rekaman itu. Nggak ada dari in-game langsung, kagak ada. Harus pakai aplikasi ketiga tetap.
Pressure, unless we get the first pick, it's not working. How else do we adapt from that?
Nggak ada auto-rotate. Ada tadi masih 30 detik kan.
For Coach Spin and Big Time. But apart from that, at the same, it's also Zeta Division. I mean, it's just, I like their composition.
Mereka pengennya sih bikin bingung sih tadi. Kan B-nya ada suara, A-nya ada suara. Maksudnya kan jadi nggak tahu ini ke B ke A. Cuma orang A-nya sabar banget, diem aja terus di A.
It might be Zeta coming on the up and up.
Yeah, there's a reason this was the comp that started to really rise up once a couple of teams showed it off, you know, like the DRX. because it's basically the harbor for the stage, right? But now you
Kalah
have a little bit
jumlah
more
coach kali ya.
flexibility.
Kalau
It's not
coachnya 2
just
menang itu
force
kayak
the
itu.
plant, then hold for post-plant lineups. You've got a little
Kalah
more
jumlah
of a
coach
different
itu.
way to inch forward, take the map over piece by piece.
Hanya
And
perlu
GE,
rubah
they're the ones who
rencana.
are experimenting
Ya
today.
mereka ke A bisa sih.
See if they have finally figured out
Ke asalkan dapat kill gitu waktu entry-nya dapat kill, mereka nggak bisa langsung retake kan. Udah aman main aja.
Maybe some of these initiators can open things up for Polvi because we are looking for
Lalu
Polvi.
nyoba B nih ada operator
Still
ya.
has the operator and now rears his sights towards B. Okay.
Operator dapat 1 aja menang.
Does bait out a bit of a cascade.
good cascade actually. Very hard to clear around that.
Don't want to push past it, so that's why they're holding so far back. And in the meantime, ZETA pushes out mid on their own. Doesn't find much though, but it is a good angle for Dep.
Yeah, I mean Dep could stay, or they could
Kalau
back
midnya
out.
push dapat info A-nya
If they
ada.
want any variation, they're gonna have to take time to take over.
Sekarang orang B-nya sabar banget. Mereka udah info lah itu. A-nya ada weh. Orang B-nya masih diam di B.
Surely this gives a call. And Benkai as well. Surely.
A-nya
this gives a
kecuali
call over
udah
to
nggak ada
focus
lagi
on
A-nya.
yellow.
Oke B berarti.
That's the lurker. We can rotate now.
Pinter ZETA mainnya sabar nih.
What they're doing, snake bites out from Euron. A bit of a
Selama lu nggak lihat musuh diam aja dulu.
Polvi's position, they know exactly what's about to happen. The Cove trying to play off it, the shorty with the swing, but not quite the shots to make it
Miss
work.
Dep.
Blaze King,
Sudah capek.
Polvi, they are gunning down ZETA. Laz, however,
Sudah capek
managed to pick up one
Dep.
from mid. But that's all he can really do. The angle being held now by Polvi. Hunter's Fury being committed, but ooh, the ultimates not really well timed.
Coach G harus malding. Dia harus abisin dulu rambut tengahnya, botakin aja. Rambut tuh nanggung banget, rambut cuma segini, botakin aja sekalian.
I mean, a great round coming out from GE.
Posisi mati gagal menyerang. Oh, kena tadi tuh si Dep, operatornya kena, saya dapat 2 lagi deh. Gue tadi miss sudah pasrah.
There's no further push, so you have to presume, of course, and then you hear the upshot as well that it's going to be the operator coming through. Still on the lurk on A. You're making sure that ZETA gets split up. It's a good read. Try to
default
readjust
lagi.
to what ZETA's doing. So now
Oh, ZETA gamble aja 4 orang A deh.
Stack onto A.
Yeah, the split is good. I also do feel like it's a little bit of like Euron and Hero.
Ya dapat info ya. Oke, mereka main belakang dulu, guys. Aduh.
And now Polvi feeling that much more confident. Dep
Di
trying
hold off
to,
angle.
cause a bit of mayhem, but it's not quite going to happen.
I don't know if they can suspect Benkai here. They have some inkling. They heard Polvi drop, but that's why they're a little scared because surely... Okay!
Di trade.
Nice peek around out of the nest.
Very quick, but now has to back up. Meanwhile,
Oh,
the
dia
rest
pikir
of the
dari
local
atas, cuy.
forces are actually
Coba,
trying to
coba.
suss out
Replay,
the
replay.
position towards B. Toxic screen gives them that
Coba,
much
replay
more
system,
much more
guys.
space to work.
Okay! They have some inkling. They heard Polvi drop, but that's
Oh,
why
itu
they're a
orang
little
Nes
scared 'cause
dari kiri,
okay.
dari
Nice
atas.
peek around.
Huron and the angle
Bisa gitu
around
nge-pick-nya?
mid too, so
Gue kira langsung
does
jatuh.
give them a little bit more room to push up and kind of position themselves around the side.
Replay
Now that
system,
it's
guys,
surrounded,
replay system.
Now that it's a little bit more clear, Euron goes in for the quick peek, takes down Lightning fast.
And they're still aware of Benkai as well. They haven't spotted this Killjoy.
Oh, Laz is watching too.
Yeah, they're waiting for it, but now they know they have the numbers advantage, trying to force
Iya,
an
kena
EDM.
vulnerable. Masih dapat
Here
1.
goes Ben. Oh no. And Laz just turns around at the right time. Defuse comes in. Let's get it over to Hiroron. We've got a 5-5.
Bisa pick di atas sih, bisa pick di atasnya cepet
On a
banget cuy.
tightrope, both these teams
Gak nyampe
bouncing back
sedetik
and
langsung
forth
pecah
across the
palanya.
two maps. And quite frankly, neither of them looking dominant on their own map pick either. Of course, GE lost their pick of Bind. You know, had another double initiator
Ah, itu.
on that
Itu
first
dia
one. They
picknya,
brought out
guys.
Hero as
Tipis
well,
banget
just
padahal itu.
trying to change things up, but I mean, are you cooking or are you just dawdling around in the kitchen? Because so far we're not finding the answer.
Polvi aja yang bagus di GE.
Shift metas, and a lot of
Iya,
times the
dia
frags have to follow up.
solo
Yeah, this
duelis.
time, I would say they're starting to fire up Polvi.
Tapi emang metanya sekarang solo duelis sih. Sisanya paling kurang harbor ini tim ya.
Always that
Kalau di
challenge
GE
of
ada pemain harbor, pemain Gecko kayaknya sabi sih. Polvi bukain space, Gecko ngeplan udah menang.
Will is absolutely right. Polvi has been showing up, but we still need more to see that dominant lead. because it isn't that dominant lead, both
Udah
teams are
dapat
actually
space lagi
adjusting
nih si
each other
Polvi nih.
really well, and we're seeing how they
Tuh andai
play
kan ada
back
Gecko, udah nge-plan
series.
sekarang.
We still have Euron as well as Sugar Zero defending that B site. These walls are doing so much.
Dapat space depan banget
You
deh.
have so much time right now. You still know that no one's pushed out from mid or A, not too
Oh,
far
no.
at the very least.
Dapat ini menang. Udah menang Ge. Ya jangan nge-pick lagi bro.
Control Snowman though. If they held control of Snowman, either you plant the lurk there or you try to
Nggak
force your way all
dibantuin
the way
tim
around
di
the pit.
belakang.
But now,
Oh,
Depp
yeah.
very well focused.
Yeah, Depp always holding his
Si
own.
Polvi lah udah susah-susah aku dapat timing. Timku masih nyantai di
Covers up
bimbing.
just enough that he can actually peek out and take down whoever peeked out Snowman.
Padahal masih di ulti Viper loh. Viper masih main dalam ultinya bisa agak majuin aja. Kepom si Viper deh.
Tries to land the shot, not quite connecting though. This might allow for Global Esports to get that spike down.
Both teams are so aware of the potential lurks as well. I mean, they've
Banyak kalah post plan. Ya kan ngandelin post plan lineup sih, lineup Viper, lineup Kayo, Sova bisa shock dart.
You get a little bit paranoid, but now all you got to do is watch the front.
Kalau misalkan nggak dapat plan, percuma sih itu lineup
Jitter
lineup kan.
peek, but it doesn't quite work out. Last that much more decisive, just goes in for the shot. Now they're aware that Blaze King is up on top of Belt. Good peek though, but not quite enough to gun down the second target. So ZETA goes.
Ya ngarep lineup post plan mereka sama kayak main tadi.
From the box as well. So Blaze King just trying to think that it's through the screen. He can't see them already posted up into the top of the site. But unfortunately, it's just the beanie from Killjoy showing up.
Just the beanie.
You gotta watch out for that beanie. You gotta make sure it's pressed all the way.
Kurang
down like
cepat
that.
itu Flying Fox.
Flushed all the way.
Yeah, you don't get fashion points in Valorant.
It's not just fashion. It peeks out over
Miss
the top
mulu.
of some obstacles.
Capek itu si Dev capek match tadi.
Nah, not really.
Operatornya sangar kadang
6-5,
capek.
That's the main thing.
Oh
And
last
again, it's
last
just
try
how
nih
they
lihat
play
apakah bisa
back and
dapat
forth
deh.
in terms of space. Global tries to pull some of the
Oke,
advantage
kesempatan
away
belak
from the
bawah
other
lu.
map, trying to divide ZETA.
Iya.
But ZETA stays united.
Go scope.
Back into the
Ah.
A site. A sudden change in pace, a quick execute.
Udah
off
capek,
the
DP udah
Rush
capek.
Picks up his value. Polvi now with that space goes in and finds another frag. This is Polvi not just creating space, he is actually fragging out. Oh no, but lined up.
Di
They hesitated for 1 second.
absen.
The comms just break down. The cloudburst comes out, but now of course you get the detain.
Okay, it allows for Bankai.
Dapat dua. Oh enggak. Gitu amat timingnya.
To pull back. Spike planted. How do you retake, ZETA?
Cove and double cascade.
Harbornya bisa gitu loh, jalan pelan-pelan belakang tembok kena timing.
But GE not backing out.
Oh, they're not using util. Setting up a bit of a crossfire between 410 and the boxes.
Bisa di wallbang nih.
They know where Laz is. Here comes that
Love it for
Cove.
Blaze King.
And he's so
Ah,
good on
ente.
these timed peaks. Benkai off of it as well, just to watch his friends back. We tie things
Be,
up 6-6 at
6-6 cuy.
the end of the half.
Yeah, the nanoswarm
Seimbang.
there, a nice piece of
Eh,
utility
lagu
that gets them.
lagu. Seimbang cuy. Ya tadi gara-gara Harbor ini, why you smoke here man? Iya ngerti sih buat nge-cover defuse tapi jadi musuhnya yang masukin. Terus saya masukin dia nggak bisa lihat. Kalau misalkan dia nggak nge-smoke biarin aja dapat satu baru dia nge-smoke aman terus. Gak ketahuan playnya. Ya iyalah lu lihat ini musuh yang punya molly berapa orang. Oh main line up mereka udah nyantai aja gitu. Coba flank gitu. Kaget KJ-nya itu padahal dia nungguin buat dapat satu itu cuma di smoke udah gue defuse ya malah keculik. Gue guys masih lagu copyright guys, kita start kembali lagi. Defense-nya kayaknya defense-nya agak susah nih sekarang nih. Mereka nggak ada yang buat halang-halang musuh. Cuma punya shock dart, paling Viper. Habis itu udah. Retake-nya susah nih GE nih, bukan buat retake ini setupnya. Udah mulai belum? Oh, udah lagunya udah stop. Susah cuy retake-nya mereka cuy, kasihan banget.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious what they're gonna do. Obviously, in the pistol, it's gonna be a stack.
Kalau misalkan ZETA masih ada Harbor, masih ada Viper, retake-nya gampang tinggal di smoke, di tembok.
Gather a bit more information from him and then try to, make guesses off of that. Obviously, not the safest.
Main agresif begini. Mereka tahu mereka retake susah, jadi main agak agresif. Setidaknya dapat flank. Ya, tetangga naik Harley. Sudah aku bilang tetangga tiap hari naik Harley muter-muter. Ya. Habis pemain GE. Gue baru bilang tetangga naik Harley, GE habis pemainnya. Udah game-nya gedein lagi. Ini hampir mentok ya, sedikit lagi. Pakai second buy. Iya lah, skornya masih dekat, mereka masih berani buat beli ini.
Makes it a little harder to dig deep on the attacker side, but then you can still hold from under the window on different angles.
Atau, mereka ngarep operator kayaknya. Ya si Polvi nggak beli apa-apa, ngarep operator.
Especially for attacking teams too, I think.
Next round operator deh. Kalau dapat kill bisa langsung operator armor ability.
Invest a player to watch that spot. On the other hand though, right now with the buys,
Harley lu mana? Nggak ada. Supra X lah. Nah ini main kompatan berjajar ya dapat. Yang penting dapat satu. Yang penting dapat satu udah. Good eco, good eco.
Maybe you just don't peek or hide or...
Well, you have to go for a timing, right? Because I think if you're waiting, unless you have all Buckies and such, they're gonna check. There's no way, right? And,
emang kalau main eco gitu guys, kalian berjajar 4 orang gitu. Ini orang paling cuma bisa bunuh paling depan doang, orang belakang nge-trade. Bener kan yang tadi nge-trade? Dia cuma satu doang dapet ya. Kurang rezeki.
Sometimes it looks genius.
Ya Polvi kurang duit karena dia nggak dapat kill tadi. Kalau tadi yang dapat kill si Polvi dia operator sekarang. Jadi dia nggak dapat. Jadi karena kepandang.
GE can start to showcase what do their defaults look like. It's going to be the 2 initiators on one side, the Killjoy and Viper on the other side of the map to anchor.
When you're right,
ini apa FPS drop?
Here comes Polvi. Oh, instant pick up and backs off with the tailwind.
Visi panitianya FPS drop. Ya dapat info, mereka nggak mundur dari sana, mereka tahu retake susah.
Blaze King hearing the footsteps, gets timing on the peak. Sugar Zero continuing to push up front, manages to catch Russ, but how long can that really work out until Euron? What is the...
Bisa dapat 2 pakai Guardian di spam gitu.
Managed to find shots with the Guardian of all things. Here come the rest of the players from Raptors though, and they are still peeking a little bit too fast, a little bit too much. It allows for Euron to pick up yet another double. 2 + 2, that equals 4.
A great 4K.
Main sendiri cuy. Guardian di spawn dapat 2, pakai Vandal pala udah.
I'll leave that up to you. Not gonna do any
ganti source. Bukan dari gua, dari sononya. Emang dari PC panitia sononya. Gua udah mentok ya quality itu. 1080-60. Lihat di spam 2 gitu. Enak banget dia dapat timing gitu.
That's good movement from your end because you note that GE is trying to play around your double controllers. They're trying to find.
Pintar sih dia, pas dia tahu, musuh di kanan dia langsung jongkok, jadi nggak bisa langsung tembak balik. Lah musik. Ini tolong kalau timeout pasang musiknya no copyright dong. Dilihat guys, dia waktu ngeflick kanan gini, dia jongkok dulu tuh, jongkok jadi kepala dia turun, Killjoy tembak gak kena, terus dia berdiri lagi baru dia headshot langsung. Smart guy, man. Ngepick 1-1. Ya nggak 1-1 juga sih. Mereka nggak tahu Vipernya di situ, nggak ada info. Kena timing Vipernya itu. ZETA tim mana? India. Jepang. Yang India GE.
It's always that push and pull again. You pull on one side, another side gets a little bit more open, and sometimes
Lah
that's an
sama
opening
Dep
for
konsisten.
But
Ya
at
iyalah
least
tiap hari
for this
main emang
round,
kerjaannya gitu
you can say with
konsisten.
absolute certainty, it should
Cuma Dep kadang udah agak capek deh, operatornya yang miss terus
the
dari tadi.
timeout being called, invested into
Tapi
future
nggak apa-apa
rounds.
deh, nyantuy
Yeah,
dikit lah.
they have enough creds on Polvi
Save
to go
tenaga
for
buat
operator
next match besok
next
gitu.
round as well. So that's something they're going
Besok
for, right?
PRX ya?
It's the half armor.
Wih lah nonton guys,
Get
besok
the armor,
PRX ya,
things get a
kita
little
nobar
easier.
lagi.
Makes you think, right? Is this Marshall
Sama gue
position
mau
up on top
nyoba
of
bikin
Yellow
video
something
analisis
you
juga
want
mumpung udah
to
dapat
condition
izin
Zeta
gini
into
kan.
thinking, but the
Nanti
shot
mau
was already
nyoba
picked off and the cascade just
RRQ kali ya.
gives
RRQ
Zeta that
kemarin
much
Icebox
more
kalah kan. Gue coba bikin analisis itu aja deh.
He's trying to just
Nice
get
recon
one
bro. Very good recon man.
quick reaction to that recon.
Yeah, they're trying to push off of it, distract him. Enough investment, they pulled the rotations over. Laz might have heard or sensed it.
Emang sengaja nggak kena gitu buat
Yeah,
distract
this is
maju
good
gitu.
timing from Laz, right? Is that you can at least secure that you'll be ready for the execute.
Oh,
If,
Ben.
and if they already did shift over,
Besok
it's
sekolah.
not like they're gonna have time to
Kan
flood the site
sore
without
guys jam
checking
5.
everything.
And they really
Ya jam
got nothing.
3 udah pulang
But
gitu.
you know, you can't move from GE's position. I mean, I don't blame GE. This is
Recon
just
map
Laz making
sebelah.
a great call.
Ya kalau
And
reconnya nggak
Zeta,
kena
right? You
bilang
saw
aja
the
sengaja
mark, you
guys,
saw
itu
the
sengaja
backup,
buat
you saw him shoot on the
mendistraksi
recon,
musuh.
which tells you that they want to hide information, they want to try to stay on the B site, and now it's just the site free.
That's exactly what I mean. Everything orchestrated perfectly to the mastermind of
Wih dapet,
Carlisle or
ada
Junior
dapet.
or Laz.
Di base semua mereka gara-gara recon itu.
With the timing on the poison cloud towards mid as well, so that Benkai doesn't
Wih.
see anything on the cross.
Smart guy, nggak ditembak dulu.
Just enough to clear out the entire site.
Tapi
Now,
FPS drop
a full
visi panitianya.
pistol plus one Marshall retake. It is near impossible, virtually impossible for Global Esports to win. Whoa, even with the Reckoning too? You really want double digits?
Ya
don't
hujan guys.
Yeah, you have the lead. I don't mind this
Guys
at all.
ASMR hujan dikit gak apa-apa ya.
Sure, it can seem a little crazy,
Aku
but
pulang jam
this is
4.
also a
Jam
different
12 aja
division.
pulang nggak apa-apa, nggak ada yang merhatiin juga.
We've seen so many teams in Pacific last year that try to save it for the match point,
Udah.
save it for the grand win, and it just never happens. So why not just extend that lead just a bit further?
Bundir guys, mati guys. Dapat ulti poin 1.
Again,
Iya.
brand new Zeta division. Global Esports
Lumayan kalian mati itu
dying
dapat
to get
ult
that
poin,
round loss
dapat duit
bonus,
lebih banyak daripada
but
kalian
it
hidup.
does, again,
Jadi kalian gak ada
extend
senjata
that
udah mati
gap,
aja.
4-round differential. How do we claw our way back into this? Those timeouts have been spent.
Well, operator's gonna be
BG hujan nggak apa-apa ya, bagus. Kalau mulai gede hujannya gue nyalain Nvidia broadcast biar hilang sorry. Kenapa no skin effect buat turnamen? Ganggu. Ganggu.
A bit of a guessing game this time. Zeta not able to retrieve all too much.
I mean, it's a great angle to hold on that.
Polvi mencoba jadi pemain sabar.
Yeah, that flick is not an easy one. So Polvi's really playing for
Kesabarannya udah habis kayaknya deh.
maximum info.
Ya kesabarannya habis si Polvi nih. Mukanya sampai merah gitu tuh.
They're kind of guessing as to the previous rotations, the previous positions that
Background soundnya keren ya, makasih.
So without finding out too much this time, they're kind of assuming.
Gak apa-apa guys, ASMR pinggiran kota.
Yeah, the high tide doesn't cover all of rafters. They have to be aware of that.
Okay, well the frag's still just as good. Yura just walks up and
Hampir
takes
nge-whiff.
down Russ. Lightning fast answers back though. But look at the
Dari
positioning.
tadi gak ada yang ngetek itu angle kaki itu.
Top of screens. And with that, Sugar Zero conceals the plant, gets it through. A bit of a wall there coming out. Doesn't quite connect,
Overhit.
but Euron's still just as good on the Guardian.
DP overhit.
Similar to Euron from before.
Surely you save. I mean, it feels
an
bad,
op.
but yeah, but it feels bad. But you need this op to make anything happen in the future rounds.
Ya, ini dia antara do or die sih.
Know the angle from below. Leg spotted.
Nggak jadi.
Now we save.
I mean,
Aku pergi. Malah main Game Boy.
Trap him in.
Well, we tried to pull a sneaky.
I mean, this is a Zeta who is on the hunt. They are out for blood. They find the shot. Huron's already here. Oh, he heard him.
No.
Weh,
Well, he was ready for it, but he just wants to
andai
run
dia
away.
lebih
He just
sabar
wants to buy
sedetik aja.
time.
Nah, okay, he's managed to run away.
The greatest escape. Well, will it lead to anything? It's the one ray of hope
6-11
that G has now.
Ya ini ente sih retake-nya susah ini. Agen-agennya tidak mendukung retake.
And I think there's got to be some sort of stack, some sort of push out, because I mean if it's just there.
Andai ada harbor mereka.
So the operator's still there. So that
Gak
just
asik.
means you're
Ya
still
gimana lagi udah kalah poin gini.
You are going to push out onto pipes under actually an over-under setup here with Russ.
Hujan kedengeran gak apa-apa, ini biar unik, biar ada nuansa hujannya. Stream orang lain mana bisa kayak gini, mikrofonnya terlalu bagus gitu. Ya gue juga bagus sih. Return.
Good heads up duel, good information, the
Good
rotation's
trade.
coming through, but ZETA being able to anticipate these movements is just so good.
Nah lihat nih, mereka mau retake base susah, udah gak ada Viper.
Blaze King tries to hold it off with the shock dart.
Ada Arjuna.
But out in the open gets caught up by Depp, who I will not mention with the play storm. Moving forward now, still the retake's underway.
Ya si DP udah capek cuy, bener tuh tadi. Banyak miss. Yang harusnya tidak miss dia nge-miss.
Benkai tries to open things up. The Viper Spit committed to secure match point. Do you still go through or do you save? I mean, so much to
Ya
consider.
udah, mau apa lagi gitu. Berharap push OT.
No matter what, you're not going to have a great round the next one, but you're not finding the early picks. It's just not doable anymore.
Polvy's gonna do the same thing, trying to hold on to this operator. ZETA can definitely chase.
Ya udah, aku kudu piye gitu.
He should be all right.
Gak akan bisa retake, mereka gak ada Viper.
Going off here soon. So the operator stays alive, and Benkai sacrifices himself for a shot at that lockdown, and he'll fill it up. But now, you
Benkai
those
nge-troll.
rifles. Obviously, you
Dia
had to,
emang
otherwise
sentinel.
it's a guaranteed match point.
Lu lihat deh, itu harusnya
It's not looking
mati
like a
nih.
great round. You have the lockdown. I mean, as obvious as it can be, yeah, maybe a push out with the operator, go for a lockdown retake.
I think that's the thing. I mean, with the operator,
Benkai kill
if you're
berapa?
playing defensively and
4.
you don't find contact,
Ente gak
it just kind
apa-apa.
of becomes diminishing returns. Right?
They
Next
had
year,
just
next
enough
year.
rounds. Yeah, they had just enough
Enggak, bukan
sacrifice
next year,
utility as
next
well.
turnamen.
Let's go for the half armors. You got the Hunter's Fury too.
So trying to sack the play, trying to push through, get
Ya
info,
udah, Polvi
then fall
meninggal,
back, set up for the
sisanya
retake. It's a bit risky, a little bit gambly.
Sisanya
Rush
udah.
tries to stay a second longer to find that tag, but
Udah guys, gak apa-apa
not
guys.
quite able to make
Kita
it
main
happen.
lagi lain
Yeah,
kali.
very controlled. Getting pinged
PRX
and then just
besok,
holding back
ya.
for a second. Laz now watching mid for any crosses. This is ZETA on a whole new look, whole new level.
That's
GG.
on the move. Lightning Fast heard him. Gets him on the flank as well.
Good pickup, and then Depth to come back in. The spike is down. They know they're good. Everyone's in position, not to mention Yuran, who is holding such an angle.
Nembak.
Good swing off of the
Ya.
recon. Blaze King and Russ.
Zeta-nya terdistraksi recon, cuy.
Russ trying to dance back and forth. The spike still being defused.
Dia kembali.
Benkai able to hold it all the way through. Manages to make use of that space from
Telat
Russ and Blaze
sedetik
King.
aja. Ada 1 detik lebih cepat sih Dev
Okay, so
itu.
you get the round, but at what cost? Dropping all the weapons all the way
Timeout
to
dulu,
the
timeout
end.
dulu guys. Guys, tadi harusnya menang guys.
I
Tadi
mean,
kalian
you have to
ngapain
buy
gitu?
whatever you can every single round now, but
I mean, you can't afford full buys,
Ente
but
unlucky
I mean,
semua.
'cause you bought-
Lihat gara-gara recon 1 guys, tuh lihat recon ini guys.
holding
Ini recon ini. Recon ini menyebabkan gaya menang lihat. Reconnya MVP cuy, sumpah lihat reconnya nggak distraksi, orangnya udah lihat belakang mati langsung.
Blaze King and Russ.
Yang MVP-nya recon dart cuy, sumpah.
12-7 right now. All ZETA needs is 1. And they are looking mighty decisive. Dep 1 point away from the Blaze Storm.
Bisa lagi nih. Zeta
Zeta
dapet side, udah. Mereka nggak bisa retake.
Recon clears out the early half of the site.
So Polvy's aware that a lurk is still on the
Kalau mereka ada harbor cuy, enak cuy, ngeplannya gampang. Kalau nggak jadi di recon. Dibakar, di recon.
Shock darts to clear out utility or just a
Suaranya agak hancur ya ini dari sononya ya.
Oh, Polvy he was ready for it.
Laz wanted to make it happen though. If he did, then there may have been some rotations. But here comes Polvy and Lightning Fast now.
Oh, flanknya udah
I
datang.
don't know if Depp suspects that this is going to be a double.
Oh, Geo push overtime
just
ya?
a jiggle. I don't mind it. Doesn't create
Bisa
for the
nih, flanknya
kill.
sabar, push overtime
But
bisa.
that means they're trapped in B.
Exactly.
Defense knows.
They have to push up front.
Ya ini
As
B-nya
long
nggak
as
bisa
Russ,
nih kalau
Benkai, and
mundur
Mace
langsung ke
can
flank.
defend B well enough. They're gonna run out of time. The pressure is on. And off of the
Ya,
cascade,
kayonya
push
mati.
up. You're on it. Hit it on. How do they make it happen? All three players down.
Last
Down
flank,
now
last flank.
coming through. All that's left is lightning
Spike
fast.
planted.
And a Russ that is running out of battery, running out of juice. Finds the angle, finds the shot, but oh god, Bladestorm now propped
One
up.
tap.
That's a tough target.
Sudah
to hit.
lah.
Okay. Just a bit of a
GG.
whip here and there, and then you're on to secure that final nail in the coffin. 13-7.
Ya, GG pulang, guys.
ZETA Division clears this out 2-0.
One of the teams that just did not make.
Mantep sih, Zeta rapi sih mainnya rapi. Dari tadi rapi mainnya. Paling di DP aja udah capek paling.
Chapter of a story about building up talent in your own region.
Ya lagu copyright. GG. Gak sabar mana jadi miss. Gak, dia capek cuy. Match tadi operator sangar gitu mainnya. Match ini aduh agak nyantai dikit aja jadi miss. GG cuy. Nobar tim secret nggak? Langsung mulai nggak? Kalau langsung mulai kuy. Kalau jam 3 entah. Nunggu dulu. Terima kasih udah nemenin nonton VCT ya, sama-sama. Aku pertama kali diundang official Watchparty nih. Gue baru nonton ya, ente lihat jadwal makanya ini jam 1 mainnya. Jam 3 siapa? Tim Secret lawan Talon. Follow dulu. Gak boleh. Kayak lawan Bleed di elimination. Oh, ada elimination. Antara GE sama Bleed, kayaknya GE masih lebih oke sih. Bleed kemarin kurang sih, main aja enggak itu Bleed itu. Delay 7 jam keburu ngambek, udah mending pulang gitu. Sudah ingin pulang gitu. Ya ada wawancara guys, ada cewek Koreanya guys, cantik guys. Shin Gyung Min. Wih, bahasanya bahasa bulat-bulat baso. Mantap guys interviewnya guys. Dapat duit nggak? Nggak. Dapat izin doang. Pakai translator dong. Ya. Ya siap. Korea bahasa tahu, nggak bahasa baso itu bulat-bulat. Interview multibahasa nih. Kalau di luar interview Inggris doang. Kalau di sini ada Korea, ada Jepang, ada Inggris. Nanti juga ada Indonesia kalau misalkan ada translator. Last cocok jadi aktor film dewasa. Ya kalau aktor film anak kecil dia udah tua, gimana jadi aktor anak kecil udah tua gitu ya? Kayaknya bahasa benang kusut. Bahasa benang kusut Thailand. Nggak bisa bahasa Inggris sih. Minimal lagunya dimatiin. Ini interview tuh nggak bisa denger gara-gara lagu ya.
So the new members, we were able to communicate a lot more in detail, and it's easier with the new members.
Putih buat mbaknya.
Really well
efek lampu. Ini muka gue juga putih, efek lampu. Tuh lampu itu putih kan. Lampunya kuning, jadi ada kuning dikit mencampur aduk.
Especially the new kids are really strong when we're shooting each other in small numbers.
Oh, ZETA baru ganti member pantes. RRQ kapan sudah kalah.
이야기가 많이 되고 있어서 조금 더 쉽게 게임이 풀리지 않았나 싶다고 답을 했는데요. 그러면 또 이번에
ngomong apa?
전략을 봤어요. 좀 차분했던 제타 디비전이 이번에는 좀 기다릴 때
Apa cuma MC-nya sorot lampu? Kurang budget lampunya. Ini kan di basement parkiran ini.
You're seeing like new strats, you being more aggressive, also controlling the pace in the whole team. So what changes are going on your team?
今までにない作戦だったり動きみたいなのがたくさん見れたかなと思うんですけど
Saja biru nggak pusing, nggak lama-lama kebiasa mata kalian.
練習が行われているんですか？
そうですね、カルラコーチが知識を持ってきてくれたり、あとはアイスボックスのリワーク入ったりして、
Kalau efek lampu kenapa orang India tetap sama?
わかんないっていうところ
Efek
どのチームがどう
kulit
戦ってるかわかんないっていうのもがあるので、自分たちでいろいろ試しながら強い戦い方っていうのを見つけて、この本番でうまく出せたなっていう感じですかね。
So because we have a new coach, Kalau, he
Ya coachnya 2 orang cuy. Licik mereka.
brought a lot of new insights.
Coachnya 2v1 gimana caranya?
Especially for Icebox, we've got your
Mereka coachnya 2 orang, 1 orang badannya kekar gede gitu. Coach yang itu ciut langsung takut, waduh. Kalau misalkan GE menang ntar coachnya, ditunggu di flyover gitu. Langsung di
아직 팀에 이제 막 시작 경기인 만큼 많은 정보가 없어서
kulit India nyerap cahaya. Iya makanya kulit India itu lebih menyerap cahaya lebih banyak.
팀 내에서 많은 영감을 주고 있기 때문에 전략도 새롭게 바뀌면서 좀 더 공격적인 면도 나오지
Coachnya intimidasi ya.
So thank you for the interview. We have
Atau enggak ada yang diselipin amplop coklat gitu. Di tasnya diselipin amplop coklat, langsung mainnya jadi jelek.
팬분들에게 전할 건데요. Can you do a little sign?
Sign?
Yeah, I got a
Oh, buat di giveaway ke penonton itu guys.
You can do it wherever you want.
Cara singkat RRQ kemarin mending atau masih buruk? Nggak tahu, nggak nonton, cuma lihat skornya doang. Di mukanya aja, di mukanya udah dihitemin gitu.
Oh, okay, on the back. Nice signature. And then 2 fans. We have one right there. Can we hear a shout? I think that
Kasihnya ke
part
cewek ya.
was interesting.
Sekalian turnamen, sekalian cari pacar ini.
It's up to you. Yeah. You can
Ya,
go to
sekalian turnamen, sekalian nyari pacar ini.
Who gets the present for last? The winner's present goes to fans in the back. Oh yeah, you can throw it to the fans.
Ya. Yang depan sudah senang ya dapet, mantul.
Go to the back and give it to the fans. Okay, thank you for the interview. Wish the
Bang
best
capek
luck.
nggak tiap PP ditanya RRQ? Enggak, gue nggak pernah ditanya soal RRQ. RRQ apaan? Guys, aku nggak tahu RRQ apaan.
Yes, we are now go to look at the viewing party.
Wah, disundul. Lagu copyright Copyright. Dikecilin aja kali ya, jadi algoritma YouTube tidak mendeteksi lagu copyright, dikecilin aja.
Yes, for the viewing party, we can see fans all around the world.
Ya ini viewing party nih, gue viewing party cuma nggak niat viewing partinya.
Look at fans in India, Mumbai for global esports. And the fans in South Korea.
Wih, viewing party GE. Ya depan kayak ini apa cuy, driver ojol cuy, udah tua. Lemon main nggak? Nggak, lemon diperes jadi jus lemon. Sudah kalah masih menonton, respect. Ini kenapa? Nunggu next match sudah beres. Gaya jelek mainnya. BNK sih underperform. Yang coba hunting cewek cakep Susah orang Korea tuh guys. Orang Korea standarnya tinggi, IQ-nya tinggi. Kan Indonesia IQ-nya rata-rata 78 ya. Kalau Korea IQ rata-rata 100 ke atas ya. Nah ini si caster trio Yeper ini lagi guys. Dari kemarin nih caster kasihan cuy, bukan salah mereka karena technical delay. 3 caster ini yang kena, woi mulai ngomong aja terus gitu. Padahal salah bukan mereka, emang technical delay. Ya, lihat chatnya nggak ada yang suka tuh, stop talking. Cuma casternya nggak ada yang suka, ini kasihan banget jadi caster sini cuy. Ngomong dikit dihujat. Yang ujung manbun siapa itu? Coach. Polvi main sendiri cuy. Lihat ini skor 4-14 cuy. Ini juga 6-15. Low impact lagi killnya itu. Mending Anda bermain Harbor dan Gecko. Mungkin lebih berguna daripada berharap post plan lineup doang. Minum langsung dari galon, yoi dong. Hidup sehat, banyak minum air. Ya udah, ini nggak penting analisisnya ini guys. Analisis tidak penting. Oh ya nih. Nih gua ada snack, cuma snacknya FF guys, tuh ada FF. Free Fire guys, mana yang main Free Fire gak sih? Free Fire nih, yang mau hadiahnya tuh bisa di-scan tuh. Yang main FF mau hadiahnya tuh tinggal di-scan ini ya. Dapat skin ini guys, FF guys. Mantap ini, snack kayak ini. Snack FF. Harga mouse lu berapa? Ah murah. Yang mana, yang ini, atau yang ini? Nih ada pulsar. Atau ada lagi nih, ini gozo nih. Ada banyak mouse gue. G502. Yang ini 2,1. Ini lebih mahal daripada WL mouse, gak ngerti gue. Yang beli ini siapa gitu? Oh besok RRQ lawan Gen-G. Enggak, Gen-G udah kalah. Oh Gen-G lawan PRX. Terus sekarang yang kalah itu GE. GE masuk loser M8, mana M8. Ah nggak tahu, ini ngebingungin ini. Yang menang kalah tuh nggak langsung pulang gitu, diadu lagi, ngebingungin sih. Oh, udah nyentuh rumput belum? Udah dimakan rumputnya. RRQ tanggal 21 ya, masih lama udahlah. Yang loser itu belakangan kayaknya. Lebih sering pakai mouse mana? WL mouse bagus. Aku suka WL mouse. Very good mouse. Pengen nyoba yang mini cuma mahal. Harganya sama kayak yang gede, mininya apa-apaan. Harusnya mini lebih kecil lah, lebih murah harusnya. Cuma ini yang mini lebih mahal dikit. Gara-gara desain kali ya. Warnanya lebih bagus yang mini. Rampas satu channel bisa main Valo? Bisa, cuma nggak lancar mainnya. Marketing, ya ini marketing ini. Ini marketing, ini juga ada yang warna pink ini. Retex 4070. Kayak Stardew Valley. Ya emang lagunya dari VCT copyright, jadi gue pasang lagu Stardew Valley aja. Nggak copyright. G102 masih bagus, udah enggak, udah lewat zamannya. Ya berarti udah mulai belum tim secret nih? Tim secret berapa menit lagi guys? Udah jam 3 nih. Bayar pajak nggak? Nggak, buat apa pajaknya? Buat beli Rubicon Jenderal pajaknya? Mending nggak usah bayar. Oke, filter Dreami. Apaan filter? Emang kameranya god tier sih. Sony kameranya bisa mati sendiri nih. Lihat deh, gua kesiniin. Set, mati kameranya tuh. Bro. Bro, gak bisa nyala lagi bro. Bro, gak bisa nyala lagi kameranya. Udah. Kamera jelek. Minyak telon tim mana? Gak tahu. Tim campuran. Udah kelar. Ntar lagi mau nonton tim secret guys. Tim secret. Habis itu yang tim The Firm gak usah tonton ya, udah pasti kalah itu. The Firm itu cupu itu. Tim wibu soalnya. Nah, saya baru main Valo, harus latih apa? Latih kesabaran. Buka coaching, iya masih buka. Ntar lah gue pipis dulu guys, tuh masih 6 menit lagi kan. Gue AFK dulu. Yo, WhatsApp, aku kembali. Wih, makasih B1E udah join member. Semoga mendapat hidayah. Misalnya jam berapa? 5 menit lagi guys. Kita ngobrol dulu 5 menit. Habis itu nonton tim secret. Baju keren, yoi lah. Represent cuy, represent baju tuh harus keren. Udah cebok. Lu pipis cebok? Disiram gitu? Gak ada ahlak. Aduh. Guys, tim secret sama talon bagusan mana guys? Gue nggak tahu dua-duanya guys. Megang siapa? Megang galon. Nih, aku megang ini. Pipis di lap tisu. Hah? Enggak, pipis tuh langsung udah habis beres pipis udah masukin celana beres gitu. Ngapain ribet? Tim secret bang, talon nggak jelas. Ya udah, tim secretnya bagus ya. Secret pemainnya siapa aja guys? Mari kita mencari tahu, investigasi dulu. Aduh, ada lagi pemain cupu gue. Sabar guys, kita investigasi pemain tim secret guys ya. Mari kita lihat. Nah ini tim secret. Sabar, internet lemot, normal. Internetnya ini soalnya ini internetnya. BGM hujan ya, nggak apa-apa, hujan dikit gak ngaruh. Borkum, Jesse Fast, Jeremy, Invi, Endek. Yang ini Cerewes, Jit Boys, Lene, Ban, Governor. Oh ini kendala bahasa cuy. Ada orang Thailand bahasa cuma bisa benang kusut. Orang Singapura bahasa Inggris aksen tebel. Orang Korea bahasa bakso tahu ya. Kendala bahasa. Sementara di Filipina ini cuma putangina ngerti semua gitu. Tidak ada language barrier kalau timnya anggotanya dari negara yang sama gitu. Kencengin BGM hujan nggak bisa. Tuh lihat tim secret flawless cuy, menang semua tuh, menang. Tim talon kalah, ini menang 2 kalah. Udah secret sih ini. Tim secret easy win nih. Udah mulai belum 3 menit lagi. Makanya yang jago malah dikeluarin. Iya, di mana-mana yang jago didiemin, yang cupu dikeluarin, yang underperform dikeluarin. Wih, makasih Aether udah join member. Aduh, epilepsi cuy nontonin ginian cuy. 1 menit lagi guys, kita tungguin dulu. Terus nanti paling ada si casternya ngomong-ngomong dulu, jadi kita santai dulu. Si Talon nih logikanya kayak logika sekolah di Indonesia ya. Sekolah di Indonesia, murid berprestasi diklaim itu si pialanya dipajang di depan di lobi itu piala-pialanya. Padahal bukan dari sekolah itu, murid ya kan yang dapat piala, tapi diklaim piala sama sekolahnya. Nah terus murid yang bermasalah, yang nakal, yang brengsek lah muridnya, yang harusnya diajarin, bukannya diajarin, dikeluarin. Gimana gitu, sekolah tuh bukan yang ngajar, cuma pengen ngambil prestasi doang. Lalu kalau jago gajinya auto naik. Kayaknya sama semua, atau tergantung bonus menang atau enggaknya. Pick rank lu apa? Iron 3. Plastik ya. Kalau rombak roster ya, rombak kayak terus sampai hilang duit, sampai bangkrut. Gua nggak pernah vote review, nggak pernah. Gua agen Killjoy bagus nggak? Nggak. Tadi aja Benkai main Killjoy 4 kill. Kill 4 mati 14. Gaji lebih gede dari gua. Hah? Keren Asmor hujan yoi lah. Streamnya tuh ada nuansa natural alam gitu di gua tuh. Streamnya nuansa natural. Ini udah mulai belum? Oh mulai guys, mulai guys. Sabar. Mulai. Ah lagunya si caster trio Yaper ini lagi. Ngomongin apa sih? Caster trio Yaper tuh. Ngopi biar nggak ngantuk enggak. Udah habis Watchparty ini gue mau tidur, terus bangun-bangun mau main Power sampai gue tidur lagi udah. Ini trio Yaper cuy, belum mulai cuy. Aku di PAP tadi udah transisi, udah ke panggung. Tiba-tiba transisi lagi ke trio wek-wek ini. Stop talking. Iya lihat di chatnya itu nggak ada yang setuju sama orang-orang ini cuy. Bilangnya stop talking, stop talking. Start. Biasanya party atau solo. Aku suka party tapi aku bukan orang solo. Aku suka party guys. Partinya diundang teman, weh ayo kita jalan-jalan yuk. Terus party. Pulang-pulang buka m-banking, info saldo, menangis. Bang, 2 tim Pasifik yang lolos ke VCT PRX T1 lah lumayan T1. Bukan itu maksudnya. Ya mana aku tahu kau ngomong kayak gitu. Bang giveaway. Gak mau, gak ada duitnya. Jangan pakai banting biar gak menangis. Ya udah. Ini kapan sih mulainya ngomong aja terus di caster. Gajinya kegedean gitu. Honornya gede makanya ngomong terus. Ada Cabra replay system? Nggak ada. Udah guys, menyerah aja guys. Riot gak akan nambahin replay system karena Riot tuh budek dan membadut. Hujan terus daerah mana? Nobar. Aku lagi di Nobar guys, dingin guys. Gua lebih suka hidup di pegunungan indah atau pantai yang berpasir. Aku lebih suka hidup di mana internetnya bukan IndiHome. Kelebihan replay system yang paling berguna, lu bisa download match lu tonton lagi, lu pelajari kenapa lu cupu gitu. Ini kapan mulainya cuy? Malah match history apa coba? Tim Indo kayak rerek ada harapan ke VCT. Nggak ada. Language barrier itu. Language barrier. Bang gua silver. Cupu. Bisnet walau udah ada FUP lah. Internet kok FUP. Apa itu internet FUP? Ini gak mulai-mulai deh tim TS lawan tim TLN. Halo bang, halo. Minimal dimulai matchnya. Mungkin makan dulu ya, ke warteg dulu kali ya, makan dulu. Ini belum mulai kan, masih berapa menit lagi? Oke, aku ke warteg dulu. Hertz monitor yang bagus buat main Valo 540. Berarti lu My Republic kagak. Cover juga kagak daerah gua. Internet tuh ini Indomie. Internetnya Indomie. Saya lagi boker ya, nungguin dulu lama buat lama. Kapan VCT di Jakarta? Kalau Jakarta udah tenggelam gitu. Bagus VCT-nya underwater. Jakarta kan 10 tahun lagi juga udah tenggelam kan, udah lah. Mau VCT underwater kalian? Gak kerasa, VCT-nya di Atlantis ya. VCT pertama under the water ya di Jakarta. Bagus. Kalian tuh kalau orang Jakarta, prospek bisnis yang menjanjikan bukan jadi IT developer, jadi bisnis analis, bukan. Jadi nelayan, pelaut, penjaga kapal kargo bisa.
10.000
apa itu?
Dari JKP. Pesan
ya, dibacain.
Chat gua kebaca.
Kebaca dan dibacain sama mbak-mbak secabus. Kemasukan air PC-nya ya. Gak apa-apa, PC gue juga kemasukan air malah jadi dingin PC-nya. Bang, bagusan monitor Zowie atau Asus? Asus. Zowie agak overpriced sekarang. Kalau Zowie turun harga mungkin masih laku, ini kagak cuy, nggak mau turun harga. VCT terbaik region mana? Nggak tahu, aku pertama kali nonton VCT yang ini. Buka Atlantis di Jakarta, iya. Kalian buka bisnis kapal selam kayaknya laku tuh. Oke, 60 Hz bisa sampai as, enggak? Bisa. Ini masih trio Yaper ini mau ngomong guys, gimana ini? Sudah telat 17 menit ini. 17 menit telat nontonin trio Yaper ini berbicara ini. Kapan mulainya ini? Bang makan. Ya nantilah. Gue sebelum stream tadi makan dulu, terus dikira nge-stream dulu sampai beres, habis itu baru makan lagi. Si trio Yaper ini mendelay lama. Nih guys, mau lihat muka trio Yaper nih guys. Lihat nih, trio Yaper. Ini si Tatang, di tengah si Isabella, di kiri si Dadang ya. Take issue 6 jam ya, ini take issue nih. Oh udah diam ngomong nih, udah diam ngomong. Alah ngomong. Udah bagus, udah diam natap kamera, itu kan tanda mau transisi. Malah ini lagi salah. Tuh kalian lebih pilih nonton trio Yaper atau nonton solo Yaper nih? Tutor naik asendan. Lu kalau main dimenangin, naik ranknya. Kalau main tuh dimenangin guys. Lama kayak delay penerbangan. Delay penerbangan sampai besok guys. Nggak usah nonton. Ya bagus ya, betul. Gue juga mending gak usah nonton, mending tidur ya kan. Mending kita minum guys. Jangan lupa minum guys. Kita minum dulu. Seger. Ya. Tutorial minum yang baik dan benar untuk menjaga kesehatan tubuh seperti itu guys. Tutor cari jodoh. Nih jodoh kalian nih cocok nih yang mau nih guys. Jadi sama hostnya ini guys, lihat tuh hostnya. Orang Korea tuh guys. Yang mau nyari jodoh tuh orang Korea tuh, masih lajang tuh. Yang kemarin, iyalah lo kira gue minum sehari segitu. Ini tim telan ini datang buat kalah ini. Tuh lihat bisa bahasa bakso tahu lagi mereka. Bahasa bulat-bulat garis-garis. Nyolong di mana? Indomaret. Semut kepleset jalan di muka. Iya. Mukanya licin berminyak. Dia ngomong apa? Nggak tahu.
네, 새롭게 바뀐 맵과 전략들이 많기 때문에 팀 자체에 집중하는 것에
자체 집중.
삼았다고 답변을 들었습니다. 네, what about
Sumida,
your
sumida.
thoughts for the match against
So for me, I kind of had a little bit of an advantage because I'm so close with them.
Translate gimana itu bahasa baso tahu, gue nggak ngerti bahasa baso tahu sih.
We basically just focused really heavily on the picks and bans, and since we know he's like a very good coach, we kind of had an idea of trying to be a little bit more.
Bang ini Pasifik sampai Jepang Korea. Pasifik se-Asia cuy, Asia Pasifik lu tahu yang namanya Asia Pasifik nggak? Jangan diliatin cewek gue, hey. Anda bangun dari tidur dulu. Coba sekarang lu nonton di HP kan, layar HP lu coba matiin, lihat apa yang ada di layar HP lu sekarang, pantulan diri lu sendiri itu ngaca lu, ngaca. Lu jadi translator, ya. Yeah. Oh iya, aku suka makan bakso tahu. Kemarin aku makan bakso tahu pakai bumbu kacang. Dia ngomong gitu deh. Asia kenapa nggak ada Arab? Arab masuk ke EMEA. Eropa, Middle East, Asia. Oh ini sponsornya Kick cuy, website judi cuy. Tim Secret sponsornya website judi. Mau ngecewakan.
This is like when you like are in like a minor
Ya
baseball.
si trio Yaper ngomong lagi ya. Males lah. Ini tim telan nih, pakai AirPods mainnya. Tim telan mainnya pakai AirPods. Website live streaming. Lu cari pemilik kick.com. Perusahaannya lah. Parent company-nya siapa? Menangis langsung. Kekurangan dana, iya. Udah kayak Sauber F1 tim aja ya. Website judi terima. Yang penting ada sponsor. Main Gartic phone, nggak mau kaliannya nggak jelas, nggak ada yang bisa gambar. Main Gartic phone kayaknya harus verify dulu, bisa gambar nggak? Bisa, oke baru boleh main. Yang nggak bisa gambar nggak usah main, nggak jelas kalian gambarnya. Menurut lo gimana? Ini Riyadh ada aturan harusnya nggak boleh sponsor dari website judi atau website yang terafiliasi dengan website judi. Karena kick.com, kalian coba buka Kick sekarang. Yang muncul pertama orang main slot. Paling depan muncul orang main slot. Nggak usah didatengin website gak jelas tuh, website promo judi doang gitu. Gimana gak ada yang mau sponsor? Lah kan ada Logitech. Ini kita tidak buka sponsor dulu, kurang dana ya kita juga. Terus apalagi? Oh ini ada Nvidia ya. Ini Galax sih, bisa di Galax loh. Lagi Asus nih. Aduh gede guys. Nih guys. Tuh Asus 540 Hz sih, ROG ya, ROG, ingat ROG. Ya. Bisa gitu. Ini orang idiot gini aja bisa disponsor, apalagi mereka gitu, ada organisasinya kan. Mana slot kategori. Emang Kick itu Kick.com diciptakan buat promosiin website judinya. Website judi pemilik perusahaannya Kick itu loh. Gak akan gue sebut namanya biar kalian gak kesana. Terus biar iming-imingi kayak website streaming beneran, mereka ngundang streamer beneran. XQC, Adin Ross gitu, streamer yang beneran diundang ke Kick itu buat nge-stream di Kick. Jadi kelihatannya kayak website streaming beneran, padahal kagak, website promo judi. Zoe mana? Ada boxnya di depan, cuma males ngambil. ZETA aja mie instan. Iya, sponsornya Pop Mie. Udah kayak RRQ aja sponsornya Pop Mie. Bang, gak ada niatan main bareng sama Prodi. Nggak. Gue terakhir main Valo bulan lalu guys. Beneran. Main Valo tuh gak ada insentif, beneran males mending main Palworld gue. Kamar lu pakai AC, nggak kuat listrik rumahnya, wattnya kurang. Pakai AC ngejepret, jadi nggak pasang AC. Kapan mulainya nggak tahu, ini kayak technical delay guys, udah telat 30 menit ini. Oh baru masuk panggung nih guys. Itu baru masuk panggung guys. Ah lagunya jelek ah. Lagunya ini aja. Poppy perusahaannya gede. Iya, makanya berani sponsor mereka. Yang nggak penting juga disponsor. Gue yakin Popme sponsor RRQ penjualannya tidak naik sama sekali. Karena yang beli Popme udah ada marketnya sendiri gitu. Orang-orang mahasiswa, orang low budget makannya ya pasti beli Popme. Jadi udah nggak usah ngiklan juga, kita pasti beli Popme gitu. Udah nggak usah ngiklan Popme tuh. Anda tidak ngiklan juga, kami tuh tetap beli Popme, udah nggak usah ngiklan lagi. Tempat lu dingin kagak 32 sekarang berapa nih? Hari ini berapa? Kemarin 32, sumpah panas. Oh sekarang 24 lagi hujan. Lagi hujan 24 derajat. Orang ke gunung, orang di perjalanan. Iya orang ke Bromo tuh, Bromo Popme atau enggak Indomie. Perusahaan yang sama gitu. Itu Nightbot ganas sekali, orang captok langsung di timeout gitu. Kalimantan 40, ya mantap. Ganti judul. Belum mulai, TS juga. Ya gak apa-apa, kita ganti judul coba. Nobar VCT berizin resmi, TS vs TLN. Dah. Udah guys, update judul streamer profesional. Orang habis berenang nyari Popme. Ya enak habis berenang dingin makan Popme anget gitu. Kenikmatan yang hakiki. Udah pokoknya intinya Popme nggak usah ngiklan. Kami akan tetap beli Popme selama Popme masih dijual gitu. Pegang TS atau TLN? TS TLN tim apa nggak jelas. Hujan makin gede lagi. Bang itu ada duit jatuh bang. Nah sabar guys, gua hilangin suara hujan dulu nih. Nvidia broadcast. Cek. Tutorial menghilangkan suara hujan dengan mudah. Masih ada dikit cuma biarin lah. Gak apa-apa, emang udah nasib, bagian dari kehidupan. TLN dari mana? Dari mana-mana banyak sampai bingung ini juga bahasanya. Language barrier. Anjay bisa gitu yuk. Canggih lah, mic-nya kan mic ini bro, mic-nya nggak kelihatan ya, gedein dulu ini. Iya bro, kalian mau pakai mikrofon beli ini bro nih, mikrofon bagus tuh. Ready stock di Tokopedia sekarang. Di chat aja ada adminnya ramah kok, kalian mau nanya-nanya juga bisa. Mas lu ngomong dikit hujan, ya udah biarin, emang bagian dari kehidupan itu tuh. Bang sebagai official VCT nggak live nggak apa-apa, bahkan orang Riotnya minta maaf loh. Kemarin gue di WA waktu gue end stream, orang Riotnya nge-WA ke gue, halo kak kami minta maaf untuk delaynya. Bagus loh, orang Riotnya yang nggak salah apa-apa aja minta maaf gitu, mantap. Tapi gue tetap males ke live, mending gue main Palworld. Jadi gue malam-malam main Palworld, terus gue ngantuk, gue tidur. Terus gue bangun-bangun Watchparty yang ini. Jadi ya udah. Ini kapan mulanya sih, ngomong aja terus udah mapik sih, ya udah nunggu lah. Itu telat 30 menit sumpah. Waktu 30 menit terbuang sia-sia menunggu mapik, agen select. Ayolah. Volume suara lo gedein. Lu aja HP-nya so volume gedein. Jadwal karet, ya ngaret dikit nggak apa-apa lah. Ya udah guys, sambil nunggu, gua tuh mau ganti mousepad sebenarnya. Mousepad gue yang ini nih guys ya. Ini Kinsui 2 Pro ya. Mousepad lambat, cuma kurang lambat buat gue ya. Yang lebih lambat dari ini apa ya? Nggak tahu gue. Artisan licin sumpah, gue pakai Artisan Zero licin banget men. Gak kebiasa gue. Katanya control pad itu tapi licin apa-apaan. Oh kemarin karetnya kepanjangan ya. Udah melar. Mousepad 20 ribuan. Bang, Invihome sponsor lu? Enggak. Info mousepad under 300k. Itu kemarin gue cek Pulsar murah ternyata guys. Para kontrol V2 murah cuy. Rekomen sih Pulsar sih, bagus sih. Mousepad Rexus, mousepad IKEA. Mousepad IKEA karena jadi jelek guys, jangan beli. Mousepad IKEA yang terbaru yang ada gambar gedung-gedungnya itu jelek, jangan dibeli. Kalau yang polos hitam itu masih oke. Mousepad IKEA polos hitam, surface-nya mirip Artisan Zero. Kalau mousepad IKEA yang ada gambar gedung-gedung ya, itu enggak sih. Real shit quality man. Pakai batu marmer. Berapa harga? Cari aja di Tokopedia. Murah kok, 200 ribuan. Saingannya itu 300 ribu ke atas mousepad gaming tuh yang lain. Headset HyperX bagus, bagus. Oke, taplak meja. Ya mulai guys, main guys, breeze guys. Sabar streamer magang ganti sini gimana ya? Ah ini. Streamer magang sorry. Main guys, breeze.
Over the casters, Will and Quack are going to take us through all the action.
Thank you very much, Chubby, Ninja, Asteroid, Achilles. Yes, this
agak
is
gedein dikit gue gak bisa denger hujan. Gedein nih.
Yeah, I mean, and if this was the same roster as last year, we'd start to have our questions, but
ya komposisinya talent juga sama cuy. Harbor Viper. Harbor Viper itu meta berarti. Team Secret. Oh, dual initiator.
Still, I mean, what Asteroid said definitely
main kayu sih enak sih, Breeze main kayu musuh gak bisa ngapa-ngapain. Viper temboknya mati udah gak bisa maju. Anak hoki. Orang hoki cuy itu sumpah hokinya habis langsung.
Governor, a lot of people had questions about the pickup, but trying to silence the doubters from the pistol round in the very first match.
Already finding something, but still Ban kind of over-aggressing a little bit too much, does get fallen down by Borkum. So with that, a little bit more space, Team Secret gets to recover for just a second, maybe setting up for that A-split push.
Yeah, good back out from Governor. Of course, a bit of a mishap coming down from Halls, but they should still be able to find some good shots. Cruz will eventually clean up that kill, and that makes things a lot easier. The door open is a good sign for Governor as well, and just Jesse Vash left spotted. Okay, Com's a little delayed, but Governor will find the headshot.
Dapat 3 kill deh. Tim Talon nih mengandalkan hoki kayaknya. Tim Talon mengandalkan hoki itu apa cuy? Baru mulai ronde terus smoke. Dia headshot langsung. Peluru pertama lagi. Jangan bagus di Breeze. Iya bagus karena temboknya. Ini tim Talon punya 3 tembok ya. Ada tembok Neon, tembok Harbor, sama tembok Viper. Satu tembok mati, pakai tembok yang lain ditambal dulu. Echo Cobra.
For the first half on the defense.
It's reported by Cruz as well, that Cascade. I mean, it's just starting things off. You're already picking up the Phantom round 2. You're just looking to hold on to that thing to maybe secure.
Orang ngandelin Ghost doang cuy.
It's just so much going into this.
Iya ngandelin Ghost doang. Kalau dia pakai Spectre dapat 2 deh.
It's information enough for Talon.
Yeah, and only the Ghost as well. I don't mind it at all.
Tapi dia mati nggak apa-apa jadi nggak dapat senjata mereka.
Okay, you're the one with a pistol. You could push out a bit. Yeah, you might have questions about its Sova, etc. But at the end of the day, this is an anti-eco. What matters is you win the round and that you're not giving away any extra weapons. You want to carry over these long-range rifles into the bonus. Man, good shot.
Maju dong, Echo Cobra nih. Predator Echo. Lah penakut banget dia tim TLN.
He's already all the way through Nest. I don't think they're going to suspect the timing here.
However, he's only got a classic, so you got to close in the distance. You got to be able to, get a quick double tap in or something. Because if not,
dapat 1.
Might not be able to do all too much. High Tide blocks off so much. Governor spots him out. Easy cleanup. Easy second round win for Talon.
Yeah, if he had a Sheriff, I think we'd get a lot more excited for the potential there. But also gets spotted right at the end. Doesn't have the long range weapon.
Mukanya deket banget. Gak apa-apa ini orang dibayar buat menghancurkan kesehatan matanya sendiri. Lihat nih orang 2 tahun lagi matanya teleng ke dalam.
You pass over the rifle, you have some good capabilities to push out even. With the overdrive, really tighten up the map here on a bonus.
Yang matanya Sova nggak dapat senjata mereka, jadi nggak apa-apa.
Holding onto a Ghost. I mean, economy just looks great for Talon in round 3 to maybe potentially carry this over into a bonus. So the question is for Team Secret, I mean, what is their game plan? Because so far, out on the attack, it hasn't worked out so well, especially when Governor continues to push out into A shop.
Revealing area.
They're not going to push out right away. I like the patience from Talon. Wait for some early contact. You know,
Talon nge-push A lagi cuy.
have to play a bit slow. They don't want to take
Info dapat doke nggak kah mereka?
Yeah, they've adapted to this already.
Oh, and look at this. They pull back. I mean, second Cascade used maybe a bit of an extra investment in terms of utility, but the point is they pressured and they let them know that it's a Neon there with a relay bolt.
Saya pakai OBS atau sistem pala, pakai OBS.
Just checking around. Nobody's here though.
Udah ngulti aja nih orang.
Just waiting things out. Yes, you've picked up the overdrive, but that thing can burn out as well if it doesn't find any kills. So that might be their idea.
Balik ke A, FPS drop.
So it might be sensible to make a move. Ban, however, seeing that they made a move, takes one out, tries to look for another, gets gunned down by Envy instead. A little bit sharper, and with that, maybe a bit of an opening. Cruz hiding inside of the cove, though, turns back around, doesn't expect to play ball. Here comes Governor, picks up the Vandal, tries to wall bang, can't quite find all too much.
Already a lot of damage done, and if Talon very easily could get at least another kill with Jeremy so low, still a very doable round for Talon, trying to lead with a dominant 3-0 half.
Tidak
The glove's
dicek.
not there about Jeremy potentially still being around the switch.
Bukan language barrier cuy. Language barrier itu dia padahal ngelihat satu di hall gitu.
It's all down to Governor's shoulders right now, and with a 1-on-3, even with a Kuronami Vandal, it's just a little bit too much.
Yeah, we don't want to read into things too much too early, but of course, I mean, they've talked about how, obviously, great credit to Jitboys, who is the one who mainly has to try to catch up to this language barrier as they've switched to a primary English calling. Everyone else has experience calling in English and communicating, so it could be part of that. But just something about it, maybe being pressed for time, bit of a mishap. But at the end of the day, bonus round, you're still getting away with a Vandal.
Budok bagus,
So Talon,
nggak
the
jelek.
result is not poor, but we'll see if those kind of hiccups start to show throughout the map.
On the other hand,
Yang pakai Bulldog cuma yang nggak bisa beli Vandal Phantom.
to really break open the site. It was some trades going off back and forth, but at the same time, just a clear idea.
3 orang loh, 3 orang mati sama orang hall ini.
Although it's great earlier,
No info gitu. Language barrier fix.
They leave a lot open.
Tidak mengerti bahasa Inggris.
Just right that on A halls.
Yeah, a very aggressive dig into halls as well. Of course, now
3 bahasa Inggris yang Thai 2, Thailand 2, Korea 2.
you take as that.
Satu Singapura, yang Singapura ngerti lah.
From a little too far, NDG, welcome to VCT. Gets shut down on that first death.
AFK lagi benerin Mos deh.
Consider how he sets up those tripwires from long range.
Lagi benerin Mos diculik.
Secret just trying to find ways still, but feeling some of these old patterns, they're not quite able to find all too much unless they get the information that they need. And with so many aggressive plays,
ini masang trap terus udah AFK dulu bentar.
So just trying to escape that for a second. I mean, they keep holding back, but Talon's just going to keep pushing out.
Yeah, and Talon has the read now, right? They've pushed out. They knew it was the Cypher. They didn't see any other
Sofa jongkok.
info from mid.
Kelihatan palanya. Iya.
Good shots from
Di
Lenny as well.
wallbang.
Nowhere to go for Team Secret.
Dia nggak stres ya, enggak lu kenain pala juga damage-nya nggak full itu wallbang.
Very much so an investment into the A site. As long as everyone here stays tucked in, it's probably good enough.
Kobe Bryant tuh.
Owl drone being committed, it's an easy frag.
Lempar bola basket.
With the pushes out though, yeah, this is just way too much. Ben coming up from behind too. This round is over.
Kasih dulu lah tim telon, kasih dulu awal-awal ini.
Every round up to a certain point, Gate crashes back, then scouts out the other side. Almost just like a deadly drone. And so far, I would say successful. Even if he doesn't get contact on a map like Breeze, if you're able to dig deep and then Gate crash back, a lot of information gained. Works very well in timing with Governor's pushouts in these first kills.
Ini
as
PC-nya VCT apa pasti FPS drop sih? Itu kan tag post kan?
It has been working out.
PC-nya FPS drop cuy, apaan streamnya aja FPS drop?
Hopefully.
Ya 7 jam ini guys, udah aku off stream aja lah guys. Gila ya 7 jam ini. Apa yang ditonton tuh jeda teknis 7 jam ini, mending tidur beneran. Maaf lag, iya nge-lag sih. Korea ya sinilah lain kali ngadain VCT gini di Indo cuy, dijamin. Internetnya nge-lag, panitianya bawa kabur duit. Apalagi masalah di Indo biasanya. Dana konsumsi biasa misal 15.000 seorang dipotong gitu jadi 2.500 kan. Sisanya dibawa kabur gitu. Terus ada panitia udah janji-janji diteleponin, hilang aja orang nggak tahu kemana gitu. Biasa di Indo kayak gitu sih acaranya ya. Udah jadi budaya kayak di Indo tuh kolusi, korupsi, nepotisme. Jadwal nggak jelas. Free player disikat ya. Katanya ini free player diperiksa dulu ya, biar memastikan nggak ada cheater. Pas diperiksa, diselipin ke tas dia. Terus nanti minta, weh mouse gue mana? Mouse apaan? Gitu ya kan. Orang Indo biasa itu. Nanti tiba-tiba muncul di marketplace gitu. Mouse bekas pemain VCT gitu, dijual mahal kan. Emang orang Indo ya. Baru datang tag post ya, udah 7 jam ya tag post lama ya. Bang rekom ayam dong, yang lu rekom udah langka. Beli Truth Irhola udah gak akan nyesel. Bracket monitor dikiloin. Enggak lah, bracket monitor enggak. Susah, berat, kegedean barangnya. Gartik enggak lah, ini tunggu dulu, kita lihat sikon. Apakah tag pose sebentar atau lama? Kita lagu Stardew Valley dulu ya. Nah. Bang, IG cewek translatornya siapa? Nggak tahu. Cari tahu aja sendiri. Kemarin mulai jam berapa? Jam 12 malam. Lama ya, lama. Ini kita mending berbicara tentang ini guys. Ini mouse G502X Plus nih. Bagus nih, nggak kira-kira bikin mouse Logitech tuh. Standar kualitasnya tinggi banget guys. Kalian beli ini dijamin nggak akan nyesel guys. Sama ini mic Triton nih, kalian lagi dengar suara karang. Lagi hujan deras loh ini. Lagi hujan deras banget, terus pakai atapnya atap seng gitu yang kalau kena air berisik. Nggak terlalu kedengeran kan suara hujannya kan. Oke, makasih Skyblue 123 udah join member, semoga mendapat hidayah. Telepon gua bang kalau udah gua mau nonton ulang streamnya. Anda siapa? Minta ditelepon. Rollback atau gimana? Nggak tahu. Tag pause, ditunggu aja. Ini PC-nya nge-lag soalnya. Lalu pakai mouse merek lain, nggak apa-apa, emang kolektor. Bang, main custom Swift Play? Nggak usah. Kita tungguin aja. Kita ganti warna ini kali ya, ganti warna lampu bentar. Biru. Nah. Ya, warna biru guys, jadi lebih bersemangat. Pilih headphone. Nggak usah, nggak akan kebeli. Langka ini headphone sekarang. Yang jual di markup parah cuy. Headphone ini di Indo yang jual harganya 2 kali lipatnya. Yang main sambil nunggu nggak boleh, sama orang riotnya nggak boleh. Mouse pulsar double click. Pulsar apa? Yang gua tahu pulsar merek motor cuy, motor bajai. Lain truth ear hola apa? Truth ear zero. Kalau nggak truth ear zero, truth ear hexa. Kalau nggak truth ear hexa, campfire audio, yang mana aja terserah lah. Yang penting mereknya campfire audio. Jadi kita ngapain? Kita nunggu tag pause. Pemainnya aja gabut, apalagi kita lebih gabut lagi. Gimana kabar Triton? Laku? Suffering from sukses, stoknya habis terus. Kalian kalau jualan stoknya habis terus kesel nggak? Facecam lu bekur. Enggak, itu layar HP lu udah cacat LCD-nya. Karena ini lama banget jeda teknisnya, ini 2 jam lagi nih kayak kemarin nih. Apa-apaan tuh jeda teknis. 5 jam. 5 jam jeda teknis ini guys.
First answer, and I mean, Lenny's been watching Jesse for the whole year last year. He's been sitting behind him.
Update video kapan? Gak mau, males, nggak dibayar.
A lot of people don't know. I mean, we haven't seen that much of Lenny in VCT
Limik Triton di mana di toko Pak Edi?
What he plays or what he's capable of. But coming from the Malaysia-Singapore scene, I can tell you that Lenny is a very strong Sova player. Back when he was playing for Fleet, back when he was.
Tadi kalau nonton streaming lah, ini FPS dropnya 30 FPS ya. Tuh tiba-tiba lancar 60 sekarang. Kelihatan gitu, ini PC streamingnya PC-nya di ini ngedrop FPS ya. Rio T-nya tag post. Mulai.
Much of him, but those
mulai.
skills, those talents are still very much prevalent in tennis. I mean,
tumben cepat tag postnya, sudah berpengalamannya masih FPS drop. Lihat FPS drop sih PC-nya. Sekarang lagi lancar nih 60 FPS nya.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't worry, no deja vu. We don't like to live in the past here, and it's going to be round 4. Rifles still in hand.
Perek lawan siapa? Lawan Ngga.
And of course, TLN now buying up after that bonus in the previous one.
New composition. Now they've started to play things a little
Viper
more slow.
pas ini. Dapat vulnerable banyak sih.
Trying to set up for that execute. Cloud burst in. Jeremy dashes
Di
right through.
setun Jetnya menangis.
Thanks to the relay bolt. Governor doing God's work. Second kill going
Itu
through.
pinter sih, smoke Jetnya di setun sama dia.
Front of Team Secret. They cannot break past B.
Beautiful relay bolt. And you could just tell Jeremy wasn't quite expecting that one.
Neonnya neon main beneran tuh, di setunnya pas banget tuh.
Swivel on a beat, which he's very well known for. Shuts him down, and Governor now already taking mid control as well. And he just can't find a beat against the duelist of talent.
Ini Governor udah kayak pemerintah aja ya. Rakyat-rakyat kecil ditindas sama dia. Tuh rakyat kecil ditindas sama pemerintah ya. Pemerintah menindas rakyat kecil. Jago ranked dulu di NA. Ya tim Secret masih kejut-kejut. Konten Minecraft nggak lanjut, kurang dana.
And he is definitely fitting in on TLN Esports.
Over 2 kills per round so far. Sure, only 4 rounds, but 0
Mirip
deaths to
Neon
that
lu
as
bang.
well.
Iya
He's
mantap.
taking fights
Padahal gue
and
Neon
taking
aja belum ke unlock di akun From Zero. Gue gak punya Neon, belum ke unlock.
He's not overheating all too much. He could have, pushed even more into B, but he just held his ground and then peeked back out towards elbow. Now onto the next.
Ini si Jeremy dari tadi ngetes sendiri tujuan ente apa?
Leaves all too much, all too open for Team Talon to take them down.
Woi, cacing kremi yang bener woi. Main jet maju sendiri mati, udah gitu setor nyawa.
Your weak round only. By the way, it's not that late into the game. We're only on to round 6 for that one, or round 5, and
masalah di Indo hadiah pemenang lama turun, iya. Lomba renang juga juara 2 bisa dibilang juara 4 loh. Panitianya buta atau gimana itu? Juara 2 dibikin juara 4, juara 3 dibikin juara 2. Padahal ada rekaman kamera, ada saksi juga, saksi mata yang menontonnya. Dibilang itu salah, gak terima panitianya malah ngamuk. Oh, udah capek tuh. Pemerintahnya udah capek. Minimal gak maju, ente udah nge-plan. Pemuda tersesat soalnya.
Toxic screen is an obstacle and they're trying to make their way through it, waiting for it to drop down. Meanwhile, the rest of Team Secret just holding their angles. They haven't been exposed all too much.
Bro, ini Cypher tadi AFK.
Snake bite, however. And that means Borkamaster kind of repositioned. However, timer is ticking. And given what Team Secret has, it's just a little bit more.
Ban!
Ya.
Oh, this guy. He's been waiting to get
Cypher-nya AFK, cuy.
The roles and
Diam di
even
pojokan.
here, Governor still given that primary duelist position, but playing with confidence. Get some frags on the board.
Pushing up, playing off of his teammates' contacts. He manages to find all those frags. I mean, we saw him on T1 last year.
Cypher setor nyawa.
Sometimes flexing off the different agents, but maybe freed up to do a little bit more on this TLN Esports roster.
Udah gombak.
I mean, playing to his role strength,
Wah.
right? You're there to scout,
tag
but
post
once
lagi.
you're on the retake, Governor down. Now you're.
Oh, timeout guys, bukan tag post timeout. Kalau review mouse dikirimin doang. Kalau gua dibayar ya ntar jadi bias dong reviewnya tuh. Gua tidak menerima bayar. Kalian kirim gua review jujur-jujur aja. Jadi mouse-nya yang jelek, gua pernah ditawarin mouse budget banget, gue tolak. Tidak rekomen, mending tambah dikit dapet yang agak lebih bagus dikit. Resolusi stretch pengaruh? Enggak. Itu namanya placebo effect. Team Secret kalah gara-gara sponsornya website judi, guys. Coba sponsornya bukan website judi. Ya udah mulai.
Alan has
a
trick up their sleeve.
Kalau lagi timeout dia pasang lagu copyright.
If you ever watched Coach Frost in any of the previous teams he's been on, or even during the offseason, like he will always have a lot to share. He's just ready to just pump out the information any chance he gets for the players. The question always becomes, can they digest it? But it seems like they have a lot of faith in each other for kickoff.
Dilihat flashnya diliatin sama dia. Dapat 2.
Half armor, you get chewed right through. Relay bolt now just to keep them at bay, and he's
Itu dia dari tadi terus mau kena dah bapan.
It does tag up Borka for a little second. He's down to half HP. The rest of them all pinned down and stuck inside of this cave.
I mean, if you watch the video that VCT Pacific put out, Benkai tried to tell him he's not the governor around here, but I think Talon's governor is here to stay.
Ente.
Yeah, he looked pretty menacing in that video.
Governor's a pretty decent actor. That's what I found out in all these extra content. If you look at the surf announcement video from Talon, Governor's shocked face is like legitimate shock.
Yeah, not to mention the one where we go through like all of Talon's roles.
Hokinya nggak habis-habis nih orang. Pakai outlet tembak sekali dapat 2 kill wallbang gitu.
Yeah, Yeah, but
Nembak
so
terus
far,
smoke langsung
he's not going to
kena.
need that backup plan for his career because this is a great first showing and a good call on the outlaw buy as well. You have so many creds, but yet you want to make sure you're really snowballing the economy. You know that they don't have full buys this round.
Yeah. Also, just a good call. Like previous rounds, you know, teams
Ini dapat lagi nih orang nih.
it doesn't work out their execute.
Tuh
So
kan.
probably they're gonna go A, and it's a good call.
Hokinya nggak bisa habis sih.
Jesse Vash now trying to go for the close range duel, but Governor and Lenny swapped over the shorty. You can
Rajin ibadah, ya rajin ibadah kayaknya.
Oh, it doesn't matter if the outlaw
Dia pakai outlaw-nya enak sih. Kalian nembak 2 kill, kalian nembak 2 kill gitu.
It's another 2+2. A little bit of a theme today. Oh,
2 kill gitu langsung.
I mean,
especially for the player behind.
Yeah, this is just what a read from Talon. Good shots from Governor too, and good movement from Neon at the end. I mean, if you really want to dig all the way to the micromanagement of it.
Tim Secret kalau tidak mengubah playstyle-nya kalah terus nih. Ditindas sama pemerintah terus.
15.0 KD, 7 rounds into his first match in VCT Pacific.
Pretty soon building up to his next ultimate. Ban on the operator now. Jeremy opping as well. But we've got that dimensional
Hukum dibeli ya dia di atas hukum ini.
So that
Hukum udah nggak mempan bagi dia.
potential Viper's pits.
It's a good hold.
I like, tapping the pause for Talon. Oh no, but it allows for Jeremy to find an opening.
Aduh.
And then the trade.
Andai monitornya 540 Hz. Kalau monitor 540 Hz dapat nih.
Band's just half a step quicker.
Now you've lost your head, Team Secret. It's gonna be that much more difficult to push through. I mean, not unless, I would.
Bang WL Bis di Shopee 2 juta. Rasanya ada di Good Gaming Shop yang official reseller.
Still the main operator. If you're trying to pick that up for the attack, obviously it's a great wild card. It's a great weapon to try to get the first pick. But as soon as they get picked off, where you spend too much time, you just don't have a great way to break into sight. You're right. The null command's still available for Envy. That's an option. The KOs, they've gotten aggressive before.
Mereka takut sama pemerintah, lihat.
Flash out. Oh,
Dia takut sama pemerintah bener sumpah. Hokinya nggak habis-habis terus mau kena terus 2 kali.
And he just finds them through that green curtain.
Yeah, by the way, no extra shots from Cruz on that because there's no assist, so it was just Governor getting Envy right through the toxic screen. He's like,
habis hokinya itu.
That went a little bit too haywire. Borka managing to bring things back under Team Secret's control. They picked up the players, they picked up the spike, but here comes Ban. Oh, dimensional drift. What is this quick switch up? Back to the shorty, but then shut down by Jesse Vash, the veteran, the experienced player, and he's still here to frag. Cruz, though, tries to fight back with the op. Has to reload. I don't know if it's going to be good enough. Recon just makes him think about the other angle for just a second. Swapped over to the Vendel. A simple burst closes things out. Jesse Vash's reactions not quite enough up against Cruz.
Monitornya sih masalah monitor. Kalau 540 Hz tadi dapat sofanya.
Jesse Vash trying to get ahead of that cascade. He wins the 1v1, but that was a potential Jesse Vash moment there. The hero moments that we've come to know from the leader of the Filipino squad. Good shots from Governor and the decision from Ban. The quick swap over for the operator over to Cruz, immediately ults and then just comes out and goes for the shorty.
Yang low dikasih operator.
Still there for the trade. A great decision.
Bok dan low.
Definitely makes your opponents feel a lot of pressure. Because you're not expecting him to come out of dimensional drift that quick.
Team Secret turu ini gimana nih?
I've heard that this team is very vocal, all individually. I've heard that they are always ready to speak their mind. They talk about it in their own videos as well, and that can always go 2 ways, right? I mean, you could really gel, but you could all really start to get in each other's ears, and the chemistry's not there. But so far,
Team Secretnya turu, guys.
This new Talon roster.
Yeah, and look at these ideas too. Viper's pit. Cruz hiding inside of it. It's a little bit risky.
Tawan di spam.
Now he tries to back out of it, but still lands a shot onto Envy anyway.
But that's the problem, isn't it? It wasn't the Viper. The pit's still up. But oftentimes the Viper gets a little greedy, pushes out, you take them out, and then you think you're able to push through. But just another sentry there to get 1 kill.
Permain karet apa?
And Ban now in mid.
Permain
Look at
karet
Talon's
apa?
movement. Neon's all the way out in A main. They have full control of this map. And
Flanknya
the double
cepet
as
kali
well.
nih. Tim Talon nih
of
flanknya
the
cepet banget.
Pretty soon, Governor's going to come up from behind. Jesse Vash trying to do what he can. But how much is going to be enough? Oh, Governor's just
Ya sudah ada pemerintah di belakang.
Didn't spot him. And the thing is Team Secret also doesn't know that this would have been the Neon pushing all the way out, but now they say we don't really have a choice. Yup.
Ya ketangkep.
Spotted him as well.
Now it's a 3-on-1. Jesse Vash might be able to get the spike plant, but that's about it.
So he needs to hide from the operator. He needs to get the plant.
Oh, it's because it's Neon too.
Yeah, he's trying to get the first pick. He's crouching down, but it's not enough.
Look, because he was watching the angle towards the entrance of Cave. He had no idea that Governor was already onto the other side.
Posisinya bagus banget, jadi selalu siap
just
gitu.
kind of throws off the timing for a second. So 8-1. Talon has not dropped a single round since round 4.
An incredible streak from Talon Esports. Now, some Talon fans, you know, this might be a little deja vu from last year where they also had a great showing at Lock-In, and we had high hopes, but I would say...
Insane.
I mean, yeah, you are insane. I agree. I mean, these guys are looking
Dia mau kemana lagi, depan belakang ada musuh.
Decision making, 18-2-5. The number just keeps going up for Governor.
Man,
I mean, the buck just doesn't stop.
It just keeps bucking. I gotta really think about what this could mean for the future, because you know in their group they might have to play against DRX, and still they're now suddenly dropping thanks to the pacing from Team Secret.
Yeah.
Borkum going up on the aggressive, Jeremy trying to go up front,
Dia
shut down
menyala.
thanks to the recon, but then Envy on the trade. Numbers advantage has been gained.
Okay. We back.
Secret
Winnable.
just back at the same pace, right? They say, okay, we'll drive it up to 11 as well. And this time it pays off. Jeremy not
Oke, lihat di tim Secret 9-3.
and gets the first pick in return.
Enggak 8-4 lah, 8-4 oke lah.
Maybe a little late, but if they can chain that into 4, still a solid shot on Breeze.
Just getting an idea for Talon's game plan again. I mean,
Ya,
because
dia miss sekali udah game over.
The map, they start to go really aggressive. Now they start to slow down a little bit, and Team Secret sees that as an opening, and it works.
Of course, we've got viewing parties.
Itu yang viewing party liatin HP semua ya.
That was a lot of people.
Ente ngapain viewing party kalau di sore main HP?
Of course, the teams are able to
Di rumah aja kalau gitu.
But Secret so far, a shaky start, but they are on the attacking side again. 4 rounds, I don't think that's too bad. They have the Cypher on the defense.
Of course, always very useful, especially up against players like Governor and Ban. But right now, Talon switching things up a little bit.
Dia dapat sofanya, dapat B nih.
Op on both sides.
Yeah, and Secret also used an early drone to see.
Oke, kelihatan, power senjatanya kelihatan.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know at least a position of 1. So you know how to just target that guy. Oh, man, nice try, Jeremy.
And all of a sudden, Lenny tucks away. Just jiggling for info outside mid, but here comes Ban to do that job instead. Lenny is relieved to go in for the
Pemuda tersesat.
towards B instead.
Still many people in sight, though. Backup's all here.
Ban just trying to hold the off angle. I thought Lenny would have gone for the counter on his
Itu apa yang kayak kondangan di cafe deh.
Instead, wait for his teammates to arrive on the scene. Cruz getting a bit of a trade, and then comes Governor. Numbers game.
Ini Jeremy dari tadi entry-nya nyasar mulu.
I mean, the backup's just way too quick. And of course,
frame drop ya itu dari sononya.
Incredible.
PC-nya panitia ini nge-lag sih. Lihat tuh. Tersesat si Jeremy ini.
And Envy tries to pop flash around. He's still tagged, gets shot through the smoke. Backup already there. Governor wrapping all the way around the back of sight.
Apa maksud dari Jet barusan?
I mean, I don't know what else
Gajinya kurang kayaknya. Kontornya belum cair.
That I personally had about how does this team gonna gel in the very beginning of the year, they've thrown that right on the bin.
Looking really good.
Ya, kenal lagi. Jeremy mati lagi dong.
That would be even better.
Jeremy's alone. The reckoning.
Here comes Team Secret. Oh my god, even alone. I mean, Borkum NTG all the way from B main. They managed to gun down so many of these players.
Jeremy selamat, menang
this is
jadi.
what Talon did not expect, and all of a sudden it's
Nyebrangnya aman-aman deh.
Maybe a bit of utility, but no ultimate.
The way he's playing today, I say you hold your breath.
Okay.
Good reposition right Jesse. His back is covered by Jeremy as well.
Trying to bait out peaks with that fast lane. He doesn't have that much time. Maybe like 25 seconds left. If he wants to wrap back around to B main, that's not going to be enough.
It's just too many with the op, but we'll see what he can do.
Belok pelurunya.
He shuts it down.
Jump peak. That feels old. But here you go. 9-3. Still a good half nonetheless, but great
Mau
recovery
lift
from
tim?
Team Secret towards
Iya
the
nggak
end.
tahu.
Talon, we talked about the
Speaker yang penting entry, yang penting masuk ke sisanya kasih ke tim aja tuh. Andelin tim.
Governor being so hot right off the rip. I mean, obviously in the pistol, it's just a kill through
Gila
the
musik
smoke.
copyright lagi. Ya half time guys, 9-3 ini. Hokenya nggak habis-habis si Goperner dari tadi pick dapat. Vibe-nya santai dulu nggak sih? Itu Red Bull di belakang nggak boleh diminum. Kalau kata orang Finlandia, is the Red Bull only for promotion or can you actually drink? Red Bullnya nggak boleh diminum ya? Buat apa sih? Masih ada lagu copyright. Halftime sama Theo waktunya sama. Ya halftime buat ngomong ke coach dulu. Coachnya cuma boleh ngomong pas halftime. Nah udah nih.
So again, Governor has been our MVP for this entire match.
Red Bull oposisi ya. Dulu yang oposisi Gerindra karena yang oposisi Red Bull.
And you're just wondering how much more they can do if they are to close out this map.
King Crash after ready to join his teammates. Takes out the cam, and that's what the Euro
Iya, apa main bulu tangkis Syokdar? Syokdar tadi balas Syokdar lagi main bulu tangkis ente.
That draws out at least one more member, right? Cypher not as safe, can't get as much info without
ada jatahnya masa pajangan di minum. Ya, terus ente di belakang udah pakai kulkas juga, nggak boleh diminum. Tuh, FPS drop cuy, expected dia FPS drop.
Setting up for that A execute now. They think they've managed to buy enough time away from B site. If they can pinch down onto Envy, that would be great. But look at Envy, 180 degrees.
Menyala bangku.
2 kills, a bit of a trade.
Muter badannya itu loh.
Borkum, however, feeling
Muter
the pressure,
badannya.
has to back off, tries to find a better position. Close range duel with the classic, tries to right click. But you know what? It doesn't even matter because only Lenny is left. And with the IGL not able to frag out, it's going to be Team Secret.
Itu dia nge-fragnya.
These are the clips we remember from 23, Envy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's just the 180 headshot as well. Lets the Neon pass, then walks out on a timing. Through, just guards that fast.
Lihat tangan dia,
games around the Neon.
Saking cepetnya nge-flagnya itu.
I mean, like, oh yeah, throw all your utility. I mean, I'm not bothered by it whatsoever. Nice! Jesse finding shots too all the way from the back of bridge. That's what you need from Team Secret. Now they've got the outlaw at the hands of Jeremy, and they can definitely dish out more damage.
Yeah, that's one of the big questions a lot of us had is Jeremy, he has to now play primary duelist, he has to play primary opper, and of course the outlaw.
Oh, dia maunya ke situ, pinter juga jadi gak ke kiri maksudnya. Pinter juga jadi gak nge-plan tuh, lihat. Nge-plannya posisi ke muka gitu. Kalau di molly. Pinter juga Viper-nya.
Playing around the toxic screens too, though, it just gives up a lot more space, and with some blind shots being fired through, Jeremy finds one.
Borkum ente liatin apa sih?
Able to do all too much, but it's just a setup for Jeremy to find a little bit more. Envy coming up from behind too, and that's Talon just burned to a crisp.
I'm telling you, it's far from
Pernah
over.
ikut tur nggak bang? Pernah aku tur ke Jawa Timur, ke Jawa Tengah pernah. Naik bus, capek cuy di perjalanan cuy, ketiduran.
They can really try to anchor around the site, work around the trips and the cyber cages, things like that on one side. Then you've got the outlaw potentially on the other. A bit of a mishap there with the spike showing through, of course, the smoke. But at the end of the day, I don't know if it would have made a grand difference in the scheme of things.
Yeah, it just came down to the buy still, and Team Secret knowing how to play so far back.
Echo Cobra, Echo Cobra.
To really push up, and it's a little bit more difficult for them to do so
Ikut
given
kampanye
the
enggak.
current weaponry. But now, on to the next round. Team Secret's got to watch out. Talon's got to watch out for Jeremy still.
Turu juga ya, Turu.
Aggressive push out from mid.
Ya, outlaw-nya udah keluar guys.
Stick around, no contact.
Ooh. Okay, good recon from Jesse Vash as well.
Yeah, but this, I mean, Jesse Vash simply trying to let them know, like, if you want to come into B, you're going to have to use a lot more utility. And if they're not able to find the Cypher utility off of that, obviously it gets a lot tough. So Jesse Vash with a great read that this is going to funnel them into A. It's a bit of a gamble, but one that might pay off.
Yeah, it's going to cost you. If not, we're just going for that 4 and 5 retake. But we're also banking on the fact that NDG can
Beri swap defender.
That's something that
Ya, selalu defender ada Viper.
Oh no!
Ya elah.
Wow.
Doesn't look like the first shot quite connecting. Not able to finish the kill, but the Spectre's here. The
Yang dia tembak yang clone.
Still manages to burn down Ban. But just trying to go full auto with all of these weapons, it's not quite enough. The close range duels.
Tuh lihat kalau si Jeremy pakai outlaw nggak bisa kayak si Goperner tuh. Si Goperner sekali tembak 2 kill. Tuh lihat, sekali tembak 140 nangis dia.
And swaps over to the high angle, gets down Jeremy. Wow, through the toxic screen though. Jesse Vash with the Sheriff still able to fire off shots.
Yeah, caught one glimpse of a Spectre, not the weapon you would want in a situation like this, but already damage done. One more kill and even
si NDG ini 4 kill, 10 dead, 11 dead.
Double doors will barely save the round for Talon, carrying over 2 rifles.
You can anchor, but can you clutch? With a Spectre, it's just that much more difficult, so it is what it is.
Outlaw buat ekoran deh. 140 2 kali yang menangis.
Still, I think Lenny getting those 2 kills, Ban as well, I mean pushing up front. Just fighting with all that force. And you can hear those communications again. It keeps the team alive, it keeps spirits up. And look at this, Governor up to 20 kills now.
Slow creeping up, not as quickly as we saw in the very beginning of the map, but obviously a lot more for him to do on the attacking side.
Bagus flashnya.
A bit of a mishap on the flash
Flash
there as
teman
well.
sendiri itu.
Tried to make the movement work though, but Borkum just managing to react that quickly. Another shot coming in from Jeremy as well, and all of a sudden Talon has to reconsider this entire round.
Minimal nge-flash tuh musuhnya bukan teman gitu.
On halls, so Jesse Vash, no reason to greed this. You have control of double doors, you have control of the site. You can keep them trapped in the halls, it's not the worst scenario.
Yeah, if anything, Jit Boys has to, I don't know, like either lurk or push up front. They're thinking about making use of the shoot into mid. But it's not quite gonna happen.
Oh, I don't mind this. The shock dart, right? You already showed one person
B-nya ngandelin Cypher solo.
to let them know that we're still thinking about taking over the space. And you just say if we can
Meta 2
keep
smoker
that
tanpa sentinel.
occupied, we
Di
should
map
have a
bridge doang
shot, but no,
cuy,
it's going to be a
butuh tembok
save.
yang
I mean,
banyak.
they don't have any explosive entry into the site, and of course the Cypher most likely anchoring on B.
Yeah, 30 seconds. And look at the setup on B too. I don't think B is a site that they've explored all too much, so there are some unknown variables. They don't know exactly where these trips might be or where the cam is.
10 seconds left.
So
Oh, nge-save udah.
there's really a lot to consider.
Miskin
Remember, a
nge-save
couple rounds
aja.
ago, we saw Jesse Vash just playing up around tunnel, around elbow a little bit. So they're still thinking that Team Secret setup might be
FPS drop lagi nih, apa sih?
So we don't want to.
Komputer VCT Pacific kentang banget ya, gini aja FPS drop.
KO either, right? No way to just shut down that utility. So you have to really use everything you got. Start to scout it out. And as you mentioned, haven't
Ya
spent
kan
too many
miskin,
rounds
kalau
figuring
maju
out
terus
NDG's
dia
preferred
iko
default
nanti.
setups. But if anyone's gonna do it, it's got to be ban on that Nyuruh. Got to drink the pistol round.
Yeah, if not Ben, it's got to be Lenny with the shock darts. Again, information first. So back to the drawing board for Talon now as Team Secret starts to catch up.
Gara-gara
Jesse
kemarin.
Vash kind of catching up in terms
Technical issue 7 jam.
Oh, very aggressive shark dart into elbow. And Jesse's making the same call again, right? Just let them know that we are looking at elbow a bit heavy, and then let's try to reposition ourselves, shift the weight a little bit. But I think he correctly recognized the situation here. No solid info that they're working off of, so just a 2-1-2 default.
Swapped over with Jeremy too. NDG.
Easy defense in there, so dia nggak ketahuan.
Past
Ya.
the cyber cage, but now
Bisa
suddenly pushing
pump.
into it, punished by Cruz. Gate crash allows Ben to sneak and infiltrate onto site, just as you mentioned, Will. And apart from that, look at what's happening on the
Cybernya
map. He
bingung
gets
dia mau
out.
liatin mana.
Jit Boys still holding up around elbow in case anyone crosses over from mid. Cruz, as long as he stays alive up over by pillar, he uses his utility. He's still got the Reckoning available. There's so much that Talon has invested into this round.
Oh,
Another shot. Jesse Vash out in
Dia
the open.
sebelahan loh sama armornya padahal.
Revealed by Ban. And that's Talon back into the game just where they left.
Envy had full utility ready to go, but Cruz just gets him right before he's able to set up the rest of his teammates. Obviously, the distance from each other, not exactly the ideal, but this gate crash was brilliant. Ban gate crashes into the site, so NDG has to wait, but then Cruz holds before pushing out of the cyber cage, as they know that he now has to pick and choose the 50-50 between the Nyuruh and the decoy. And then they just pinch onto him. During all that, Ban's able to still get the first kill on site as well. And now, because they have that successful B
Defense
execute,
B-nya lemah
Team Secret,
syahwat,
they can't
man.
really rest on their laurels on any part of the map.
Yeah,
Cybernya underperform. Ini TS NDG ini nggak usah main.
Pull off something cheeky. But again, this high tide just makes him question a lot. But guess what? Talon's actually corralled up towards B instead. Just watching elbow.
Nah, lihat kesempatan lagi, kita lihat si NDG nih.
A good read.
Dari tadi AFK tuh.
What the potential is from Team Secret, right? Because they just pressured B successfully as well. Talon's read is that Team Secret has to push out to get info.
Apart from that too, I mean, that's what they're playing off of.
Lihat defense-nya.
Past enough time. Dimensional Drift does clear out a lot, so NDG has no choice but to relinquish the site.
Relay boats corralling.
Ketakutan banget tuh. Masa depan suram itu cybernya.
Gets out onto another one. Jesse Vash making a trade happen, so not impossible for Team Secret to come back.
Dokter telur tuh.
Jeremy on the flank, but so is Lenny. Now this cuts the timer for Lenny quite short, but I don't think they're aware at all. So if Jit Boys can stay alive alongside Governor, this is
Easy break. Ya harusnya pasangnya jangan di pas di pintunya deh. Dia mau main belakang, pasangnya agak belakang repot.
Jit Boys still trying to keep things alive. Governor and Envy though suddenly pitched down. And with that, the spike available, they knew where Lenny was. They knew where he was about to show up. And Envy collects another round.
Apa di VCT Vandal Prelude Chaos. Ya suka-suka mereka mau pakai skin hitam juga boleh.
As soon as they recognize that Lenny gets the first kill on the flank, instead of trying to say, well, one person watch for Lenny, and the rest of us will go in and go for 1v1, so they just say, well, he's still pretty far out. He would have to walk all the way up to Arches to be able to combat us and provide backup. So let's just push in and win these fights.
Kebetulan dapat flank tadi jadi menang.
Catch a sight alongside Cruz. They see each other in mid, and Jeremy just follows all the way. Good call.
So kind of just like forgetting for a second that although, yes, they might have been pushing out on...
TS NDG, T-nya taper, enggak. NDG itu singkatan. Nanti dia gila. Bisa gila dia main kayak gitu. Habis patch ini kayaknya di meeting ya sama bosnya. Kamu besok libur ya? Tahu kamu tuh capek, jadi besok libur aja dah nggak apa-apa. Tapi nggak usah masuk-masuk lagi ya. Itu. Diliburkan sama bosnya. Epilepsi ya. Nah, udah. Tadi lagunya copyright guys.
First of all, not too many answers about pressuring mid.
Video tips. Mau nggak dibayar?
All right, pressure one side, go back to 2-on-2 default, and then shift the weight over on a timer.
Oh, yeah. Haven't really gone through mid. Haven't really, played much around halls either. They did.
Oh, FPS drop lagi. Ya dia kill 5, mati 13.
Well, this is going to be finally the Nyuruh.
Sudah main 19 round.
Jeremy gets the first kill.
Nah, ini kesempatan lagi NDG, ayo tunjukkan kamu bisa kill 6. Minimal kill tuh 6 loh.
Wreck the setup and the gate crash out.
Tunjukin NDG mau perang tuh. Nah. Observernya agak lemot tuh.
Now we're starting to creep up instead.
Bosnya tim Secret nih ngelihat NDG main, ente kill 6 minimal, nggak kill 6 nggak digaji.
Okay, all the way up and through halls. Jesse Vash is right on the other end.
Bulan ini kamu nggak usah makan kalau kill nggak 6 gitu.
Staying tucked away and hidden.
So Talon seems to have heard and or seen Jesse Vash on the rotate back over to A. Now,
apakah benar highlight abis terus benar replay system? Enggak, itu dari OBS itu dia rekam sendiri.
Jeremy's just holding mid. And Talon doesn't have
ya, FPS drop. Ya, congor senjata kelihatan.
Not even a guess, it looks like.
I thought they might have had an idea, but guess not. And with that, now Team Secret very much in control over the map. Van trying to fight back.
Pemerintah terpojok.
5 HP. His teammate in the spike dropped.
NDG kena mental. Hey guys, menang guys, gue nggak ngapa-ngapain.
15 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean only 5 HP and your econ's not exactly even across the board. And we've been trading rounds back and forth, so not quite at the maximum loss streak bonus. Talon carrying one Vandal over, losing a lot of steam.
Akun Riot.
This one, it could have very well looked different had Lenny been alive, right? They could have pressured a lot more with the Sylvia utility, but now Jeremy seems a bit more warmed up, a bit more confident, digging deep to really cut up the forces from Talon Esports.
That's what we need to see them do, especially on this defensive side. If they can repeat that formula,
nggak apa-apa. Ya setupnya B aja terus.
NDG going back to the slightly different setup, but heavily.
Dari tadi belum berhasil setup B-nya, mungkin kali ini berhasil lihat.
What we saw just a few rounds ago.
Si tim Talon tabrak B nih. Ya ketahuan semua.
Yeah, but this is a retake from Team Secret. And they get the ping onto pretty much everybody, if not literally everybody, on the side of Talon. So backups now arrived as well. I mean, Talon, yeah, you have to reset at the very least.
Yeah, retake setup too. Talon has to reconsider their options, but given the time passed, they never quite know
wah, Jeremy sudah
who
siap.
might be on the other side, and it's going to be Jeremy with an operator.
They suspect something.
Tadi agak gatal dia.
Shot hasn't been fired off.
Iya.
Oh, the movement from Governor. A sudden, he jumped over.
Udah FPS drop.
Momentum through. Jeremy repeats though. Is that good? The cascade pushes him away, and Governor wants to pressure it.
Yeah.
Oh, the blade storm. Right click, and then Lenny with the shorty. Ben is here to assist as well. So although Governor dies,
Bang,
it's enough
tim
space
apa?
for Talon.
Tim akar apa? Nurut kan akar.
High tide blocks off so much vision.
Spike gets planted. Post plant, not bad. You could even go for a rotate, even the pit to make sure. I mean, this is going up to match point for Talon.
Wow, and all they got to do is to protect the Viper right now, up around the edges of this Viper's pit.
I mean, Secret wants to attempt this so badly, but it just looks nigh impossible.
So many layers of safety. Cruz dies. We still got Jit Boys. We still got Ben and Lenny on the other side of the cave. So it's the call for Envy to save instead.
Tadi dia lagi nge-hot operator, cuy. Lagi enak-enak, tangan kiri aduh gatel. Datang orang kiri.
You just don't want to give over map point. And you still had another flash drive, a 0 point. You know, you get the first.
Jeremy diganti, Emi udah tua.
There's a world.
Ganti monitornya coba. Pakai 540 Hz mungkin jadi jago lagi.
Talon goes up to map point. Lost a lot of steam in the second half, but it was only a couple steps up to here.
Yeah, picked it up again. I mean, again, it might just also be Breeze on defense, and you know, you got to figure out those openings. And especially with Talon, I mean, Team Secret now starting to peek out a little bit more. They had to adapt. And adapt they did.
Yes, this should do.
Well, this is, it's actually giving me a bit of a nightmare flashback to when DRX just couldn't figure out how to attack on Breeze on an international stage. And a lot of it comes down to, they keep tabs on the actual setup, and they're just trying to combat the setup.
Di Indo yang punya cuma 4 orang.
Ban. Great opening kill, takes out the operator from the opposing side.
Udah Jeremy udah capek.
Well, okay, sure.
Next match, next match
as well. But what I'm trying to say is you want to work the map, right? If you're just saying, okay, well, they hide in this cubby, they have this strip, let's go in and break it and break it and break it. You still, at the end of the day, have to not only win the fights, but they make one micro adjustment, one change in timing, and it throws the entire thing off. Now, I would say Talon, a bit more flexibility here in the second half. Also, they didn't need to win as many rounds, but This time, Van's operator is the one who really shakes things up.
Iya. Pemuda tersesat. Ngeliatin mid deh.
Team secret.
Wih,
They
B.
recognize this as they don't hear any more footsteps, but whoa,
Ayo
Governor
Ndok.
flying
Aduh
high
Ndok
off the
nembakin
boxes.
apa Ndok?
1v5.
Kurang makan telur kayaknya, dia sarapan gak makan telur.
Neon and Jit poised to end it all as he hops around for his teammate to pick up the kill. 13-8. This first
Ya lu
map
mulai
goes
meta
to
kapan? Tahun
A
lalu.
huge showing from Governor. Obviously, ex-teammates with Rossi from
Cyphernya
Team 1.
nggak dikasih honor. Habis match ini Cyphernya tidak dikasih honor. GG tim telan tuh. Pemerintahnya menindas rakyat kecil loh ini. Nggak seru bang, bapuk secret, iya. Tutorial underperform tuh, cara main Cypher tuh underperform parah ini. Hari ini match siapa aja? Ini TS Talent, terus nanti The Foam. Yang itu nggak usah ditonton, tim The Foam itu pasti kalah itu. Tim The Foam soalnya wibu isinya. Ya, banyak post plan-nya tim TLN jadi maju set plan udah menang, maju set plan menang. Tim TS maju side udah ngeplan kalah. Tidak bisa post plan mereka. Ya, TS main Dota ya, salah game. Salah Cypher ya sih, ini pasti nyalahin Cypher ya sumpah. Di nanti tim meeting recapnya match ini Cypher ya digoreng sumpah. Digoreng sampai kriuk crispy, sampai gosong. Besok PRX nobar, ya PRX-nya doang habis itu udah mau tidur. Kalau yang menang The Foam gimana? Ya, dunia sudah berbalik berarti. Ya, kita nunggu next match dah. Next match kalau Talon menang udah aku end stream lah. Yang next match-nya yang The Foam gak usah ditonton tuh. Minum dulu guys. Ah. Rudy Marmut. Hah. Itu tadi NDG skornya 5-15. 5-15. Kill death ratio 0,3. Tim TLN yang paling buruknya 8-11 gitu, nggak terlalu jauh gitu. Apa-apaan tuh. Ya satu nggak nonton juga. Nggak lah, nggak usah lah. Paling delay 7 jam males. Monitor turnya 27, 24. 24. 27 kegedean. Gunanya box mic. Oh ini sponsor gelap guys. Di Riot gak boleh ada sponsor kalau Watchparty gini. Jadi ini kebetulan ada box ini di sini. Bukan sponsor nih, kebetulan ada boxnya. While RRQ blunder ya, RRQ cupu. Minimal gak kalah di opening match gitu. Ini bocil RRQ tuh kalau kalah ngamuk-ngamuknya di Instagram gitu. Yang kalahnya siapa, yang ngamuknya siapa gitu, nggak jelas. Sponsor nggak sengaja, ya. Ada match mendominasi, dominasi apa? Bang tahu CS 1.6? Ya tahu. Gue lihat Perek lawan Rek malah kalah payah iya. Upgrade HDD ke SSD. Ngaruh, ya ngaruh. Sebelum stream box sudah ada dari tahun lalu. Ya emang udah lama di sini, emang gini stream gue. Emang kayak gini, ini aja yang baru deh. Ini G502X Plus ya. Ini mouse bagus guys. Ada dari merek G ini, kurang terkenal cuma kayaknya bagus mereknya guys. Ini di sini udah taruh aja nah. Kapan pot review? Tahun lalu. Masih ada plastiknya, iya masih baru nyampe. Lu nggak main CS? Belum, nanti tunggu update. Ini kapan mulainya sih? Next matchnya udah buru weh. Ya tim secret pulang saja. Di 502 setelah pesawat jet, iya betul. Bisa pesawat luar angkasa ya. Scroll-wheelnya bagus. Karena lebih fokusnya satu Valo. Aku main Palworld game bagus. Sniper orang mana? Orang Batak. Bang, gua di toilet sambil mandi. Ya bagus. Utamakan kebersihan. Kebersihan itu bagian dari ibadah. Nah, menurut monitor Zoe sama Asus jelasan mana? Asus. Lambat aku. Iya kamu lambat. Main Palworld dedicated server solo. Solo lah, aku solo queue gaming, difficulty-nya hard. Lawan bos satu hit gue mati. Tidak adil itu namanya. Gue suka sama lu ganteng. Ya tapi gue nggak jomok. Kalau headset dipakai buat ngegame juga gimana? Ya bisa-bisa aja. Apa yang menyebabkan nggak bisa dipakai? Gue beli headset mahal-mahal nggak bisa dipakai, buat apa gue beli gitu? Orang speaker sama webcam. Speaker pakai speaker dari monitor aja, webcam cari yang second yang murah. Gak apa-apa, jadi kalau misalkan muka lu burik waktu lagi meeting Zoom, bilang oh ini dibottleneck sama kamera ini. Sebenarnya muka gue ganteng, cuma karena kameranya jelek gitu. Jadi burik. Lu mirip teman gue bang. Kamu gak usah bohong. Gue tahu lu gak punya. Jangan deh. Jangan terlalu kejam ya. Lebih bagus dijawab VCT tahun lalu atau yang ini? Yang tahun lalu sih. Tahun lalu gak ngedelay 7 jam perasaan. Duit siapa beli headset? Duit pajak. Monitor gue gak ada speakernya ya, gak apa-apa. Burik plus burik kan. Iya betul, double negatif. Kalau kalian minus dikali minus jadi plus. Kalau kalian burik terus kameranya burik jadi ganteng. Double negatif itu bagus ya. Pakai skincare apa? Enggak pakai skincare, pakai lampunya yang terang nih, pakai lampu ring light terang banget nih. Jadi putih nih kalau gue matiin ya. Jadi matiin tuh jadi gelap tuh, jadi muka gue jadi orang perindapan. Kalau dinyalain nih. Nah jadi terang lagi tuh bagus. Efek lampu ini guys, efek lampu. Mulai. Mulai guys.
Or his lurking on the second half, he was actually pretty successful at creating those 1v.
Alah lagunya lagu copyright sih. Asen. Main Omen, Omen di Asen meta cuy. Ternyata memang di Asen main Omen cuy. Biasa orang pada mainnya aneh-aneh main Brimstone dong di Asen. Aku main duelis menangis pokoknya abis sih. Oke, mic apa? Oh ini ada tulisannya di. Gak kelihatan ya digedein. Nih, mic ini. Mic terbaik di budget segitu guys. No saing-saing. Agen pikir sama, iya. Emang metanya gitu di Asen. Asen tuh mah paling waras.
Composition for both sides. What do we think, Will?
Well, there was a part of me that hoped. You know, we saw the Neon and Nyuruh on Breeze, and I saw, all right,
Asen tuh mah paling waras, jadi tim komen juga waras gitu. Nggak aneh-aneh.
Can't be cooked anymore. It is perfect. We gotta just let the steak rest forever. As it is just the same old composition, but I mean,
analisis ya nggak tahu lah, besok mau bikin video analisis tim lerek main ice bucket cukup.
Now TS back in comfort zone. Isn't enough to change it up. Waiting for a mid push out.
Tuh kan mainnya main default. Tim komet tim kom default.
Among teams, right? Everyone knows each other's playbooks. Everyone's reading from each other.
Waras ini, udah nggak ada aneh-aneh sih itu.
Might not know too much about what Talon might do.
Mana ndok ayo ndok. Ayo dapat 1 kill aja nggak bisa.
Not quite finding the shots, now re-peeking into it. Governor still with that share.
Nggak usah main. Nggak usah main.
NDG just wanted one piece of the action.
Dari tadi cuy. Kill yang harus dia dapat nggak dapat gitu.
Not quite safe in the site, Chip boys.
That's a good enough pickup that it gives them numbers advantage, even though Governor is pretty low. Spike plant goes down. And at this point, just a clean retake is all it needs.
Abis ini di replace dia, sumpah itu apaan, underperform banget tuh.
Everything counts here in a pistol round.
Oh no.
Oh, the ping!
Di wallbang, apa-apaan.
He was ready for it, he was crouched. Can't find the headshot either. Oof. Listen, I mean, I was one of those people that was hoping that Germany would come in this year and fire right off the bat. Because I mean, he kind of needs to for himself. He needs to find that confidence on the stage. We've seen peak moments.
Dia itu pemerintahnya udah repem padahal udah peluru pertama gak kena.
But the operator looked a little rough and shaky on Breeze and not finding it just yet in the pistol. But still many rounds to go on Ascent.
NDG member baru. Iya belum ada setahun udah di kick.
Throwing him off a little bit. Now we've got the setups from Talon though, and it makes you wonder: are they going to push out again?
Well, with these weapons, surely not. Although maybe inching forward on main, they do have the Ares, they have the Paranoia, lots of setup.
Governor.
Iya.
Paranoia.
Menindas rakyat kecil.
Okay, seems like Talon did have a discussion about greeting and overheating for stats. Obviously, just a second round. Clean for his kill. Backed up, and they know that there's still members here. Talon has no reason to give the entire area for free, and even if they do, turret and nanoswarms there to just chip away at every member.
Pakai Spectre jarak segitu yakin bro?
I'm just wanting to make sure they don't give away too many weapons. Jin boys, there we go, nanoswarms available. However, the 0 point does connect.
Yeah, and they were also all pretty much through, right? A little bit of scratches here and there, actually.
Dia cuma ngandelin pemerintah maju nih, lihat nih.
The smoke gives it away, but at least they get the
Gubernur maju, retake easy.
Good enough win for Team Secret.
Ya tuh kan, Gubernur maju ya sisanya ikut maju langsung.
Not quick enough. The rest of them trying to wall bang through. We do have an Ares, so might as well try to make it happen. But here comes NDG.
Tumben NDG dapet cuy.
But Governor is just that much sharper
Nah,
as
cuma
well.
satu.
Okay, Ben with the Guardian, and then Lenny with a Ghost. Why not? 4 out of 5 weapons.
Dapat satu cuy, NDG dapat satu one dick mantap.
Good shots from Governor. He's continuing to put up highlights for Talon, putting them back on the board.
Pemain follow favorit siapa? Eric Thohir.
Receiving and continue. You know, the desk talked about a little bit of overheating towards the end, trying to pad those stats. But I mean, with these kind of performances, as long as it ends on a happy note, I don't know if you can blame him too much. At least for today, he's riding that momentum. And this is a player
Luhut. Nggak Luhut,
that
korupsi.
confidently talking before even playing one official in Pacific, right? Said he thinks he can fight everybody here. He's been very outspoken in all of their videos so far, building up to kickoff. And now he's here to back up the talk.
He's got that confidence. 5 kills already in round 2. 1 point away from the Blade Storm. Not much of the same can be
Ya
said
didukung
for,
bukan tes DG, ya NDG-nya doang ini.
They are trying to attack though, so we'll give them that.
Tuh kan mati lah gitu ya.
Continues to wreak havoc outside of B main. NDG was not expecting.
Bro, udah ente gak usah coba buat ngeflank deh.
Into a site.
Mati sendiri, setor nyawa.
Smoke to try to block off main, but they do know that it should be a split here.
Wih.
Okay, Jeremy got the movement.
Skill menyeberang jalannya mantap tuh.
It does allow them into the site, although the wall banks from Lenny are just firing off. At the very least, we've got the site now.
I wonder if it's going to be at least one person going for the long
Ya
ramp
smoke
around.
komen
Doesn't
habis
look
dia
like it,
smoke
so
pakai smoke jet nih.
just a two-way retake coming in through tree.
Well, Vash might
Nggak
be the
jadi.
one wrapping around instead. Has to make it quick enough, though. The rest of the team got to stay alive enough. But here comes Governor.
Dibalas skill menyeberang jalannya.
At the ready. Third kill under his belt. Now he's looking for the last.
Hey,
Doesn't
greedy,
quite
greedy.
get up to Jesse Vash, but it's enough for Ben to stick the spike. Gets off almost at the half. But
Ya
just
pemerintahnya
not
mulai
quite,
greedy.
secure enough to take down Jesse Vash.
Round 3 is not the round you want to overheat on for kills. I mean, listen, quite frankly, he was definitely feeling the momentum. His movement was good onto the retake. And if he did get the kill, it would have been the thumbnail of the highlight for this match for sure.
Ya greedy itu greedy. Tidak perlu bro sampai situ bro.
For Jesse Vash, and this is why Team Secret was always getting so close last year. Even if they had a rough match, even if they had rough rounds, they have these players who are able to just kind of calm things down and stop the bleeding, buy them enough time to regroup. That is
Jeremy
the
wibu,
threat for
Anda
Team
wibu.
Secret. And it might not seem like much, but it is just enough.
Yeah, they played enough games to know, like, calm down, it's all good. I can still bring things back. Now with that 2-1 score, we're looking to turn it to a 2-2, hopefully. Lenny has an Odin, though.
Yeah, very desperate, too, because while, yeah, it was a clutch, that's not what you want to see on the third round on your bye round.
Quick, simple execute.
Tumben Jeremy dapat entry-nya tuh.
As well. Cruz trying to hold things back. A little bit off on the shrouded step play, but still able to cut him down
Ya
regardless.
teleportnya taktikal teleport biar musuhnya bingung.
Almost trying to connect, but Envy manages to stay alive. Now options available are just heaven. Not quite so much door, but they have no idea that NDG is right around that spot.
I mean, with the type of util they have available, yeah, I'm not surprised it's safe. Sure, you got the recon on the drone, but
fair enough.
Yeah, you would need to use it a bit further back. You don't want to get spammed out as Lenny's pretty low. And then you would have
Udah nge-save itu mesin foggingnya di bawah buat nge-save.
No information on tree like you mentioned. And NDG was there, so good positioning by NDG. Very quick on that backup should the retake have come through. Secret looking a bit more alive on one of their favorite maps from 2023.
I mean, when it's that much rehearsed, the executes are fast, they're decisive, they're impactful. Meanwhile, for Talon, you know, it does feel as though some of this carries over from, you know, the previous map on Breeze. When the pace gets switched up against them, and when it's a rush coming out from Team Secret, they can't really hold it down all too well.
Lagi meta 34 nge-save. Miskin, lihat duitnya. Mereka duit 200 perak, 700 perak. Mending nge-save.
Okay, once we figure out where they're weaker, we just keep going.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Don't fix what's not broke. The same thing happened on Haven, of course, a couple of times, especially against teams like DRX. Happened on Ascent.
Kalau misalkan nggak nge-save tadi, ronde ini Sheriff doang, kalah lagi rondenya. Kalau ronde tadi nge-save, ronde ini mungkin menang.
See if that continues to be the trend today.
Right here.
I mean, again, we keep talking about one of the teams that made the least changes coming into 2024, so you imagine the calling, the philosophy, the speed.
Nah, ditemenin. Si NDG sekarang ditemenin, jadi kalau dia mati ada yang nge-trade. Dia sendiri dari tadi mati doang. Gak ada yang nge-trade, gak ada yang ngapa-ngapain karena ditemenin.
To take some mid control, put some pressure, see if he can get sight of those alarm bots. Not gonna dig deep enough, but he has no idea that there's so many members wrapping all the way around him. From short, they don't peek out all the way.
Ini main petak umpet atau gimana ini?
Just trying to push through a little bit, but then smoked off immediately by Cruz. Talon controlling the map for the time being.
3 lawan 4 kalau ada pemerintah menang nggak? Nggak, pemerintahnya korupsi. Iya.
I was gonna say earlier from Jesse Vash to keep Jeremy alive, but Governor will find a kill nonetheless. This time on main.
Take flight.
Itu padahal tugasnya orang admin tadi hidup doang loh. Nggak harus nge-kill, nggak harus ngapa-ngapain. Yang penting dia hidup, kasih pressure A. Mati.
Sensing that
Ya
the hit
udah.
is headed towards B, sends out the
Jadi
recon.
kobel semua.
And then everyone's ready to
Dihabisin.
fire. Jit boys. Triple kill back to back.
Dihabisin.
Governor getting the last one onto Jeremy. Everything lines up for Talon.
Great hold, the recon.
Ini keyboardnya sama kayak gue cuy. Keyboardnya sama cuy, gue juga pakai keyboard itu. ATK 68.
Not holding close to the wall, not holding far out with an Odin. Try to go for a peek, but good reset after the first kill for Jet Boys.
Tiga orang absen sekaligus.
That we all thought last year showed so much consistency, so much just good
Dia gerakin mouse juga enggak, itu diklik doang sama dia.
It's great to see him return in form.
Especially on this Sentinel role. On this map too, he had some great moments. Still though,
Weh, makasih Afdal Sadam Hidayat dan Jen member. Semoga mendapat hidayah.
Let's see if we can make some magic work.
Harga berapa? Karena ada 2 juta kayaknya. Dulu gue beli 1,8. Bro, buta ente. 4-3.
A little bit unfortunate, but here comes the shrouded step. The decoy play for Envy to peek out, but it's just a trade.
4-3 tuh guys, nggak kelihatan orang di kiri tadi.
It's still a little bit risky to get the spike down. Okay, they managed to make it happen. No wall banks just yet. We also have
besok gua kuliah,
just
ya
kind of lurking
udah.
around mid, so
Emang
that's
kenapa?
the idea now.
NDG is the big one. The timing is going to be so crucial because Jetboy suspects it, but NDG just needs to be patient. His teammates are still
Momennya
alive.
hitam ya
Doesn't
kelihatan.
need to be the one that gets first
Kelihatan
contact.
nyala merah gitu.
Oh no.
Peeked out a little bit too early. Now Envy might have some utility, but he's just pinched
Sudah
down.
capek ya.
Recon in, has to make his shots ring true, but Lenny just sprays it down with an Odin. And that's Talon with the 4th win.
I mean, I held my breath on that one. Envy's had some nutty highlights last year.
Ente
So
sih.
there was a possibility, but it's always, those are things that look like miracles.
Omennya tujuannya cuma buat ngebait doang.
Still looking like the team that's just put together a bit more, which is the crazy part.
NDG masuk loh. NDG berapa? 1 kill 5 dead. 1 kill 5 dead. Killnya juga satu-satunya kill itu 0 impact kill gitu. Kalau dia udah pasti kalah dia nge-kill 1 doang.
I'm telling you, don't doubt Lenny. And now he's got this Odin.
Enggak si CRWS juga tuh, CRWS 1 kill 4 dead, pas lebih mending tapi. Dia cuma 4.
As he falls down.
Di kedua tim ada yang 1 kill doang guys. Imbang-imbang ya.
Switching out their positions, a little bit more than stack on A, but reading things wrong. It's gonna be Team Secret that's
WB-nya dapet cuy, Jeremy
Yeah, well, of
cepet
course, the
mainnya.
no command on the other side, and they have their own lockdown. So this is a read for read.
Retake.
Yeah, now their own no command coming out first. I like it. Denies the potential response from Envy.
Kalau bawa sub ganti ya.
Have a smoke. Yeah, there it is.
Ganti pemain. Ya elah pemerintah dapat.
2 players isolated on the other side, and it allows for Governor to swing up on towards B. And then Cruz just
Baru datang
decimate
deh.
anyone hiding inside of
Si
B
NDG
main.
baru
Talon
datang,
makes it a
mati
quick
langsung.
round, a flawless round, and a retake.
Ya tim Secret menangis ini beneran dari tadi nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain.
Very solid on the defensive side of both maps. I mean, this one, it's one of those very standard things just because Ascent is such a known value now across the entire world, but you keep tabs on the ultimates, right? You keep tabs on what the ping-pong has been across the sites, and you say, MTB site, we've
Ini
got more
Talon
tools
tapi
to go for
retake-nya
retakes.
rapi sih
Now,
beneran.
obviously, if Envy had used no command
Barengannya
to
tuh
start
beneran
with, it's
barengan
even more value to
lima-limanya
get out of it,
maju
but
gitu.
since they don't, they immediately
Gak ada
found
satu
their
orang
no
pun
command first, a
ketinggalan
little
di
bit
belakang
early,
nunggu ability
deny that
dulu, enggak
response, so they're
maju
able
barengan
to go
langsung.
in a bit stronger on the retake.
Rapi itu retake-nya yang bener gitu.
That pacing coming through. As soon as they secure a strong lead, that's great.
And this time it's an A empty as well, because that no
Beri
command is
berapa?
still
Gak tau, lupa
available.
udah 2 tahun yang lalu bro.
They're just letting this happen. They still have the lockdown for the retake on A. I mean, Lenny
Ini juga
is
dia
reading Team Secret's
tahu bakal main
habits.
retake jadi udah
Great
main
anticipation.
belakangnya sih.
Null command doesn't connect onto anything, and as soon as that timer runs out, Talon's got the site surrounded. You've got the lockdown. You've got the Hunter's Fury. How does Team Secret respond to this?
If he gets this, oh
Lu
no,
lihat
so
eksekusinya
clean.
Talon bener barengan tuh.
He finds one more as well.
Yang belakang dapat kill, yang depan dapat kill, udah easy.
With the
Gitu.
one way, it just enables for Governor to find a little bit more, jumps back out, another shot through. Jeremy tries to spray transfer over, but it's pressured into shooting down this lockdown instead. Lenny goes in for the chase, and it's Governor with the short hit that gets it instead. NDG all the way from A main.
Lihat eksekusinya Talon, real koordinasi timnya gila tuh.
You know,
Barengan
it
tuh
does
beneran
seem
barengan,
like at
gak ada
times
No one left
And
behind
NDG
kalau kata
isn't quite
Capres sekarang.
able to get a hold of himself.
No one left
Looks
behind.
like it's just a bit too chaotic. It's just a bit things moving too fast. A little overwhelming, perhaps.
One pick kemarin
Obviously, a
L3
big
5 menit
debut
kemudian
stage for
start
him.
Enggak.
Coming up onto a big
Technical
land stage
post lagi sampai malam.
against VCT teams here in Pacific. But we're not seeing moments that live up to the hype and expectation a lot of people had.
Pengaruh coach.
Not
Iya.
quite enough. I mean, we've seen him
Waktu
able to
meeting sama
anchor,
coachnya gini cuy. Guys, utamakan kerja sama tim guys. Satu orang ngepick, yang lain juga ikutan ngepick. Jangan satu orang sendiri doang. Gitu pasti. Nah, tahu ya tim Secret mainnya si Jeremy maju sendiri, sisanya mengharapkan dari entry Jeremy doang gitu. Si Jeremy-nya mati, sisanya kacau balau. Si NDG gak tau ngapain tuh. Fungsinya dia ada di tim apa buat cuci uang ya? Cuma buat narik gaji doang. Gak ada impact sama sekali mainnya gitu. Dimarahin sama coach habis ini beneran. Habis ini dimarahin coach
Not
si
exactly
NDG
a
nih.
fair one.
Zero impact
when you have to
player
play the
man.
one map against DRX.
Yeah, he's finally getting his chance.
Ngisi slot, ya ngisi slot doang biar bisa main gitu.
So much. But of course now off the timeout, what does Team Secret have in store for us?
Well, first
Ya
of all,
betul, Governor 14 kill, jadi menindas rakyat kecil beneran. Main sendiri.
Okay, oh Lenny. Oh Lenny.
Dia
IGL for
menangis.
IGL.
Yeah, and that
Menangis
spam, it just comes up every so often enough that you almost forget about it, right? The B main one is there every day, all day, but the one in mid, like everyone knows it can be done, but it just doesn't happen every round.
It's another read though, because he knew there was going to be that Aldro being committed. As soon as he saw it fly up, he went in for that spray, but here comes NDG now, trying to open things up against Governor. So Starduel is gone, Jit Boys with a bit of a trade, and we're back to a 3-on-3. Space created, and all of a sudden it's a mid to A adaptation from Team Secret. Can Cruz play against this? Ben just peeks out. Cruz holds his ground, and all that's left is going to be Envy on a 1-on-3.
Tim Secret
He has time. He
tercerai-berai mainnya.
wants the best option he's had.
40 seconds.
Ya mereka tuh mau kemana gitu, mau ke B di halau pemerintah, mau ke A udah siap 3 orang gitu.
I want to see that swivel from Ban because it just looked like Jeremy was going to have the kill.
Tim Secret putus harapan, itu nggak bisa kemana-mana mereka. Mau ngambil mid ada operator gitu.
He's been free another, and this time it is on the
Bisa
KO,
kemana-mana
right? So it's not
beneran Tim
necessarily
Secret.
about putting him on the jet. Last year, it was only on the jet that he looked confident. But something
Apaan lu
about the
coaching
comms, the
NDG?
chemistry on this team,
Nggak tahu, nggak
we
ngerti
gotta remember,
bahasanya.
Governor says he was the one who suggested and fought for Ban to be brought on board to this new roster of talent.
Lihat ke A nih, solo hold Governor, lihat nih.
There's that bit of a duo, and it certainly
Governor
works
solo
out
hold
well.
sendiri beneran dia.
Apart from that, I mean, just
Fearless buat coy, udah di
the
smoke
game
di
plan from
pick.
Team Secret instantly shut down, but Jeremy has
Solo hold, lihat solo
a little
hold.
bit to say, but not all too
Gak
much.
akan bisa maju itu Tim Secret.
3-on-4, spike getting planted, but retakes are underway.
You know, not to say anything about necessarily the cleanliness or
DG
whether you
nya
overheat or
dulu.
not, but the style that Governor is playing, he is playing like a world-class duelist. He's playing as if he just simply cannot lose fights.
Dia tidak punya rasa
Really
takut sama sekali nih.
Insane. I mean, there's so much that he's doing, jumping around, updrafting.
And the interesting part is the team backs him up.
Gila sih, Governor dia impact player
a lot of
gila.
these rounds would actually end up looking like overheats. There are rounds where he is going to drop a weapon. There are rounds where maybe the updraft is a little too eager, but the trades are there that either keep him alive.
Gak ada satu round pun yang dia gak ada impact
win for the
gitu,
team.
selalu ada impact-nya deh.
The pacing that Talon has right now is exactly what a player like Governor would want. If he wants to go in and take every fight, assume that he's going to win, he wants backup to be there immediately, and it is every time on the defensive side for Talon.
Mungkin.
The follow through, the relays, and now
9-3 lagi deh.
17-3.
I mean, Team Secret would want nothing more than to make this
Selalu ketemu
4-8
musuh
half.
lagi, lihat deh. Musuh commit, dia commit.
Changing angles as well now, down towards mid. We do have Team Secret players trying to creep up on Catwalk. Governor has a very good chance at spotting all of them.
Timing.
Wow, no one was watching mid, by the way, so keep notes on that.
Okay.
Work him. No.
AFK.
Smoke down.
And that's another thing about Lenny is Sova. Punisher always good for a couple of kills. Jeremy sees
Okay,
it
Jeremy
and wants to
dapat.
push the pressure. Odin will put up a bit of a roadblock though as the sprays cut Envy in half. Make that a 4
kills.
Spam
Lenny.
Odin.
The quick swivel onto Jeremy. I thought Jeremy was going to have a timing there,
Dia kalah
jumping up
fire
amidst
sih
all that
sumpah.
noise.
Yang Vandal nembaknya lambat, Odinnya udah nembak 3 peluru, dia baru nembak 1
This is that
peluru.
Lenny that I saw from
Kalah fire red
esports
Odin.
like 2 years ago.
Well, I'm glad someone's keeping that memory because it's coming back. I mean, the Hunter's Fury, great. Part of it, Borkum kind of hoping that he wasn't spotted because of the first shot missed. But then Lenny, the fact that he's keeping the focus as well on how to hold his own angles
Kalah
and the
fire
timings, the
red.
possibilities while he's IGLing on this new roster of an entire new mix.
Oh, ini Odin lagi
That's
nih.
all they needed.
Tinggalin aja itu, jetnya
Also
udah
not
bisa
changing him all
berubah.
too much. The game plan still sound, still
bener.
good. Odin sprays through. Governor just a bit of a peek, and it takes down NDG. Here comes
Kalau
Jeremy,
dia
though.
tahan, nembaknya
Blaze
dapat
at the
2.
ready. And he's looking to get to work.
Kapan lu main di VCT kemarin?
Just one more round. 3-9, hope for the curse.
Kena dong. Kena itu.
He says enough is enough. I want that 9-3. But Governor, what?
I'm telling you, Governor doesn't think there's a single person that can stop him in the server.
Di layarnya nggak ada temboknya itu.
Overflowing
Di
with
layar dia nggak ada
confidence
temboknya.
right now. And he's supported by Ben of all things right now.
Player standing.
A bit of a trade.
He's expecting
Oh, terbaca.
Oh,
9-3 tuh bener
Jesse
kan.
Vash quick on the trigger, but Ban
Gara-gara
good
Odinnya
read
nggak
on
di
the
spam gitu,
situation.
nggak di hold.
Switching sides.
I mean, count on Jesse Vash to bring home the few rounds that they've had.
Lagi boot.
Stabilizing at 3-9. The
Baru cair
attacking
kayaknya
side,
gajinya dia.
I mean, listen, it was the same story on Breeze. A bit lacking. And on a set.
Time. Lagunya copyright guys. 9-3. Agak defender sided sih, tapi coba kita lihat Team Secret defendernya agak bisa lah lumayan. Mapnya defender sided soalnya asem. Jet jago ya sniper. Ya emang lumayan Jet ya lumayan operator. Pick dikit kabur gitu doang. Kutukan is back. Ya Team Secret kalau kalah masih main lagi kan? Kalau main lagi lihat NDG Redemption gak? Ini 2 match 0 impact ini. Gak ada dia sama ada dia gak ada bedanya kayak itu. Masih lama 30 detik. Itu Team Secret 3 orang loh 4 kill dong. Si Jesse Vash 5 kill beda 1. Jadi tadi susah sih attackernya beneran diculikin satu-satu sama pemerintah.
OGNG, you actually do tell them to just pick up their guns and hit their shots. Or if you're Alex of Paper X, right? It works for some teams, but yeah.
Morale boost, you know, is something that's needed sometimes.
I mean, that depends on, you know, player-to-player personality,
Perman gila sih ini.
but that is part of it. Team Secret.
Best
need to
match
hit
di
their first
turnamen
shots
ini deh.
a bit more often.
MVP-nya turnamen ini dia kayaknya. Main sendiri, impact-nya tinggi banget deh. Tuh lihat udah masuk mid. Udah masuk mid sendiri.
Maybe finding a bit more success on the defense. Then again, we don't quite know Talon's game plan as they switch things up. Governor just trying to go quick up against Jeremy. Doesn't quite work out, but here comes Ben. There is that follow-up. You always talk about it, Will, and here it is.
Gak apa-apa itu deh.
I thought
Governor mati masih ada backup 3 orang deh.
I thought that was going to catch Talon off guard, but after the 1 kill, Ban swings on the trade, and then there's Shadow Step. Jesse Vash.
Player standing.
Well, good
Dapat 2
shot
dari
down
mana
in
ini?
a ghost kill to follow
Oh
up.
NDG ya, apakah bisa
Not quite
nge-clutch?
enough. Half HP though. He might be spotted. He might be vulnerable, but he might be able to find some shots.
Ya pemain terbaik turnamen ini nih,
He's
NDG.
waiting, but there's no reason for them to peek.
Ooh, this is.
Yeah.
I was gonna say not impossible, but yeah.
Baywan sama turretnya aja takut deh.
Good post plan.
Gak berani Baywan sama turret.
That was honestly, it's a 2v1. You spotted him once. That was a round where they could have suddenly gone for the double swing, and they probably would have won it either way, but they still wait until one more peek. They go for another jump because the turret wasn't broken.
NDG nih main Killjoy-nya kayak Jokos di tim Karang Taruna ya. Tim Karang Taruna kurang pemain satu orang, jadi nyari stand-in. Stand-innya kebetulan ada sih namanya Jokos. Baywan sama turret kalah. Dia pakai Vandal, Baywan sama turret Killjoy kalah dong, gak ngerti gue.
But here's the whole entire pizza.
Especially with that turret play too. Off to the next round now. We've got
Bukan Karang Taruna, udah disband, pemainnya nggak tahu kemana.
Thanks to the kills that they've gotten
before. Udah lain kali ada yang namanya Jokos di dodge saja matchnya sumpah.
I mean they get the turret either.
Okay.
This goes from bad to worse, honestly.
Very clear hit towards B. The spike's not there though. It's not a full commit. Nobody's quite pushing out of A main, so Cruz decides to.
Pinter sih mereka nggak majuin Sheriff.
He's pushing up very aggressively with an outlaw.
Well,
no-scope.
It still works. No armor, one shot, one kill. And then suddenly committing into B. Oh my goodness, Team Secret did not expect this whatsoever. And then the other boom shot onto Borkum. We're past double digits now.
Lenny's IGLing looks very good. The thing is what we're seeing is
Pintar majunya nggak langsung digas gitu, tunggu yang B-nya dapat. Orang B-nya, oh ini kayaknya commit, jadi nggak fokus jaganya. Tuh, jadi nggak siap. Tuh lihat NDG. Liatin tembok nih, liatin tembok. Mati. No, pro player sering lihat dinding. Nyiapin crosshair placement.
Just go for B, like you said. Not something Secret expected because everything was quiet. Audio was cut on B main. It's small things like that, but the speed at which they're able to do it shows the practice and the calls from the IGL of Talon.
Entire team's cohesion as well now. They're looking for that match points.
Lihat,
just switching things
main
up in
sendiri,
terms of pace. Governor wants to go ham, going for the phantom, going for the movement, a double
dapat
kill
dua,
in
udah hanya
trade.
dapat.
But then the rest of the team has already made their way onto site. It's a 2-on-2 and not impossible for Talon to pick up this bonus and match point.
Tapi outlaw sih susah nih outlawnya.
Has to go for this, but Jeremy is so low, 10 HP. The shock dart, the outlaw, everything is gonna have so much value.
Oh, the outlaw.
Kok bisa sih dia noskopnya lurus gitu? Gue pakai outlaw noskop gak pernah lurus.
That's gonna be it. Lenny hopping up with the classic just to check, and he found what he was looking for.
Outlawnya di noskop lurus, coy.
This is some justice for Lenny. What in the world?
Masa martial itu.
I mean, coming back with a vengeance from the
bench. Dekat juga nggak selurus itu dong. Dekat biasa belok kiri kanan.
Well, not even that. Just
lihat
don't put
lurus
me on the
beneran.
stage again. See what happens.
Recoilnya nol.
It's just kickoff. It's just the first match, but what a way to start things out.
Sure, Talon did this to us last year, but
I mean, honestly. Kalau match biasa nggak akan bisa kayak gitu, apa peluru belok dari.
You know that outlaw. I mean, some of the pros have talked about that as well, right? Close range. It's still good enough. You got the double shot.
NDG ngepur dulu ya.
And now got the half armor all across Team Secret. Phantoms to everyone on Talon. Governor already so deep into the site, infiltrating. Just trying to block them off as they try to push out from defender spawn. Team Secret, this retake, it doesn't feel like it's gonna happen. Envy trying to watch the angles though. Nobody flushed out of logs. Shortly inside of the main, trying to fire off the shot to Mage Spark Guardian, but it's not quite gonna find all too much. Look at the swing from Van and Chip Boys. All that's left is gonna be Jesse Vash, and Governor with the angle makes it a
Governor main sendiri udah, sisanya nggak usah ada juga nggak apa-apa. Datang sendiri deh.
A statement made by Talon Esports.
Sure, it's a new roster, but a lot of us still don't know exactly what to expect.
You take apart the individual players, sure, it looked good, but the offseason, it looked like they still needed a lot of time to gel together.
Tim Talon nih mantep ya,
it was the
Governor.
exact perfect time to cook. Meanwhile,
Team
Secret,
pemain sendiri.
the warm-up still needed, and a slow start to the Filipino squad.
Yeah, I think that's another thing.
Ya udah guys, sudah. Team Secret pulang aja dah. MDG bad play. Ya bad play nggak 2 match berturut-turut bro. Ente digaji buat main. Ente main kayak gini digaji bro. Masih kayak gitu performanya. Out. Besoknya ditelepon. Halo? Besok libur ya? Oke. Palwood. Enggak lah, udahlah. Aku stream tuh udah 4 jam capek coy. Ini yang next match direct lawan DFM. Kalau kalian mau nonton di officialnya aja. Ya paling DFM kalah lah. Udah easy predict lah itu DFM kalah ya guys. Oke, thank you udah nonton semuanya. Semoga sehat selalu, banyak rezeki, dimudahkan pekerjaannya. See you guys. Besok kita nonton PRX guys, sesuai jadwalnya. Nonton PRX. Oke. Thank you udah nonton semuanya. Bye-bye.